Good morning and welcome to Traders Corner's June Investors Summit. My name is Anthony Chapman and I will be the moderator today. I want to take a moment and wish all of the fathers in attendance today a very happy Father's Day. We have a great lineup for you. On our panel today, we handpicked the industry's top trading experts to join us. They have agreed to share their most consistent and profitable trading strategies with us in a free online educational forum. Today's show is packed with a diversity of strategies and educational information, so let's get started. Our first presenter has over 2 decades of trading and investing experience. She made a bold decision to leave her position at a prestigious investment firm to start trading and investing on her own. Now she makes more in a month than she made in a year. How amazing. She has a reputation as a professional technical analyst, and she is revered for her meticulous approach and unparalleled precision in deciphering market dynamics. Armed with an acute understanding of market psychology and a keen eye for patterns, she can foresee market movements with remarkable accuracy. Ladies and gentlemen, here to present Accelerate Your Income to 6 or 7 figures, trading only 2 hours per day is Mrs. Anka Metcalf of Trade Out Loud. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Anka.
Thank you so much for having me, and what a beautiful Saturday morning it is. And those of you guys that are here, you guys have a huge surprise because the lineup is just phenomenal. It's just fabulous. So welcome everybody. My name is Anka Metcalf, and here we are. We're going to dig in how to become a trading powerhouse and basically trading only an hour a day or even less than that. I'm going to show you proof in just a few moments. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm not going to go ahead and go through all this, but if you guys want to be in touch with us, definitely on social media, you can follow us very easily to find. Our handle is Trade Out Loud everywhere, whether you're on X or Facebook or YouTube or LinkedIn. And if you want to find more information about what we offer, our products, our services, you can head on to tradeoutloud.com. Oops, sorry about that. All right, here we go. All right, who doesn't like instant gratification, right? Raise your hand if you absolutely love instant gratification, right? So you want to get into the trade and step out fast. I specialize in high velocity trades. So what that means is that I focus, I'm like a sniper, and I try to focus on the best trading setup for the day. But guess what? That day is basically within the first 5 to 15 minutes of the day. Am I going to find trades every single day around that time? No, sometimes it takes a little longer, but it's within the power hour. The power hour lasts from 9:30 a.m. till 10:30 a.m. And that is where I make the bulk of my money. And the strategies that I deploy are very simple. We're going to walk through some of them. And also keep in mind that we do run a performance tracker on our website. If you go to our services, and whether it's for stocks or for futures, today we're going to talk about futures. But if you want to head on there, that performance is based on the trades that are solely performed within the first hour of the day. That's it. We don't trade all day. So I specialize in income trading. So what is income trading? Income trading is day trading. So day trading is basically the trading style that allows you to get into a trade and stay in it just for a few minutes. That's it. Rarely have I been a couple hours in a trade. It has happened on boring days where the price actually hasn't moved at all. But most of the time we're in and out within 5 to 10 minutes. And all you have to do is watch the first hour. Now, let me talk to you about instant gratification. We have our trading room typically closed for any kind of news announcement. What I did notice is that typically there are news announcements within the trading cycle, within different months of trading, where the price action is moving, not in a chaotic way, but in a very organized way, whether up or down, depending on the data. This is one of the example of the CPI numbers that we had not last time. I'm going to show you the most recent one that we had this week that coincided with the FOMC meeting. So this was the last CPI numbers that we had, right? So if you can watch, if you can see this, good morning, pre-market watchers into CPI, and I did review the levels that I'm looking at. YM bullish above 710, S&P bullish above 5275, NASDAQ bullish above 425, Russell bullish over 2104. These are the key zones, and as you can see here, This is what I call instant gratification. By the way, YM wants 40K, and these are the targets right here. All the targets were fulfilled in less than 5 minutes. Now, this is very advanced trading, and this is basically news trading, and typically you should not do it if you don't know what you're, what you're up against to. Now, let me show you what happened these previous CPI numbers. So this was this Wednesday. I opened up the room around 8:15, and at 8:25, just 5 minutes, because you have to nail the exact timing and you have to get your orders in as close as possible to the release of the numbers, because you have to watch momentum. So at 8:25 a.m., I started typing into our trading room, and I said, good morning, team. NASDAQ and S&P already trading at all. So they were already pressuring higher. Maybe there were some whisper numbers that are out there. I don't know. But here are my 2 trades that I had, and I was literally done in 5 minutes. These are 5-minute charts right here on left and right. This is the Dow and this is NASDAQ. This is exactly what I focused. And I took both of them. You don't have to take both of them. You could just take one. So we have the YM bullish over 860, target 900, 940, 950, 970, 980, and 39,000. Take a look at where the price went. And by the way, we trailed this. So we got out around 39,120. So right here into this peak. Now we are heading on to the right-hand side. This is NASDAQ. And we had here bullish above 280. You can see it here. This is the 280. So right above this range right here. And these were our targets, 300 all the way to 420. Take a look what it did. 420 was around this area. And look how it went higher into the 460. So again, instant gratification. I call these instant gratification trades. Is every day like this? No, but there are opportunities where you're going to make your money fast, and guess what? You're not stuck to the computer. You have the liberty to literally live your life and do some other things that you like to enjoy your life and enjoy the profits from these trades, right? Okay, so why do I trade for a living, and why? Everybody that is considering, supplementing their income or start generating income from something else. Maybe you don't like your job anymore. You want to transition to something else. This is something that you can look into, and futures trading is not very complicated. It's actually a way simpler than stock trading. And this is coming from me because I have been a stock trader my whole entire life. And then for accounting purposes, my accountant said, hey, you know what? I think it would be better for you to look at futures, because you get, you would get a lot more tax advantages as a futures trader. And I'm like, okay. So I started looking into futures trading, and I was addicted to stock trading. I started my career in investment banking. I started my career in investing. So I was literally looking at very long-term, horizons. I was looking at value stocks. I was the Warren Buffett type of style of trading. And then I decided that, hey, you know what? I have to do this on my own. And I saw the possibility that you have in the stock market, because I have been in the investing field for such a long time, most of my life, right after university. And then guess what? I said, enough is enough. I'm done with the commute. I'm just going to dab into day trading. So I decided to dab into day trading. I took all the educational courses that were on the market like 20 plus years ago. And then I, started, a little bit of paper trading, and then I opened an account, and then guess what? I quit my job. I took my savings, and I started day trading, and I'm not looking back one bit. My only regret is that I haven't started this sooner. So day trading is a style of living. It becomes so addictive that you're going to love it. You're not going to say, oh my gosh, I'm going to go on vacation. I can't wait to step away from the market. No, market is addicting. You see the power. You see the energy of money. You feel the energy of the trades. You are living into that momentum. the best thing about it is that you don't have a boss. In my case, it was a commute. I was traveling more than 90 minutes to go to work and more than 90 minutes to get back from work. So the commute was a big thing, and I was working really long hours. So basically, from the moment I woke up until I came home, I barely had any dinner, and I barely had any time to relax after, and I went straight to bed. It was very tiring doing this for year after year after year and decades. Then it became like really, really something that I wanted to step away from. The beauty about it is that you don't have to seek for customers. Like you don't have to seek customers. Like, think about it. If you're in real estate, if you're, you have to have your list going. You have to go and say, hey, I got to get some, I got to walk around from house to house. I got to do this. You don't need any customers. It's just you and your charts. Your charts are basically your employees. You don't need any clients. That's the beauty about it. And guess what? No emails. You don't have to press anything. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to. It's just you and your trading computer, and I can teach you how to do it. Turn your computer into your personal ATM. And by the way, this is the time to learn how to trade your way to financial freedom. This is the summertime. Summertime is actually a little bit slower in the action, but it's a little bit slower. That doesn't mean that it's slower in action, because typically during the summer, when the volume is lower volume promotes trend trading. So that is beautiful because you have continuation into your trade. Now that FOMC is over, guess what? Now towards the end of June, as we're heading into July, this is the perfect time to kind of like think about it and marinate, say, hey, do I want to be a day trader? Do I want to be a stock trader? Do I want to be a futures trader? I mean, what kind of trader do I want to be? How much time do I want to allocate to this? Because guess what? Earnings season is just around the corner. Earnings season is literally less than a month away. So that means more power, more volume into the market, and the market revamps all over again. So the market moves in cycles. So that's the beauty about it. It has a little bit of a slow time where you can, devote to learning how to trade and doing this and that and practicing new strategies. And then boom, the hype with earnings season. The market is a permanent transfer of wealth from the novice trader to the astute trader, to the educated trader. So do not get into trading without having basic education at least. And nowadays, you could get education everywhere if you want to do it on your own. So why markets will continue to remain volatile through 2024? Well, think again. This is election year. It's going to be a roller coaster. The Russian-Ukraine saga continues. You guys are seeing what's happening in South Florida right now with the Russian submarine and around Cuba and U.S. ships and Canadian ships and all that stuff. Like, this is getting a little bit intense right there. We have Israel-Hamas war. We have the FOMC rate surprises, right? We just had the FOMC meeting. There were no any surprises there, but they said there are going to be some changes until the end of the year. Inflation is still super high. I don't know about you guys, but when I'm going shopping, like when I pick one of those little bags, it's like that's $100 in a bag. You have 4 bags, that's $400. Massive layoffs are going to continue. I don't know if you're aware of, but if you pay attention to in the news, there's always some tech company or whatever company that is laying off, including Walmart, right? Energy crisis, like oil, has been at the same level range bound for such a long time. It's just waiting for a pop. And is there going to be a recession? Like everybody's talking, is there going to be a recession? Is there no recession? And by the way, don't fear the word recession. Don't fear the R word, because recession makes the most millionaire and you make the most money. I remember when I was trading in 2008, 2007, 2008, but 2008 was like spectacular. It was so awesome because market was going down, right? Fear and panic everywhere, and I know it wasn't fun, especially for individuals that were losing their jobs, and was a very dark period in our economy. However, if you were in day trading, it was a celebration every single day. You would go in the market and say, okay, what financials am I going to short today, right? Everything was going down. It was very easy to short, especially financial stock. I remember I was waking up because back then I was trading stock, 100% stock. There was no futures trading. And I'm going to share with you why I flipped to futures trading in just a second. But like I was waking up and I was like, yeah, Lehman Brothers. And everybody was hammering Lehman Brothers then. All right, so this is my portfolio for last year. So just want to show you from January to December. So you can see here, these are just profits. It's not my account. I took it from like zero profit the beginning of January, right? First day of January. And I took it all the way to $1.1 million right here. And I do trade a $500,000 account. And if you think like, oh my gosh, I don't have $500,000, you can trade with any amount that you have. And don't forget that there are so many companies out there that are promoting funding, right? That are giving you money to trade. So yeah, this is very possible because there are companies out there where you can have access to incredible capital, otherwise that you would never, have access to. They give you, like, if you prove you can trade, they could give you 300,000. They could give you $1 million if you want. Just look out for this. And put this into perspective. You don't have to risk your own money. You can trade prop. This presentation is for traders who want to trade in sync with the power of institutional money, with the moves and with the trends, who are ready to eliminate frustration from trading, who want to trade with clarity and definitely stress-free, who are ready to become consistent traders and eliminate the noise, who are ready to learn the methodology that works in any asset. Because listen, if you learn how to trade an asset, you just carbon copy your strategies to a different asset. So that means that if I'm trading NASDAQ, I'm not going to change my strategy just because, NASDAQ is futures. And if I want to trade the Qs or I want to trade Apple, I'm going to change the strategies. No, exactly same strategy. So bottom line is that if you learn how to trade, you could basically trade any asset on the planet. You could trade cryptos, forex, whatever you like, whatever your heart desires. So what do you need in order to get started? Well, first of all, you need the education. Don't open the account and then say, hey, if I make any money, then if I like it, I'm going to go and get some education. It's like saying, like, I'm going to do heart surgery. And if that patient lives, then I'm going to go to medical school. So don't do that. Get the education first, get educated, see what's involved. And then you're going to have the satisfaction because you're going to put your education to the test. Have discipline. What does discipline mean? Discipline means, like, if you see like something is moving up or down, like for example, you see that green bar or you see that red bar, the first impulse, the first feeling that you have when you see that it's going to be like, I gotta be long or I gotta be short. So have the discipline and patience to wait and the focus to wait on the technical pattern that lines up with your education and what you've learned, definitely, and implement that. So most of the time traders fail. And in fact, the stats are not that favorable for traders because what they do is they think that, anybody off the street can do it. And it's true, but they could do it with education. Think about the fact that you're trading against the most brilliant minds in the market. And not only that, but you're day trading. So you are trading alongside some of the most fantastic algos that are out there. So most of the time traders fail. And the reason for that is the lack of education, and they blow up their accounts, and therefore the lack of capital. So don't forget, education comes first. And like I said before, you don't have to risk your capital. Look for a prop firm around, and definitely you can have access to their funding. And they, by the way, all these prop companies, so I'm not going to mention anyone in here, any company in here, but I just want to mention that all these prop companies that are out there, they have amazing rules. And the rules that they have is not to make you frustrated and say, oh, I can't do this, I can't do it. Educating you, they're creating the discipline, they're they're making you a more patient trader, and they're trying to make you a more focused trader as well. So 95% of the traders fail, and that's because they have no experience. They go straight into trading. And when you look at other professions like doctors, lawyers, pilots, engineers, etc., they have 7 years, 4 years, 3 years of training, of education, plus training, 3 years, 5 years of training before they actually go about their profession. So the most important parts of trading are really rarely discussed, like confidence, conviction, patience, mental toughness, discipline, and of course, education and preparation for the day. Because you don't just wake up in your pajamas and you head out to your computer and say, okay, I'm good, just gonna buy NASDAQ long, right? You have to do the thorough analysis. And that's why every single morning when you're trading with me, we do the pre-market analysis, which is very important because that is the foundation for the day, because you form your bias right there, right before the open, in the last 10 minutes before the open or 15 minutes before the open, and you analyze price action, you analyze the key levels, and then you act upon them. So when the market opens, you already have a game plan and you know you're going to be bullish above that level, you're going to be bearish below that level. Those are going to be the targets for the upside. Those are going to be the targets for the downside. This is the risk that I'm going to deploy, etc. So what you need in order to get started is that burning desire. I mean, how badly do you want trading to work for you? How hungry are you for money? How hungry are you for success? Because the more educated you are in trading, the more money you are going to make. Education is the foundation. You guys know that you can't have a skyscraper without a considerable foundation. You want to, you want your trading to progress like a rocket, then you better have that foundation. You need to discipline. You need that discipline to follow your plan. You need to have a very tight trading plan, and especially if you're at the beginning of your career, have a really a simple trading plan. You don't need pages, but it needs to be right there in front of you. The first thing on your trading plan should be your risk amount. How much are you allocating yourself per day? How much are you allocating yourself per trade? And how many trades do you plan on allocating for that day? For example, I allocate about 5 trades every single day for my trading, and I use a risk level of $5,000 per trade. You can implement that according to your account size. I typically use 1% of my account size per trade, and I position size for it, so it's not like a standard lot. I know some traders, and it's sad because there are traders out there that tell you, oh, you could take this with standard 2 contracts or standard 3 contracts. It doesn't work like that. Any algo on Wall Street is not trading like that. Institutions are not trading like that. So this is something that is coming from some kind of retail mumbo jumbo trading that, kind of got, through so many people. And this is actually what's making the traders blow up their account. I've seen traders that have used 50% of their account just to get into a trade. So discipline is definitely following a plan. I just highlighted one of the most important things that you need to have there. And again, have also a very simple strategy that you're going to deploy. Let's say it's going to pull back to a 20 simple moving average. You're going to wait for a rotation. You're going to put your stop below the pivot, and you're going to wait for that setup. Okay, you're going to wait for that setup. Patience is to wait for the opportunity, because you don't have opportunities throughout the day every single moment. So you got to wait for those pullbacks, those rotations. I'm not a trader that buys off support or shorts off resistance. I wait for those rotation areas to confirm that the price is ready to turn around. I focus. I don't have any distractions while I'm on. My traders in the room know that I don't have any news outlets on. I don't listen to music. I don't listen to news. I don't listen to CNBC. I don't do anything except the charts. Just focus on price action. And that allows me to basically trade an hour a day or maybe less and have the results that I already have achieved. Conviction, you need conviction. How awesome it is to come in front of the computer and say, hey, I'm seeing this chart. I have that conviction. It's going to go up or it's going to go down. And of course, perseverance. Now, if you're new to futures trading, I just want to share with you that basically this is all you can trade in futures. That's it. So you could trade the major indices, and my go-to guys are the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, and Russell. I trade energies as well. In fact, I am into a swing trade in oil, and I don't really trade as much Brent or gasoline or heating oil. Natural gas, we just exited a phenomenal trade that literally made my quarter this quarter. You could trade soft. I highly recommend, like, if you want to just day trade, just focus on the indices, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, and Russell, period. That's it. You could have on your watch list gold and oil because sometimes they were setting up. But other than that, most of the things that you see here on this panel are swing trading material. Why? Because they're very thin. They don't provide really great opportunities for day traders. The problem with those commodities that you could get really bad fills, and they're thin. They're very thin. It's just like in stock trading, you want to trade something that is very active and that is that has a lot of volume, and that's one of my criteria. For example, when I swing trade or when I day trade, I'm never gonna day trade a stock that has 50,000 shares traded, or 100,000, or even 500,000. When I trade stocks that are trading over 1.2 million shares on a day. Trading is definitely a rule-based system. Understand it as a rule-based system. Because try to create a mechanical trading plan where you're going to be like an algorithm. You see the setup, you take the trade. You don't see the setup, you don't take the trade. It's about finding highest trade at precision times. It's about waiting for it set up, right? Wait for it to set up, because like I said, if you're buying it on support, the support is the last safety shelf before the next drop. So if you buy it on support, you're opening yourself up to a possible, like it's a 50-50 trade, right? You don't want 50-50 in trading, because 50% is bad, right? You want to have more odds in your trade. You want to have 70% or 80% chances of success. So 50% is that support, for example, if you want to go long. But if you're waiting for a rotation, that increases the odds with another 20%. So there you go, from 50%, you go to 70%. If you are trading within a trend, you're adding another 20%. So there you go, with a 90% odds in your favor. So that way it's going to be really hard for you to lose in trades. Is it impossible to lose in trades? No. Do I have losing trades? Of course, but my losing trades are small, and my losing trades are very seldom. So I don't have a lot of losses in my portfolio. It's all about fine and precise execution. So nail the area where you want to enter, nail the area where you want to place your stop. I usually place my stop, let's say, below pivots for long positions and above pivots for short positions, because those are sustainable support zones. I never put my stops like in the middle of nowhere, or the middle of a bar. Have very good money management skills. And here I want to emphasize the importance of position sizing. Determine your account size, determine your risk. The risk, like I said, don't go more than between 1% and 2%. 3% is actually it's a lot for futures. So I would say stay between the 1% and 2%. If you're really a beginner trader, and if you have a considerable account, you can even go as low as 0.5% until you get going, and then you can increase your size. And of course, mindset. Have the winning mindset. Have that millionaire mindset when you get into the market, because if you have the trading education, if you have what it takes, you have the confidence to tackle the day. Don't be that welfare mindset where you go like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to make some money today. Gee, I really wish I'm going to make some money, but I really don't know, right? All right, so why futures? For those of you here that are coming from stock trading, you are in for a real treat. Start looking at the futures market. You could actually look. There's one thing that I love about the futures market, day trading the futures market, and that is number one, no scanning. You don't have to scan. You're basically watching those 4 indices. Those are your employees for the day. You send them to work. You send them to collect the money and bring you the money. You are actually, trading major markets. You're trading NASDAQ. So guess what? Remember NVIDIA, right? With the stock split and everything was explosive. I hope you guys got a piece of NVIDIA. First time I bought NVIDIA, and I was telling my traders, first time when I bought NVIDIA was at $32.30 and 3 stock splits ago. And that was in 2009, March. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it was in 2016 in March. Okay, so that was the first time that I purchased NVIDIA. I have it in my long-term portfolio. I have it in my swing trade portfolio all the time. I ride the wave in NVIDIA. All right, so if you like trading NVIDIA,
If you like trading Apple, if you like trading Tesla, if you like trading Microsoft or Amazon, these are some power players, especially during earnings season. They're going to heavily impact NASDAQ. So if they're having a major move, guess what? NASDAQ is going to have major move. Now, if you look at the market, whether you look at the Q-Spice diamonds or whether you look at futures NASDAQ, S&P, or the Dow, what was the theme this week? What was the theme last week? What made all-time highs? NASDAQ. Why? Because Broadcom reported earnings, right? Broadcom's rocket ship. By the way, Broadcom, I don't own Broadcom, but I do want a piece of Broadcom. But I think I'm gonna wait until July, until the stock split, until a pullback happens. Or if there's a pullback happening until then I may get the stock. But keep an eye on that. So what do you think happened to NASDAQ? NASDAQ, new all-time highs. So there's a way to, for example, to trade these power players, right, through 4 simple indices, and basically only one, because that's NASDAQ. You don't need a scanner. I do use a scanner. I actually have 3 scanners that I run because I do a lot of swing trading. You don't need any special indicators. You get a lot of tax advantages. So talk to your CPA about that. Google it. Do your own research on that. I'm not, I'm not in the position. I'm not a CPA, so I cannot give you advice. There's no pump and dump. It's safe for rumors. And one thing that I really love is that you have the 24-hour hands-on risk. So what that means is that, for example, if I get in a trade in oil, right? So I'm in oil right now. So I'm in oil. I can watch it at 10 o'clock at night. I could watch it at 6 p.m. I could watch it at 11 p.m., right? I can watch it anytime. And maybe I'm going to want to say, hey, you know what? I want to raise my stop, or I want to take some profits, or I want to add to my trade. So here's the difference between futures trading and stock trading. First of all, in order to day trade stocks, you need to have $25,000 or more in order to day trade because of the day trading pattern rule, right? If that's why so many people and so many traders are shifting towards options and literally blowing up all their money, right? Because they don't have enough money to day trade and to have ownership, let's say, even for a few minutes of the stock or swing trading. And what they do is they go into options. You got to be really good with options, and you got to have an arsenal of strategies in order to make money in options. Also, for futures trading, you don't need $25,000. You just need $5,000 to open an account. And please don't go with the brokers that say, oh yeah, come here, you can open an account with $500. You're not going to make money with $500. Let's face it, in today's market, what is the position size that you're going to be using? You're just opening yourself towards failure if you do that. You need to have a little bit more money than that. In fact, you need to have a little bit more money than $5,000. It's going to be really hard to make money with $5,000 in the futures market, but that is the minimum requirement. So I'm going to show you some advantages between, let's say, the Qs and NASDAQ. So let's say a trader wants to buy the Qs. So let's say hypothetically they're trading at $365. You're going to need about $14,000 in buying power in order to get 100 shares. And if the share moves up 50 cents, then you're going to be profiting $50 because each penny is $1. Now, if the trader wants to trade NASDAQ futures, right? And let's say NASDAQ futures is priced at $15,000, the trader is going to need about $17,000 to buy a contract, right? And if the price goes up 50 points, then you're going to make $1,000 because each point is $20. So I'm going to show you, and we're not going to talk about strategies, but we were in a coaching session. I was showing the traders how you can make money and all the assets. And basically, yeah, you can load up, or, we were basically talking about the difference between stocks and futures. And we found a setup here. This is one of our signature inside and now within a range move on a 5 minutes. So we took this trade. It was a trend trade. And remember what I talked about trend traders. They have 90% chances of success, right? If you're having a trend, if you're definitely in an uptrend, if you have hefty support underneath, you have yada yada yada, then the trade is poised to run. And for example, in this case, if the price went from 10 o'clock higher and it's making new highs after 10 o'clock, and then during the doldrum period, if it has a pullback, but if it has a shallow pullback, then it has a lot of chances of running into the close. And in this example, you have NASDAQ, you have the Qs. signature entry through the day. You can see here the buying power, $15,000 with 100 shares, $300. This is perfect, right? I mean, for this amount of money, this is perfect. All right, so for the amount of risk. Now, here's NASDAQ futures. You see here, like we used about 15,000. Here we're using 17,000. One contract. Here we had 100 shares in the queues. Now we have just one contract in NASDAQ. And you can see here, same entry. So we were talking about you learn how to trade one index, or you learn how to trade a market. You're gonna apply those strategies throughout multiple markets. Here's the strategy. Here's the entry. Ran into the close. We had one contract. This is the entry right here, $2,400. So wait a minute. So in the same amount of time, so let's say here from 1 p.m. into the close with one contract, this buying power right here, same buying power, almost same buying power that I used for my Qs trade. I mean, $2,400, almost $2,500 here. And you're telling me that for the same amount of time, almost the same buying power of the Qs with 100 shares, I'll make $300? Okay, I don't know if you guys are convinced yet, but I'm going to show you more. This is micro NASDAQ. Micro NASDAQ is 10th of the size of full-size contracts. Just a slice, right? It's just a slice. Remember like the split that we talked about, NVIDIA split 10 to 1 and Broadcom is going to split 10 to 1, right? This is basically NASDAQ split 10 to 1. This is exactly what it is. This is micro NASDAQ. Buying powers 1,700 with one contract, $246. I mean, with 10th of the size of the buying power, $246, while with full blast buying power, 15,000. You guys see it here right on the bottom, right? $303. Okay, what if I told you, wait, there's more? This is the SPICE, and you can see the SPICE here, buying power in effect, $20,000 for 100 shares. And the price went, this is the same setup right here from, we took it at the same time into the close, $262. Now, this is the S&P, by the way. I was in S&P from earlier, and actually, I think I was from a day before. But you can see here that on the day, $3,600 compared to $262 in the same amount of time with the same buying power. But wait, there's more. Let's talk about that slice of the S&P, because yes, if you have a smaller account, you could actually trade micros. Micros, take a look here. Buying power in effect, $1,166 with one contract. $127. I don't know about you guys, but in my book, this is freaking 10% of the account. Do you guys know how much hedge funds are literally providing to their clients on a yearly basis? Yearly, plus they pay commissions and fees. And guess what? If you want to pull your money out, whoo, you're smacked with probably 75% penalty fee. So you don't want to do that, right? So your money is stuck with them because they are giving you only between 8 and 10%. 10% if you're really lucky, but usually it's between 6 and 8%. So here's some more facts about the futures market. Stock market opened from 9:30 to 4, and the futures market 24 hours almost says 6 days away. So that's pretty cool, right? Because geopolitical events don't wait for the market to open. Events just happen. So if you want to take advantage, if there's something happening geopolitically, boom, you head on to the futures market to take advantage of that. Now, these are the major timeframes for more successful patterns that I want to share with you before I wrap up my presentation today, and when to use them, because a lot of traders are stuck and saying, hey, I'm a 1-minute trader, or I trade 2 minutes from the open to the close. No. So from my personal experience, that is like more than 20 years plus of trading experience with a track record to show everybody. There is a certain timing that is in the market, and you need to watch certain time sequences, meaning time frames. So you're watching the 1-minute chart, and setups develop on the 1-minute chart from 9:30 to 10 o'clock. The 1 and 2-minute chart are the go-to charts right there, right off the open. If you're a very active trader like I am, I have strategies that I deploy in the first 5 minutes of the trading day, actually first 2 minutes and 5 minutes. They don't always line up around that time, but if they don't, I have my trigger times as well that I work with. So That is into 10:30. 5-minute, use it from 10 o'clock to 11:30. The reason for that is because you want to eliminate all the noise from the 1 minute and the 2 minute. And then the 15-minute time frame, use it during doldrums, because doldrums are relatively thin and you're going to have a lot of flakiness and you're going to have a lot of stop outs if you're using the 1 minute and 2 minute. And then go back to the 5 minute from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Okay, this is basically a little trading plan right on this slide. Market timing, we talked about market time. There's a certain rhythm in the market. First of all, the market opens at 9:30, and right after the open at 9:30, you're going to have two very important timings, 10 o'clock. So what that means is that when the price opens at 9:30, it chooses a direction, whether up or down, or it remains sideways into 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock is going to be the decision. If the price went up into 10 o'clock, the price is going to start retracing at 10 o'clock. So it's going to pull back. So don't buy it into 10 o'clock if it's already up. And then at 10:30, if you're getting the pullback from 10 o'clock to 10:30, and that is shallow, is not violating the 9:30 low, then take it long. Time frames that I focused on, 2, 5, 15. The patterns are very simple that I use. I use pullback buys and sells, breakouts and breakdowns. These are the two strategies that you're going to be using 90% of the time. Executional time frames, because I talked to you and I told you guys that I have strategies that I deploy in the first 5 minutes. 9:35. This is the first timing that I act into the market. If I have a very bullish scenario, I take it over the 9:35 high, place the stop below the 9:35 low, sayonara, I'll see you at 10 o'clock. 9:45 for a choppier market. If the price action is chopping around between 9:30 and 9:45, you're going to take the breakout over 9:45 or the breakdown, depending on the trend. The trend is always going to be your friend. 10 o'clock, remember, reversal time, right? So I'm not shorting if the price action is super, super strong. I'm not shorting it. I'm just waiting for the pullback and wanting to go back long back into 10:30. Is it easy to succeed in trading? Guys, it is not easy. It's the most complicated thing that you have ever done in your life, because you have to involve discipline. You have to involve patience. And these are some things that you need to learn how to apply to trading. So never give up on trading. And remember that there's always, if you put your mind to it and if you deploy the time, you can make it work. If trading was easy as reading a book or 5 books or 20 books from Amazon or Barnes & Noble, everything was fine, but you need to interact with someone that has done it before. Indicators are just going to delay your progress. We trade an institutional grade trading system. If you're ready to trade stress-free with institutional levels, with precise buy sell zones, with management and risk management, to trade highest patterns that deliver results, how to place stops so you don't get stopped out as often, read into trading psychology every single day and putting the puzzle together. This is the trader that's going to make it trading. So you need to have all of that, not one or two. You need to have all those components. So if you want to make 6-7-figure income, you need to start making decisions. Don't delay. Procrastination is really bad. If you need to follow somebody that has already gone there, is already there. This is what I did when I started my trading career. I found a mentor that would take me there, collapsing time frames. So I didn't want to wait 5 years in order to be successful. I wanted to be successful now. And it took me about 3 months to get successful, but everybody's different. Be wired mentally for success. So I have here an offer for you guys. And this offer is for those of you guys that are losing money into the market. If you do not want to be glued to the computer all day, if you want to trade the power hour like a pro, if you don't have a system or a trading plan, if you don't have a process how to eliminate emotions and definitely stress, if you lack confidence, if you don't recognize setups, if you're having problems with applying discipline and patience, if you want to implement risk management, but
pinching profits, going, for example, having 20 trades in a day. I have one and done or two and done. Have that millionaire mindset. So if you guys are ready, to dap in. This is my trading room. I run it every single day from 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. It's not p.m. there. So what you can expect when you join us, you can expect a pre-market game plan every single morning. You log in at 9 o'clock. About 9:15, we're going to do a pre-market game plan for about 15 minutes with the key levels in the market, directional bias, and everything else. And then we're going to be like snipers and stop for a trade. We're actually going to be done some days way sooner. For example, like even yesterday or, this week has been really nice and trendy. So we were literally done in the first hour in the morning. So what you can expect is 1 to 3 trades a day, exact parameters for the trades. I'm going to be trailing the trade for everybody because I'm trailing the trade for me, right? So I'm telling you at my every single action into the market. Here are some reviews, but I think the biggest review is to come into the market and see how we trade. So thanks so much. And by the way, I forgot the link is right here. So if you guys are interested, my time is up. Not sure my speakers are working. However, I'm going to put, okay. Thanks so much. All right. Thank you. Thanks so much, everybody. See you guys next time.
Thank you, Anka. Your microphone cut out just slightly towards the end there, like 2 minutes before or something. So you were good. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Thanks so much and good luck.
All right. Thank you, Anka. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Anka Metcalf of Trade Out Loud, and her link is in the chat box there. If you're ready to accelerate your income to 6 to 7 figures trading only 2 hours per day, then Anka has a solution for you. We have placed her special offer in the chat box, and you can always learn more by going to tradeoutloud.com. That's tradeoutloud.com. Thanks again, Anka. We hope you'll come back to Traders Corner. We appreciate your presentation today.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. At the top of the show, I've mentioned we had a diversity of great strategies, and next up is a duo with a very interesting story. The team consists of a U.S. Army veteran who served as a company commander in Kuwait and Afghanistan, where he has jumped out of planes and helicopters and even earned a Bronze Star for his meritorious achievements while in Afghanistan. For the last 7 years, he has delivered safety and personal care to thousands of seniors across his community, focusing heavily on senior veterans who served our country through his senior home care agency. He partnered with his best buddy, who comes from a background in financial analysis, managing cash flow operations for over $18.6 billion in equity, creating dynamic labor analysis, budget processes, and forecasting tools with algorithms to propel the companies he had worked for into new profit levels. Then was born the objective of setting out to fulfill their mutual dream of helping the Main Street mom and pop investors with finding a way to receive the type of annual returns typically only available to the rich. Ladies and gentlemen, here to present automated FX trading bot, passive income while you sleep, vacation, eat, or even trade other systems is Mr. Tim Welbaum and Adam Hartle of Hart-Wel Capital. Welcome to Traders Corner, gentlemen. Tim, are you there? We could see your screen, but we can't hear you. Tim or Adam?
Hey, this is Adam. Tim's working. We're separated today, but
Okay.
He's still working on it. So hang on 1 second. Sorry.
Yeah, take your time.
And can you hear me now?
Yes.
Whew, okay. Hey, Anthony, thank you so much for that awesome intro. I am so sorry. Normally, I'm working out of my other office. So,
okay.
But yes, as you said, I am Tim Welbaum, and my partner is Adam Hartle. And today we are so excited to present not only to this fantastic group of investors, but also to be presenting on a Saturday, okay? Because we know there's a lot of you out there, you're looking for change, and we believe we are the answer. So, the bottom line here is we truly wanted to develop something where you could make money while you slept. And I'm going to go through kind of how this whole thing evolved and who we are and how you guys can get started. So our staple, of course, is called the Profit Pilot, but I am excited that we have released another bot sense. So here we go. Let's see here. All right, so meet the leaders of Hart-Wel Capital. As I said, Adam, he's one of our co-founders. Between him and I, he's our VP and our CIO. I am the president and COO. So who are we? Well, they're Adam, the good-looking one on the left there. He is a father of 3 boys who keep him very busy on his spare time with hockey and baseball, and these guys that he is raising are superstars because he has high standards, and these kids, they seriously deliver. So and that is because their father and their mother, they are truly special people. Adam, as we said earlier, you know, I think he's managed over $18 billion for the casino industry. He's been in finance for quite a while. And during COVID, him and I got together and realized we had a lot in common when it came to numbers. So my name's Tim Welbaum. I've got just under 2 decades serving in the military, United States Army as an officer, just retired recently. And I own a home care company where I take care of seniors, which is one of my passions. I've been in service my whole life, and it's always been about helping out those who need it, whether I'm serving my country, serving those people who want to uphold our freedom, helping out the little guy overseas, you know, helping out our seniors as they become, you know, at a weakened state where they really do need help with safety and survival. And then, of course, now trying to bring and take investing down to a very simple process where people who don't normally have the opportunity to play in the market can actually do so without knowing hardly anything. And that was the goal. So again, that's Adam and Tim Welbaum. So as I said, kind of went through here. So if you guys are going through this later on as the recording, feel free to check out Adam's bio. And of course, myself, you get to see some pictures of our beautiful families too. So what do most of us want? You know, I truly believe some of you are sitting here, or most of you are sitting here on a Saturday because you have this dream, right? We all yearn to figure out a way to earn substantial income in a truly passive way that doesn't require sacrificing our time away from those people we want to be spending it with or preventing us from doing the things that we want to be doing. You know, in essence, remember that easy button commercial by Staples? I think we're all wishing we had an easy button for life, or definitely an easy button for figuring out how to produce passive income so we can live life like we want to. Not worried about being glued to a screen, right? Not worried about trying to figure out what that next great strategy is going to be to go ahead and attempt to increase our retirement accounts or our cash brokerage accounts. So, you know, but unfortunately, there's things that get in our way, right? There's a lot of things that get in our way. One of the biggest things is a lack of time. I mean, this day and age, we've got so many things pulling us left and right in every direction. You know, we've got our daytime jobs. Many of us have side hustles that we got to take on because the daytime job's not enough to keep up with the car payments and inflation and you know, the house that we all want to go ahead and live in. Our kids, gosh, the sports. I know Adam knows all about those sports and what it costs to put a kid in hockey, let alone 3 boys. You know, traveling, we all want to be able to go on a vacation, right? But when you go on vacation, let's just admit it, that takes time away from you being able to trade or apply strategies. And there's other obligations too, you know, there's so many things that unfortunately pull us away from being able to focus on our finances. So we can't always do what we need to, which is educate ourselves and figure out strategies. You know, having time to trade is very difficult. You honestly, in life, we have to trade time for money. That is how most of us live, right? We always want to have our money working for us, but the truth is we're always trading our time for money. We're in situations, many of us, where we're having to pay somebody else to manage our finances because truthfully, we don't trust anyone else to do it for us. I mean, nowadays, there's so many scams out there, so many scams. You don't know what you're getting. You're paying somebody to potentially produce a losing year for you or even produce a year that's not keeping up with inflation. And then on top of that, mediocre returns, you got to go ahead and pay them. So, you know, expense ratios, you know, those can be expensive. trying to learn so many different investment strategies. That eats up your time, right? Like every time you look online, or you got a Facebook ad, or there's a new audio book out with some new strategy, that all takes so much time. And then when you get these strategies, what do you got to do? You got to glue yourself to a seat in front of a monitor, and you got to wait and wait and wait for the proper buy and sell signals. That was stuff that Adam and I realized it just wasn't for us. We were sick of living the same life as everybody else who was trying to get ahead, with trying to find that special, one-of-a-kind algorithm or signal or technique that was going to bring home the big money. And it just seemed like there wasn't enough time in the world to make it happen. And as it turned out, you know, we had the same desire as all of you. We were sick of having to trade time for money. We wanted to spend more time with our kids and our wives, I better mention that. We didn't want to have to choose between spending endless hours learning how to invest versus taking our spouses on a date or sneaking away on a vacation with them. Those are the ways we want to live our life, right? You know, one of my favorite mentors and big time influencers out there is Tony Robbins. And he's got this quote, and it's so simple, let it resonates, you know, let alone it, but it resonates so loudly with me. And it's this: if you can change, or if you change nothing, then nothing will change. I mean, how easy is that? If you change nothing, then nothing will change. That's so powerful. Think about it. We're all stuck in our situation right now. Many of us have been talking about how we want change for not weeks, not months, not even years. It's been a long time. And we're going through that rat race every day, showing up, and we're working our butts off. We're running those side hustles. And until we truly take a chance, until we truly do something that's going to change our lives, which starts with changing our day, changing our routine, clawing back an extra hour to work on ourselves, or taking a chance on something else, but it's got to be the right something else. So we got to somehow make change to our everyday in order to bring permanent change to our lives. And that is what Adam and I wanted, and that's what we're so proud that we can finally deliver for others. So this is what we did. You know, I'm a military guy, right? So Tim said, all right, Adam, you got that big brain, and I got this military background. We're going to go ahead and we're going to set out some objectives for our mission. Now, what is that mission? It includes 4 things. We wanted to truly create a passive income that would generate this type of money that most people say they want, and a lot of people claim that is passive, but it's truly not. We wanted to create truly passive income and not have to sit there and watch it and pay a lot of attention to it. Number 2, it had to be available to the Main Street investor. Okay, I'm not talking the accredited investors, right? It had to be the Main Street investor. You know, my parents, my brother, my friends, those individuals who didn't have the big pockets, who weren't considered accredited investors, they had to be able to play with this and get it to work. Number 3, it had to be so easy that our parents could use it with zero experience or knowledge, nor would they ever need the experience or knowledge. And 4, it had to produce the high returns that are only right now afforded to the rich. And when I say rich, I do mean those accredited investors, right? Those individuals who are making $250,000 or more per year, or as a joint couple, $300,000 or more a year, or they have a net worth of over $1 million, not counting their primary real estate or the primary residence. So those are individuals, they get all kinds of opportunities given to them. Just as a special note here, so you understand, as an accredited investor, I get opportunities presented to me in my email every day for 15 to 25% annually. And that's great, you know, but the problem was my mother couldn't get that. My dad couldn't get that. My friends, they didn't get that, right? So for them, the only opportunity they had was to play with, not even play, was to invest in this 401k where they could get a match from their employer. And then they were at the mercy of the market and these big hedge funds and how they can quickly influence the market. And to me and Adam, this system was not fair. Getting mediocre results at best on a really good year, maybe getting 7 to 10%, And that's before you subtract inflation. That's before you pay your expense ratios. And those are considered good years, and they're not always good. So we wanted to beat not only that, but we wanted to be able to present opportunities to our non-accredited investors, our everyday Main Streeters, so they could achieve the same type of 15 to 25% annual returns, right? So we knew with these 4 objectives in our mission that it was going to be a tall order. But the good news is, again, with Adam's big old brain there and understanding of finances and technical analysis and being able to develop algorithms, and of course, my stubbornness and military background and my no-fail attitude, we were totally up for the challenge, and that's what we did. So nearly 3 years of testing went into this. And I'm glad my wife is usually bored and doesn't listen to this, because this is where I tell everybody except her that we spent over $150,000 testing and failing and testing and failing. And most importantly, learning from our mistakes. All right. It is important in life. You have to fail to learn, right? And you learn, and that makes you better. Sometimes I have to remind my lovely spouse of this, but the truth is, every amazing leader got there by failing their way to the top. You have to fail in order to succeed. So I am proud of our mistakes that got us to where we are now. We experienced a lot of getting excited and then being crushed. All right, we spent money, we invested, we tried techniques, we developed some amazing algorithms, but later we realized a key component of having the greatest algorithm of all time, and that meant that no matter how great it was, unless you were sitting in front of a computer screen all day, glued to that seat, we would miss the signal telling us to buy, or worse, we'd miss it telling us to sell and exit the position. And this is a big part of what became costly to Adam and I. It was always something that caused us to miss out on that opportunity to buy or sell. Our full-time jobs, our families, our vacations, using the restroom, my wife saying, hey, you know what, Tim, I need you to do X, Y, and Z. Run up to the grocery store. You name it, something got in the way, and something had to change. So we were about to throw the towel in 2 years into this, and then all of a sudden it happened. We had the idea last year that we could actually take our algorithm, and what if we found a coder, a programmer, to actually take our algorithm and turn it into a software program that we would call a bot. And this bot would actually watch our technical indicators per our algorithm, and it would turn that algorithm into reality, where most importantly, we wouldn't have to sit in front of the computer anymore. We wanted to fully automate this dream of using this amazing algorithm. And we were able to take it, run it, and test it, and do a demo over and over and over. And through multiple variations of the original bot and the original algorithm, we came up with what is now known as the Profit Pilot. All right, it debuted for us personally, our very first attempt at using it with real money was on August 1st of 2023. That was not open to the public yet, but that's where we finally said we've back tested this thing enough, we've demoed it enough, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna put $5,000 in it and see what happens. So August 1st, we did that. We quickly learned that it was built to impress. Roughly 2 weeks in, and the account was up over 2.5%. This is 2 weeks of us obviously watching it because we were excited, but we didn't have to be. This was 2 weeks of a bot trading on its own, fully automated and passive, where it made us 2.5%. I was supposed to, per our agreement with Adam and I, give this thing months and months with that $5,000 in it to ensure that it was ready to go before we added any additional funds. But Tim's a little impatient and stubborn, right? So 2 weeks into this thing, and I said, you know what? I'm so impressed. I'm putting 20,000 in this. By the end of the August, the account had made over 5%. All right, this was the very first month of us going live, and we were up 5%. We continued to watch the account through September. It gained over 7% for September. October 1st, I broke down and said, you know what, Adam, I'm sorry, but I'm adding $100,000 to the account. I was nervous, but I was feeling really confident based off of the last 2 months and the 5% and 7% I got in August and September. The bot went on to make 13% in October, just under 8% in November, and over 10% to bring in a wonderful Christmas present for us in December. All right, we were very, very excited. Okay, and thank God I was very happy I put $100,000 in that. So our favorite part of this entire thing, well, there's two favorite parts. One, it's fully automated and passive. And two, we didn't have a single day of loss that was sustained in that entire 5 months. This bot was so precise. It was trading with accuracy where we would end every day in the positive. I'm talking stacking gains day after day for 5 months. With the success we had, we finally decided to open it up to the public. January 24th, or January 2024, I think it was January 2nd, following 150 days without a single day of loss and over 40% in gains at this point, we opened it up to the public. We also reduced the risk levels slightly. All right, it was important to us if we were going to open this to the public. Adam and I have been talking about it, and we decided that we didn't want people like our parents having to lose any sleep over the risk tolerance that we had accepted for those first 5 months. So although the 7 to 13% gains are absolutely amazing, and many of you might be drooling right now like I was, okay, our goal was to provide the same returns afforded to the rich, right? That was the goal. And it turns out we continued to top them month after month. Remember, as an accredited investor, I get served emails every day of 15 to 25%. Those are the annual returns the accredited investors typically get presented to them. So our goal was to top that, right? So in order to do that, we feel that 3 to 4% a month is plenty. 3 to 4% a month is actually 36 to 48% a year. That actually more than doubles what most of the opportunities I have presented to me as an accredited investor. So what we did was we took the original settings of what we rolled with in 2023, which did get the 7 to 13%, and we toned it down a little bit. We didn't change the algorithm, but we changed the purchase power or the lot size, basically the amount or the size of the currency pair that we're going to buy. So by doing that little bit of fluctuation in lowering the risk level to more of a conservative or moderately conservative level, we were able to target 3 to 4% returns monthly, and again achieve that for 36 to 48% annual. I'm very proud to say that we are right on track. And the most important part of this is, even though that first 5 months was amazing, there were 3 or 4 nights during that 5-month period where the margin level got down a little lower than we were comfortable with, and we stayed up a little later than we should have those nights, worried about what if margin got lower. So I didn't want that at all, and neither did Adam for our investors who came in. So we toned back that risk. Now the good news is anybody who's got the appetite for the additional risk, who wants the 7 to 13% returns of 2023, I can totally give you those settings. Adam and I, you tell us to do it and we will give you those settings. But in that 5 months, like I said, there were 3 or 4 months where, or 3 or 4 times out of that whole 150 days where we had a little bit lower margin than we were, kind of comfortable with. So we toned it back, and you can see now on the left is what we talked about for 2023. On the right, we are averaging I think it's 3.88% total when you take all 6 months and you average them out. Okay, and now our last 10 months, if you look up to the top there, our 10 months, we are sitting at 86.21%. Now I know that includes 2023, as part of that 10 months, but I will tell you that if we just focus on 2024, we are averaging 3.88% monthly, and we are on track right now for 46.08% annually. Okay, so remember, that's not counting 2023. That is strictly 2024. And in order to figure that out, I did take June, and I basically, since it's the 15th of the month right now, I just gave it a 4.4% 4% return. Okay, so I doubled it since we're on track right now for 4.4. But taking all of those into consideration, I mean, 46%, we target 36 to 48% with our moderate conservative risk settings, and we are almost at the very top end of that. So we're so extremely excited, but more importantly, so are our clients, because they are getting the results that we advertise, that we target, and they are loving them. For 6 months now, we have been spot on. Okay, so that was the Profit Pilot. This is the new exciting shiny bot that we have released back in, I think, April 14th. We took this thing actually live for the public. So this one is our little bit, it's more of our, what do you want to say? I think Adam always says this is like the grand slam, right? It's not the singles and doubles. It's more like a triple when it comes to baseball. So a little higher risk, but definitely higher results. So hopefully you guys can see what I'm talking about. If you look back in February, so we started testing this thing in February. We didn't open it up to the public until April. But back in February, we went live with it February 22nd. So because February is a short month, from the 22nd to I think the 28th or so, we didn't even have a full week, and we achieved 3%. So we knew, you know, obviously from all the back testing and the demo testing we did, that we had something special. But right out the gate on a $5,000 account, it made 3% in less than a week. So then March was our first whole month with the Wealth Wizard. We made 8.89%, and again, completely passive and automated. April hit 19.89%. Again, didn't do a thing, didn't touch it since February 22nd. May hit, we had 15.32% in May, and here we are, and we are on track right now, right in the middle of the month. We are on track for a 10.66% month. However, we have some big time positions we're in. Once those release, I think we're going to easily jump beyond that 10.66%. So you can see right here, look up at the top here, Hart-Wel Capital's Wealth Wizard live data. This week alone, we're up 4.19%, already at 5.33 for the month. And on a compounded average, we're at a 63.41% for the year. And that was counting starting at February, right here. I put this in here so you can see the first day, February 22nd, all the way to where we're at today on yesterday, June 14th was our last trading day. So 63% in a matter of, 1, 2, 3, basically a little over 3.5 months. So not too bad. I will tell you, every single one of our every bot user we have is impressed, but the Wealth Wizard guys, they are loving it right now. So it is a lot of fun. So hey, I'm going to give you a second or two here. If you want to go ahead and check my results live right now while I'm talking to you and presenting, we use a live third-party data company to go ahead and verify everything we're talking about. So at any given time, somebody can go ahead and they can verify that Tim's not full of it, right? And this right here is the QR code to take you to a site called MyFX Book, and they are known in the Forex world, which is foreign exchange or global currency world, to go ahead and verify people's results. So we give them our login credentials on a what do you call that, on a read-only basis, and they can then verify every one of our trades, all of the returns, and you will see things like this is all taken from their site, okay? And at the very bottom, all reported results have been verified by the third party, and then the link down there, but this right here you can take a picture of. So if you want to, the good news is this will be in the, I think the recording everybody gets, but this is for both the Profit Pilot and the Wealth Wizard to verify what we've talked about. Moving on, so what others are saying, okay? It's one thing for me as the, as one of the co-founders here to get up here and talk to them blue in the face about how wonderful this is, but the truth is, nobody cares what I say. Why don't we look at what other people are saying? So we have a messenger group, we call it a community. It's one of the things that everybody gets to be a part of when they own one of our bots or they lease one of our bots from us. And people talk and they share things and they brag about the results and they have fun, and it's a really cool, fun little community. But when they share things, I'm like, you know what? I want to share that. I want to tell people what people are saying. So, this was a cool one. Within 5 minutes of the open bell, he was up $133. You know, that's pretty neat, right? Levi, he's one of one of my attorneys in the group, and I love the guy. He's a huge cheerleader of ours. JM, or John Michael, you know, he had this one here back on what was it, the 15th of May. You know, in one single day, he's up $2,755 on the Wealth Wizard on a $90,000 account, and he made $801 on the Profit Pilot on a $200,000 account. So total for him for that day, $3,556, and he did nothing to earn that money other than put the bot on his account. JM, I mean, he is a believer too. So are all of our bot users, but these guys, you know, they've got some good size accounts and they are making big money. And it's, you know, these are $10, $15, $20,000 a month in passive income where they're doing what they want to be doing. This is just a side thing where they like to have fun watching it, and it's making them big time money. You know, we're on track 6 months into this now. So, here we go. What's this one? Not a bad way to wake up. This is Adam, co-founder Adam, right? My partner. You know, letting people know, hey, our own account is up 406 for the day. And Levi came back and said, oh my gosh, you know, we just opened up 7:34 in the morning. We're already up 243. The good news about Forex is it trades 24 hours a day. So whereas the stock market's only open for a third of the day, we get to be open 24 hours a day. And because, again, this is automated and passive, guess what's happening while we sleep? Same thing that happens while we're on vacation. Same thing that happens when we're going to the bathroom or we're working our full-time job. The money keeps coming in because the bot keeps trading. It does what it's supposed to. This is not artificial intelligence. This is a strictly designed software program where it's a bot and it does exactly what it was programmed to do. It's not going to take over the world. It's not getting smarter and smarter every day. It is doing exactly what the algorithm told it to do. And what's neat about the Profit Pilot is it has 23 pairs of the most stable currencies that we deemed would make up this algorithm and for this bot to be successful. And those 23 pairs of currency ensure that we can trade 24 hours a day in all the different markets while we're doing whatever we want to be doing. So some more results by account size to kind of give you an idea of what that would look like. So this is the Profit Pilot. It's $467, is a 3.11% return on only 3 weeks of activity, and it was on a $15,000 account. So on 15,000, you can see that this is up. This is actually, I think this is my mother's account. That's why I was able to pull the data. But $467, 3 weeks, 3.11%. And then if you're looking for the daily returns, when I talk about not having a loss each day, like so that doesn't mean that throughout that 24-hour period there's not a loss. But the bot is designed not to release its loss until it has a positive or some type of gain to cover the loss. So that means that every day the bot is smart enough to know that it's going to achieve a positive result. So we can say that every day by the end of the day we haven't had a loss. Okay, so obviously, as we've talked about, past performance is not indicative of future results. You guys have heard that probably a bunch of times in your investing life, but I do have to say that because we've showed you a lot of numbers now. So here's another one. This is a $50,000 account. So I believe this is my father's account, and he's also using the Profit Pilot. At this point, he was 11 weeks in, 10.32% in 11 weeks. And you can see that chart or that graph going up. You can see that he was $5,159, and again, only 11 weeks on a $50,000 account. Every one of his trades by day, all positive. I mean, some of those, obviously, they're all pretty nice, but $345, $361, and my dad is kick back. He does nothing, but every once in a while log in because it's fun to look at. But he doesn't really know a lot about anything when it comes to Forex. He just knows that it's making a lot of money and his son introduced him to it and he's very happy. So this is what I was talking about. This is what Adam and I wanted, was an opportunity for people or individuals like our parents to be able to take this on and not know anything about it and just know that they can check it on their app any given time and they will see that it's making money. Okay, so here's another one. This is a $155,000 account. The Profit Pilot again, it's up $60,000 in 6 months. It went live on November 14th, and actually this was one of my accounts when I had started. So yeah, you can see this was a good illustration of some of the most recent. Actually, I think it was when I went live on the 14th, and I'm showing you kind of a little bit in May there of returns. But there's returns of anything from, you know, $200 or $100. I think there's 187 up to, you know, 3,855 in a single day. So, or no, wait, there's 6,600 in a single day. So there's some big days, there's some smaller days, but the bottom line is, haven't seen any red. And that's what we love about it. So, let's see here. So this is the Wealth Wizard. Okay, so we're changing gears on you, and I wanted to kind of show you a little bit about the Wealth Wizard. So here we are, 31 days. We're up 30%. That is incredible. You can see that graph on the left. It is shooting up quick. So you can see there's some major days there where the Wealth Wizard is not designed to basically have green days every day. There will be some losses with the Wealth Wizard, but you can see the losses are much, much smaller than the gains. So you will have some losses with the Wealth Wizard if you choose to go that route. But I'm telling you, the people who have, they've been very excited because those gains have been so big. Here's some comments from our community. I just took some little things from, you know, more up-to-date ones here recently. So this Wednesday, very bottom right, you know, $484 on a 100K account, but Wealth Wizard is only a 100K account, and it's 3,772 on that day. You know, I've got, you know, the left bottom there, the Profit Pilot chat. So, you know, my account there, my profit on the Profit Pilot was 21.31. And then the Wealth Wizard I made on that same day, 23.84. So, you know, I had a $4,500 day there. Not bad, right? So, I mean, think about that, $4,500 a day. Now I do have $600,000 rolling there in 2 bots, but we have people with 10,000 rolling, and they're making good money too. So lots and lots of people making really good money. You know, we're at top right, you know, wait, where's the other one there? Here you go, top left. Well, I broke a record today, 5,200 in a single day, and that was from our buddy JM there. So feel free to look these over later. But bottom line is, what can you expect from a return? And here we go. So the Profit Pilot, again, like I said, we were trying to average a monthly return or target a monthly return of 3 to 4%, and we have been spot on with that 3.88% average, which is coming in right now at about a 46% is what it's looking at for the year. So 0 days of loss since inception was the first 288 days. I will tell you that we had our very, very first day of loss, and it was my personal account and my business account. And it wasn't the bot's fault, okay? So one single loss, and it had to do with the interest on the margin or the money that we leverage. In 3 hours earlier, we would have made about $2,000, but 3 hours later, the interest triggered, and we ended up having a slight loss. So I think a 99.7% success rate is still pretty darn good. And everybody, I will tell you, the vast majority of our investors who used the bot didn't experience that loss. It just so happened my personal account and my business account did. So we were 2 of the 4 people, and it was a very small amount who actually experienced a loss strictly due to interest, not the bot and not the actual trade. So so that is the one time now we have to report that we did have a loss in our 10 months. Who are the people that are going to use the Profit Pilot? You know, those are the ones looking for passive, stable, and consistent returns that still crush the stock market. And to be honest, they crush most of our accredited millionaire investors. Now, the minimum account size, and I wish we could take this down, but there's no way it will function correctly if we don't have a minimum $20,000 account size. Okay, that doesn't go to us. That is the size of the account that you're going to put the bot on. And the reason it has to be 20,000 is because, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, it was designed to trade 23 pairs of currency. A pair of currency, by the way, would be like the euro, buying in and then selling the Great Britain pound. Okay, so those 2 together would be a pair. You know, US dollar, Canadian dollar, that's a pair. So because we're trading 23 at any given time, with all the scenarios we ran, $20,000 got the risk down to the point where we were very comfortable. So The Wealth Wizard. Again, we are targeting, this is our little bit more risky one, but it is targeting an average monthly return of 8 to 10% monthly. Now, does that mean you'll only get 8 to 10%? Leigh, the individual you see always showing off his results, he's had 17% months. So you saw, I think, our results. We had a 19% month back in, I think that was March or April. So, but we are targeting, of course, we want to under promise and over deliver. We are targeting an average annual return of 96 to 120%. It could be more, but we want to, again, under promise and over deliver. So we just released this back in April publicly. All of our early adopters are loving it. We've gotten to the point now where even my parents are into the Wealth Wizard. So our target audience, this is the thrill seeker, right? The adrenaline junkie, somebody who's looking for that good rush, but also some better gains than the 3 to 4% that the Profit Pilot does, which really are pretty darn good too. Now, here's the thing though. We're having more people jump into the Wealth Wizard at the beginning now because the minimum account size is smaller. So we are able to get people in for $10,000 or a $10,000 account size with the Wealth Wizard, even though it's a little riskier than the Profit Pilot that requires $20,000. So you do have options, but just remember that the Wealth Wizard is designed to get those bigger gains, but it will have some smaller losses too. Okay, so before we talk price, real quick, I want to go ahead and ensure that everybody understands that these are automated passive income generators, okay? So what does that achieve for you? Well, you get freedom of time. All right, what does freedom of time mean? That's vacations. That's taking on hobbies. That's family time. That's doing whatever you want to be doing, okay? Not being glued to your seat, not having to watch a screen. It's not, not being stressed out because, oh my gosh, I got to go run to the grocery store and get some bread for dinner. And here we are, I'm going to miss this indicator. All right. It's freedom of choice, deciding what sounds good for you to do today. All right. I'm at the point now where, I think my two counts, they're doing $20,000 to $25,000, maybe even $30,000 a month. Those are side, that's just some passive income. And that right there is a freedom that it gives me now to make choices like, my partner Adam and I, we are going on vacation to Cancun here, leaving tomorrow. This is stuff that we get to do now because we have freedom. And that's what we want for all of these, the middle income, those type of investors. We want you guys to be able to do what you want to do. All right. We have a sense of security and stability. We're not sweating anymore over maybe a leaky roof or a water tank that went out. That's because we have this extra income coming in where we get to decide if we want to splurge a little bit or we want to go ahead and take care of something we weren't expecting to happen, okay? Because we have a steady stream of income. And again, that's, the occasional, hey, let's go out and take the family to to an amusement park or something that we wouldn't probably normally have done. So what did I just do here? All right, flexibility, enjoying what you want to do when you want to do it. I mean, that's so important, okay? And then having just opportunities that average people don't receive. That is cool, right? Traveling more often than most, investing in opportunities maybe you wouldn't have been able to do. And then lastly here, just think about financial independence and having a vehicle to build wealth, generational wealth for you to leave a legacy possibly for your family. So what kind of value would the above be for you? Is there value there? If so, then I want to talk to you right now about price and what we're doing right now for our Traders Corner members who are listening. So this is for our tier 1 license, okay? So I could talk to you about all of our tiers and all of the account sizes that you can use the bot on, but right now I'm going to talk about tier 1, and that is an account value where this bot can be attached to, and it will trade up to $49,999. So you can put anywhere from, $10,000 with the Wealth Wizard or $20,000 with the Profit Pilot, and it will trade in there all the way up until $49,999. All right, and to get that going, normally our prices to get the one-time programming and the install fee of the bot all out of the way, we program the risk level for you. You're talking $3,997 normally, and you have a license fee based off of the account size. So that's the tier 1, so that's $997 for a tier 1 license. And then there is a monthly maintenance, support, and community fee. That's a very, very small amount based off of 3.88% average return for the Profit Pilot or an 8 to 10% for the Wealth Wizard. So don't worry too much about the monthly fee because you won't feel it. And it doesn't come out of your account. We're going to take it via credit card, so your compound interest will continue to build daily. So what is the total cost for our Traders Corner individuals? They're getting $1,000 off, okay? $1,000 off through Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard. So I think that's 77 hours from right now. So for $4,061, you get one of our bots, and you get to enjoy a passive lifestyle with an automated bot. Total upfront cost, $4,061. There is a requirement for a virtual private server. That would be, you could break it down monthly to 26 to 36 monthly. You pick your own virtual private server, but Adam and I, of course, can help you out if you don't know what that is, because we have a full-blown white glove treatment where we literally make this easy again for people like my parents. We take you from start to finish, and you're up and running, and you didn't really do any thinking, because we're going to walk you through it. What is the break-even scenario here? Real quick, on 20,000 invested in the Profit Pilot, with the average right now of 3.88, you're looking at 5 months, and you are at break even, and everything from that point on is profit. On a $35,000 account with 3.88% monthly, you're sitting at 3 months break even. All right, and of course, if you went with the Wealth Wizard, it's even faster. And that's, again, based off of average returns, and past performance is not indicative of future returns. Okay, so remember that. I can't predict the future, but I can show you we've had some really great success in the past. For the respect of everybody else's time, we're not going to go through all the different pricing scenarios, but we can talk offline for that. In addition to what I just told you about the 1,000 off, all additional bots for the next 77 hours through Tuesday at 5 p.m. we will do for $1,500 installed. You're going to save $3,561, and you will get all the additional bots you want, whether it's for a spouse, whether you want to get the Wealth Wizard and the Profit Pilot going, whether you want to surprise the grandkids, whatever you want to do. And we're going to give you, on top of that, a 30-day money-back guarantee where you get it all back if you're not happy, because we have never had anybody be not happy. If you decide, get your cameras out, by the way, if you decide to do this, this is for you. Here you got 3 options coming up. You're going to go to our website and click Get Started. You're going to check out our Facebook page and wait for some additional results, and then scroll through and see what everybody else has seen. Or you're going to schedule a call with us to discuss additional questions. Special offer, Traders members only, $1,000 off, money back guarantee, all additional bots, only $1,500 right now for the next 77 hours. We know it comes at a little more of an investment, but we're talking about not having to learn another strategy. We're talking about automation that does it for you while you sleep, while you vacation. Adam and I are so excited because we know when we go vacationing tomorrow through the 24th, that life is going to be good, because our bots are going to be paying for our vacation. They already have, but they're going to be paying for our future vacations while we sit there and drink our margaritas, right? So let's go. Click the one on the left. Facebook, click the one in the middle, or not click, but take a picture. And if you're looking for more information, right there, go ahead and schedule an appointment with us, and we will chat. I gave you the links too, just in case you don't like the pictures. And that is it for us. I will leave you with this. We will be on vacation the next week, right? So if you go to schedule, anybody who books an appointment with us, even if it's the week following, as long as you book it before Tuesday at 5 p.m., we will go ahead and we will honor the discount that we talked about, because I do not want to be doing this while I'm in Cancun. So anybody who reaches out to us because they're interested, or they go and they click the I'm going to sign up right now, I want you to know that you can actually purchase and sign the contract by going to our website right now, or you can at least book the appointment with us, and I will for sure honor that. And yeah, thank you so much, everybody. Very excited for the opportunity, and I cannot wait to really prove to you that this thing is so incredible, and it's going to truly free up your time. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you, Tim and Adam. If you guys have a link as well, could you put that in the chat box? Because sometimes people also like to use links to copy and paste and click on and stuff like that.
I sure will. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, no problem. That looks incredible. Tim, I want to thank you for your service. Those Forex box have an incredible performance, 99% winning days since going live 320 days ago. Incredible. And the growth rate of greater than 83% gains in just 11 months. And completely passive income is remarkable. Thank you for showing us where to sign up. We appreciate that. Adam and Tim, I have to give you guys credit. These bots are just crushing it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are looking for a completely passive income that provides a no worry, do what you want lifestyle, sit on the beach like they'll be doing next week, then Mr. Tim Welbaum and Adam Hartle of Hart-Wel Capital have a solution for you. We have put their contact information in the chat box if you'd like to learn more. And that's going to be a hard act to follow. Those guys are pretty great. But let's keep the ball rolling. Our next presenter has over 20 years of experience in institutional asset management, including large investment banks within the USA. He has designed and built advanced financial software for both retail and institutional investment management systems. His focus now is on building breakthrough trading algorithms for retail day trading and swing trading markets. Here to present how to trade supply and demand with liquidity is Mr. Rob Premkumar of BuySide Global. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Rob.
Thank you, Anthony. Can you hear me?
We can hear you well. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone joining us on a Saturday. I know it's like most of the time, it's a family time, but if you are here on a Saturday, that means you are really serious about trading. That's very much important. For that, I will make sure the time you spend with Traders Corner's webinar today is going to be worth it. Today, I'm going to talk about particularly on trading based on the level 2 real-time liquidity data. Okay, let's get started. Before we go into details about the presentation and about the strategies, everything, please understand the trading is clear. You need to understand in terms of all the information that we're going to show based on the past results. It does not reflect into the future performances. So understand the disclaimer, understand the trading is riskier. Also understand the CFTC rule 4.41. If you need to know much in depth about what are the risks involved in day trading, what are the things you need to know ahead getting into day trading, please go to buysideglobal.com/disclaimer so that understand the risk before you get into trading if you are new or even like already trading. Being that said, little bit about BuySide Global. We are a software firm based in Chicago, Illinois. We have our focus is not about like providing more than providing software. We wanted to provide something giving you edge on the day trading platform, particularly on the futures, by providing a software that can give you better information of the market data. That's what we've been doing for almost since 2015. We have the customers can talk about how well in terms of providing the support, software, strategies, training, everything together. During the presentation, if you have any questions, anything, you can present the questions on the chat or question section so that I can answer while on the presentation if it related to the particular topic, particular screen I'm sharing it. At the same time, if you have something you want to talk to us after the presentation tomorrow or during the next week, please grab your phone, take a picture. This is our contact email, info@buysideglobal.com. There's our phone number. Emails is the best way. The reason is even if you can't reach us by phone during the day, we'll respond to all the emails maximum within 24 hours, but we'll respond as soon as possible. Okay. Today, we are primarily order flow and order flow based trading system. We produced supply and demand trading signals, order flow software, everything. But today I'm going to talk about only one particular topic, understanding the level 2 data in depth so that you are aware of what are the opportunities it presents that you're not using in day-to-day market right now, and then how I can compare between expected liquidity versus actual liquidity, and some of the strategies that you can take away from today while to integrate in your trading strategy. It doesn't matter whether you are a trend trader or a scalping trader in terms of like what are the strategies you use. This presentation is going to help you no matter what. The reason I'm saying that because most of the time when we present one particular strategy. That means you need to use that strategy for your trading to switching there. But this strategy that I'm going to share today is going to add the strength to your day trading. It doesn't matter of you are using the moving averages, RSIs, or like a supply and demand, whatever using, this strategy is going to enhance your trading capability by providing additional confluence. We're going to talk about it in detail as a training. Of course, in the end, we're going to talk about our product, the offer for the day, for the thank you, as a thank you for the attendees taking your time on a Saturday. Okay. Before I dive in, I want to know a little bit about how many of you use level 2, or why the liquidity zones or order flow data matters in day trading in today. Because I talk to traders day in, day out, almost like with our customers. Most of the traders, they don't really use level 2. They use only level 1, and then just based on historical data. Is there any, how many traders here, if you can go to question section, type something, do you use level 2 data? And then why do you think level 2 matters? Just wanted to see how many of you are using those particular data set. All right, I think we have a quiet audience today. That's good. So, let me dive on to this next topic. This is how we trade versus the institutional trade, right? So we trade based on any, it doesn't matter what indicator you use, is like is based on the moving averages or RSI, MACD, doesn't really matter. The point I want to make is we are trading based on all the historical pricing, historical data of what happened in the market so far, and then looking at how the market moved, how the market bounced, and then is it like oversold or overbought. We're looking at the data purely based on what happened in the past. Based on that, we are making decision in the future, right? Okay, I see that trend is forming, I'm going to enter long. But the problem is the future, like I said in the disclaimer, past data, everything is indicative of possibility of the next movement, but does not even give you what's going to happen next. That is exactly why all the institutional traders trade purely, not purely. They 99. If I put the percentages, I can tell almost 90%, 90 to 95% of the traders, they don't even know how to use order flow data or like a level 2 data. So what that means, they don't even use it. They just open the chart, put the indicators on historical indicators, moving averages or RSIs or MACD, doesn't matter, supply and demand, doesn't matter. Everything based on historical past data. But only information you can look at what's happening in the market is order flow, current order flow sitting in the market, looking at how many buyers are coming in faster, slower. Those order flow data is a key. That's why institutions trade based on those things. Almost 95% of the traders, institutional traders, I would say 100%, but I don't want to say 100% because there's a different gods out there. But the order flow is a critical element for the institutions, but it's exactly opposite for the retail. Retail traders don't use it. One of the reasons I hear more and more why, because they don't know how to use it. By looking at those complex numbers going fast, they can't really grasp of how can we leverage the data. Okay, so let's talk about institutional high frequency traders algorithms, how generally it works. High frequency traders, they trade based on the liquidity in terms of how much the buyers and sellers are coming into the market, at what speed, and then they're trying to gauge what is the buying pressure, what is selling pressure, at what price point. They try to calculate all those in real time as orders coming in. That's when they take the high frequency trading algorithm. Also understand the difference between active and passive order flow. So when we say active, anytime you place a market order, that's active. It's go as soon as you check the market, it's going to execute it immediately based on the current best bid and best ask, based on whether you are going for long or short. When I say passive order flow, that means when you place a limit order, let's say I want to enter the long only if the price crosses a particular level. That means the order goes to exchange, it sits there, it's not going to execute. Guess what? Moment it went to exchange as a limit order, it's not getting executed, but because you said particular price point, that order is sitting in the exchange. Everybody can see. Everybody can see there is orders. So let's say you are going to have only 1 or 2 contracts, but like you, there are so many orders are coming in. If we see concentrated orders in there, that's when people can see everything. So there's a big difference between active and passive order flow. Today, I'm going to talk about passive order flow in terms of the limit orders going to the market, sitting there, how we can leverage it. Active is a different game by itself for some other day. Today, I'm going to talk about passive order flow that's in the market as limit orders. It could be a limit target order or like a stop loss order, doesn't matter. The order sitting in the exchange yet to get executed, right? And then one more thing, this is very, very critical, okay? I want you to remember this one line. The market tend to move towards a liquidity, okay? Market tend to move towards liquidity. What does mean? I'll show in a second, but do remember that that is the basic fundamental of how the market makers and then high frequency traders operate. Market always move towards liquidity. Remember this line. I'm going to show you the charts a little bit to understand a little bit in more in detail. Again, whether you are a supply and demand trader, IC trader, price actions, trend, everything, this works well. You can integrate it very well. Okay. Let's talk about in terms of why I should worry about liquidity zone. I see that in terms of when the limit order is there, it's sitting in the market, it creates a liquidity. But why should I care, right? That's a question you should always ask. So like I said, if you are having a supply and demand trading strategies or trend strategies or like move averages, all these things have one thing in common, right? I think let's talk about let's take an example. This is a screenshot of our supply and demand trading signal system. Anytime we see, let's take an example right here. Anytime we see that there's a supply is forming, the prices could go down based on the price action data, everything. What we are assuming is the sellers are going to come down faster, the price is going to push down. That means when we say it's a resistance, this is like a supply zone. That means we are expecting the prices should go down, right? So the assumption is basically the sellers are going to come in as soon as price started breaking down the critical levels. Okay, I don't know how many of you trade based on the trend lines, but very nutshell, the way the trend line traders trade is anytime the prices retouch that point, they say, okay, retouched it. That means resistance is forming. I'm going to go short again. I'm going to go short again. I'm going to go short again. Very high level. But one thing again, we are just looking at based on past data, assuming just because it's retouched, there are sellers going to come in. We are assuming few things, right? Again, same thing for like moving averages when it try to crossovers or retouch everything. Same concept again. Excuse me. Same concept again. We are expecting, okay, just because it's retouched and then resistance is forming. But one thing is that again you are assuming something without proof that sellers are coming, buyers are coming. Okay, so that's nothing wrong because it works. You are trading, you're making money. That's what matters. But what if you're able to find some kind of confirmation or like a proof that whatever you're doing have additional confirmation? So again, I want to stress one particular point again and again. It doesn't matter what strategy that you use. Doesn't really matter. Everything falls under the umbrella, right? Everything have one common assumption that, let's say the Fibonacci treatment, if the point bounced on the particular level, oh, it's going to go up because buyers are going to come in. You're assuming something which you cannot see. What do I mean by that? Okay, let's take, let me show you in terms of what is the real order flow data in terms of when every time we see by a moment it break even, the sellers going to come in more and more so that price will go down further, right? So that's assumption. But if you wanted to see really the sellers are coming in now or like buyers are coming in now, or they are both are equally playing well for a choppy, the only place you will get a confirmation is looking at the order flow. When I say order flow, there are different tools. All our software works only on NinjaTrader. We are a NinjaTrader based platform software company. if you look at the best way to look at level 2, if you open the DOM on NinjaTrader, you can see all the price points of the orders sitting in the market. It's this screen, even though it's a screenshot, when you are in the market daytime during the market hours, this price moves really, really fast. The numbers keep changing in a nanoseconds or microseconds. Why? Think about, like you and me, so many traders are, including not only you and me as a retail trader, think about institutional traders, like large traders or like banks. Everybody's order goes to the exchange. This, what you see, is one snapshot of everybody's order sitting in the market to execute. So that's why you will see the markets moving, the prices moving very, very fast, numbers are changing. It's very hard to look at it. That's why we create the views and then the indicators to interpret the data, even though it's fast moving, to see the real time. What you see right here, you can see on the DOM on level 2, on 5 to 30, we have like outliers. When I say outliers, in the mathematical term, because we focus on mathematical algorithm more than anything. When we say outliers, let's say if you look at the number of orders sitting in the ES market, you can see almost the median number is like a 130, 120, 150, 160, and then sometimes 84, all those things. But when I say outliers, out of the average, at 90 percentile of highest order, what price points are interested? I'm looking at, look at this, 272, okay, 166, and then 231, and then like 435. We color coded the actual real-time order flow data based on higher the number, higher the contrast, lower the number, you can see the lower the contrast, but we try to eliminate all the noise to make it like a visual of what you see in the level 2 right on the market. Okay, so if you look at this way, what it conveys you one simple message here. When you assume the sellers are coming in, you're assuming. But if you look at the data, you can see right here. Think about it. When the brightness of the colors, like more sellers are here, they are vanishing because the price moves down, but the price going to come back. Sellers are increasing the numbers, and then what happens? The price starts going down, right? So this is the exact real-time proof that you can see. All the sellers are coming down. Look, or like buyers are coming up. So you need to know actual based on current data, current orders sitting in the market, and then based on the information, you can make a decision which price point there are a lot of sellers, which price point there's a lot of buyers. Also, you can see are the buyers increasing or decreasing. Based on that, you can still make a decision, right? So anytime you make a trade, most likely you should be placing a stop loss order, right? And then you might have a target order above you. All those orders you can see right there. Your contract may be one of those numbers right here. That's what anytime you see like targets and stop loss, not only yours, everybody's trade, so that we can see what is the price point so much concentrated, so that you can make a decision on those things. So if you try to put like every single order out there, it doesn't make any sense, right? I think this is we can't make any decision. But if you try to map only the outliers, the highest liquidity. When I say liquidity, maybe I didn't even say what is liquidity. Liquidity means the highest concentration of contracts sitting there. In this case, we say 435 contracts somebody is willing to sell, or a group of traders willing to sell. That means the prices goes up, there is a lot of contracts can be sold at this point. That means very hard to break through the barrier of this particular price point. You can see these barriers are broken, but this barrier cannot be broken because you can see the price is keep on increasing while it gets there. So in the end, so my point I want to convey, understand the difference between the expected liquidity, expected support and resistance versus actual real-time confirmation as a sellers. Because if a lot of traders draw the support lines and pivot lines, everything, because those lines, the prices tend to go there and bounce because the sellers are, the moment the price goes there, a lot of traders are willing to sell, right? That's what the supply and demand foundational not algorithms. It was so, but when we are saying price bounce there, we're going to have a lot of sellers going to push it down. That's expected. We are expecting, we are guesstimating based on the price action. How to see it in real time? You have to look at the order flow data. So you can, right now you can see in terms of the prices, look at in terms of the price ran from here, hit the roadblock, right? Hit the roadblock right there. And then you can see every time it goes to the roadblock in terms of how it's going through. So you can ask me, okay, there's a lot of lines, everything. How can I really trade? How can I really trade? I'm going to talk about a little bit in a second, but I want you to see in real time how the order flow data looks on the screen a little bit. This is for ES, this is for NQ. Okay, so anytime you can see, ignore the short-lived order flows. Those are just like near the pricing, but focus on the one persistent order flows or sitting there for long term. Those are the one is going to affect your price action. Okay, how it's gonna affect. Okay, so these are the three things you need to learn. Liquidity sweep, or it can only happen three things. Okay, anytime they see a large liquidity in the market, anytime you see a large liquidity in the market, only three things can happen. Either the high frequency traders go and take the liquidity and then run back, okay, or like a run, that's take it and still keep going, or like a bounce. But if you know, read those, in order to explain each one, I need to produce the like 2-hour long video, but I'm going to give you a little bit over very high side. For me, say liquidity sweep. What is liquidity sweep? Have you ever heard the term called stop hunters, or like institutions are hunting my stops? That means, what it means is that if anytime they say the institution, we see like there's a lot of, can you see my screen, the green lines, everyone? Can you see my green shot? Just want to make sure you guys can see it. All right. Okay. So I want to make sure I'm getting anything there. All right. Okay. So if you can see here, I'm talking about in terms of persistent green lines or the concentrated liquidity zones. You can see this could be the stops. Look at the prices. This is called liquidity sweep. Take the liquidity, go back again. Again, there's one more liquidity here. Take the liquidity, immediately go back again. And then you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 lines. It took all the liquidity, go back again. You can see that's what we call it as liquidity sweeps. So institutionals love to take the liquidity sweeps. Every time on a choppy market, you can see it again and again, that behavior. So even every time you can see the liquidity sweeps there. But I want to talk about one more thing. Either you can trade the liquidity sweeps. I will talk about run later, but I wanted to also remind you, if you are a trading signals customer from BuySide Global, you have seen this screen so many times. We look for the strongest resistance or strongest supply. It's broken through, retested, becomes the support, becomes the demand. It's a great opportunity to trade. That means the sellers was defeated, I would say, broken through the barrier, and then buyers are jumping in, taking over the price point. If that happens, it's a great price point, right? That's what we say. How do we do it? We draw the lines, we look at the moving averages, but still you're assuming. How do you know it happens in the real time? Let me show you how. Okay, let me show you how. Okay, now look at this. In the screen, if you look at this, do you see that persistent demand was once it broke? Here it's broken, but opposite supply start forming. It went back up, But you look at these places, it's broken. The supply starts coming in. The price action really moves down. So remained is exactly the same strategy. Anytime the zone was broken, opposite zone is formed. Then it's a great opportunity for the trade. With that context, look at the same chart. Okay, here broken, but supply didn't form. Okay, that means it's a bounce, it's a sweep. In here, the supply the demand was there, finally broken, but and then broken, and then it did not bounce back. It now the buyers are broken, the sellers coming in. Then these lines of start forming. You can see the same thing. On the contrast, opposite side, you can see that now sellers are broken, Buyers are coming in. This pattern is going to repeat again and again in real time. Okay, I'm going to show you more charts in the end, but as long as you learn these three concepts, liquidity concepts, you can see this every single day, irrespective of what market you trade. Okay, so that's why we perfected our product to reduce all the noise to show you these patterns again and again. Is it taking the liquidity and then going the same direction, or like taking the liquidity and then opposite zone, sellers broken, buyers coming in, buyers broken, sellers coming in. We want to see those things to have a good opportunity. Okay, now let's look at the trending market. I did show you the choppy market and broke down, right? Let's look at the trending market. What did I show you before? The strategy we use in supply and demand signals all the time. Now look at the strong sellers was broken and the buyers forming. Look at the price never able to go down below, right? It stayed there. It stayed between the sellers concentration high liquidity and then buyers high liquidity. Stayed there. Once it broken here, I didn't see any buyers forming here. So what that mean? Buyers are not coming in enough. What happened? Again, you hit the roadblock, push back again, roadblock. But once the buyer starts coming in, look what happened to the price. This is what you need to take a look at the actual order flow, not just based on historical. Look at every time the sellers was broken, the buyers are forming. You can see the price shifting, right? This is the beauty about the level 2. It's very hard to trade based on the level 2 if you're looking at the DOM or looking at the data. That's why we created the our algorithm to better interpolate the data what you have in level 2 as actionable for your trades. So this is the trending day. I can show you the same if you understand the three concepts. Doesn't matter it's a trending day or a choppy day, still you will be able to make the decisions better. Okay, how am I doing at the time? Just want to make sure. Okay, 12, 15. Okay, so I have 15 minutes more. I got rush. All right, so again, I want to show one more thing. Same thing. The sellers are broken, buyers coming in. You can see that it retouched, but still went up. You can see the pattern repeating again and again and again. Okay, don't forget that market tends to move towards liquidity, real time. This is changing in real time, guys. This is a data what you see in the level 2 data. Let me show you some examples of choppy day, everything. This is on June 7th ES actual data. Like I said, this is liquidity sweep. It took the sweep liquidity. When the buyers are broken, I didn't see a sellers coming in. What happens? Buyers taking over the control again. You can see the greens forming again, pushing up. If you understand the patterns, repeatable patterns again and again and again, you'll be able to see, you will start trading based on what's happening in the market now rather than trading based on the past data. Okay. So this again, ES for June 11th, just last Friday. This is last Friday. Based on that, you can see how the bias was holding the ground for the base. But once the strong sellers was broken and then bias start forming, look at the prices moves down, and then the price stayed in between. In between is also a great trade because the price stays in between. This is the exact way to scalp between those ranges. It doesn't matter it's a choppy day or a trending day. You have to look at the level 2 data to make a decision. This is NQ for running out of time. Just want to move a little bit faster. Okay, so one of the important point is I wrote this, so I got this. It's my code. If you do not know or aware of the nearest liquidity zone, when I say nearest liquidity zone, that means if you do not know, if you're taking market is moving, if your market is moving, you're gonna go long or short without looking at the level 2, where are the concentrated buyers or where are the concentrated sellers. What happens if you do not know or aware of the nearest liquidity zone before you enter the trade? Then you will become the liquidity for institutional traders. That means institutional traders are going to take your orders and then they're going to control the market. They already control the market, right? They're looking for the order flows day in, day out. They look up for the concentrations, everything. So don't become liquidity for the institutional traders. Use the liquidity to stay with the trend, to stay with the market movements. That's very, very important. Okay. So this is something I put together to a little bit still explain in a different way. Let's say the sellers are coming down, buyers are way up here. If you are in no man's land when they're coming down, you'll be really get crushed. That means out of so much of highest liquidity, highest number of sellers against one alone, they're gonna crush you. That means you need to better way to defend yourself is to let the buyers come first and then you can stand behind them. That's when you can be like, because the sellers coming down, buyers can support it to fight those off in another way. The reason is, think about every time you make, if you have a stop right below the buyers area, that's what I'm trying to convey here. Below, hide your stop behind the liquidity. So in other words, if you are taking a long trade, if you have the stops right below the highest concentrated buyers, your stop is much more safer in every single place. So not only it's going to give you the opportunity to trade, it's also going to give you better entry points. Okay, stop loss entry points, I mean. So our product is Wyse BSG liquidity zones indicator, where it works only on NinjaTrader. We try to convert the complex, fast streaming, level 2 order flow in the market, giving you actionable clarity, remove all the noises to show you highest liquidity zones where you can use in your trading. This is annual subscription, $495 per year, our retail pricing. But for today, as offer, we are trying to offer buy one get one. Why? Because when you are there are some products that you must have. We believe not only liquidity zones, trailing stop is the best way to manage your trade. Also looking at the trends. So very high level, what's a trailing stop indicator? I don't want to go in depth training on that one. Very high level. Anytime the market movements, this is going to help you to trail your stops, to keep close to the market instead of having your stops random places to get stopped out. It's a better way to stay in the trend based on the trend. You have a safest stop for trailing, and also direct the trend based on the color coding, everything. This is one of the best product out there. So that's why we want to offer both together as a buy one get one for the users here. This offer is only for this weekend alone. That means today and tomorrow it will be there, but it will only valid for first 100 purchases. That means together you're not going to pay for $990 per year. You're going to pay $495. Use the discount code level 2 to get the 50% off on the. But take out your phone. And also take a screenshot, because you won't find this link, you won't find the discount code on the website anywhere. This is the only place you can find information. So if you have any questions, you can let me also paste the links on the chat so that everybody can see it. How is it right now? Okay, hang on. Okay, I think I pasted there. Also, I'll paste it here. Okay. Is there any question that I missed in the question section? Let me check it again. Okay, so I don't think any questions that I need to answer. Is there any special? Satvir, yes, we have. Can you email us info@buysideglobal.com or call the number after the webinar? I can help you on that one, because I think the question was about other product, the trading signals based on supply and demand. Yeah. So please call us or email us. We can help you out on those things. Is there any other thing? Okay. All right. So again, some of the commonly questions that I should answer is that it works only on the NinjaTrader platform, and also since it works only on the level 2. Okay. Let me go back a little bit to understand it. So since it works only on the level 2 data, That means you have to have the additional subscription. Most of the traders, you guys have only what, level 1. It's going to show you the historical pricing movements and then the current price. That's it. You're not going to have additional information. But level 2 is additional subscription. Maybe you have account data feed with NinjaTrader or like a Rhythmic or Apex or funding account or anything. You need to get additional level 2, but it's very, very less. For the impact that can make in your trade is something phenomenal, I would say, because once I start trading in with order flow, with supply and demand, it changed my trading completely. More than that, I can I wish I added all the screenshots from the testimonials as well, because it's very important. Doesn't matter what I say, it all matters like what other customers, people used the level 2 or liquidity zones product. Okay, so what I did, I think I answered this. What platforms does it work? Only what platform we support is NinjaTrader. Our product does not work in any other platform yet. It's only a NinjaTrader. Okay, I did answer this one. I don't think anything else. So, Anthony, I think I'm finishing early, but I can take the questions in between. Let me see what are we at the time right now? 6 minutes. Okay, so 6 minutes. I wanted to elaborate a little bit on the 3 concepts that we talked about, so that like I can make use of the time. Okay, hang on. So we talked about like 3 ways to trade, right? So 3 ways to trade. What I mean by the first, let's talk about liquidity sweep. Liquidity sweep in the sense, if you go and look at your charts, anytime you can see in terms of there's a lot of buyers are concentrated there. Institutional traders love to take out executive order at those highest price point. What they do, they go back and take all the liquidity and then reverse back, right? So you can see that again and again in every day. For example, right here, look at right there. You took all the liquidity, that happens every single time. I can show you even in years. You can see again, 1, 2, 3, I think 4 here. Okay, so on the demand lower side, look at the top side. 1, 2, I think 2 on the top side. So liquidity sweeps is something you can trade multiple times on any particular day. Doesn't matter, choppy day or a trending day. So what's other concept that we talked about? Okay, liquidity run. When I say liquidity run, that's what I was talking about in terms of when the price is running through the concentrated liquidity zones. As long as it provides a support on the supply becomes demand, buyers sellers was defeated and the buyers coming in, that's a great opportunity. So that's liquidity run. What is it? Exact opposite. When the buyers are broken, the sellers coming in. That means in the chart you should see the green was broken, and then this is like buyers broken, sellers coming in, and then sellers broken, buyers coming in. This is a run, liquidity run. So when those opportunity present, that's also a great trade. Okay, lot is liquidity bonds. Anytime you can see, I think I can show that in years. I think anytime you can see, it does not even like take the liquidity. It just goes very close and then bounce. Right here, you can see the price goes there and then bounce back because the buyers are not strong enough to take over all the sell orders right there. That means there are more sell orders the buyers can take. That means it go there and bounce. So all the action happens around liquidity. Either it's a liquidity run or like liquidity sweep or even like a liquidity bounce. If you understand and watch those patterns again and again, you should be able to get the confirmation. So my point is, do not trade based on expected supply, demand, or support and resistance. Get a second confirmation. Doesn't matter what kind of trading strategy that you use. So that's why it's very, very important. Okay. And also one more thing I wanted to, I think, did I show the additional charts? Yes. One more thing I wanted to say is that when you really when you say, let's say you open the chart, you open the liquidity zones, liquidity data, you will not find the information for the past. That means When you attach the indicator to the chart, you'll see still blank and then starts building up the number. That's why you can see, look in the left. I open the chart like 9:30. Before 9:30, there's nothing there. Why? That is no level 2 data. No provider will give you historical data. They'll give you starting moment you open the chart. Once you start getting the data, they can give you. Nobody gives you historical information. That means the way I do it, I start the morning day and then open my chart and then go to get ready or take shower. Why? Once I open the chart, I start filling in that information, how the orders are stacking, what are the liquidity zones, it's stacking. When I come back, already I have all the data in place so I can make a decision. Again, nobody provides level 2 historical. Okay, everybody provides going forward. Only it's a real-time data. There's no historical data. I don't know how to explain it. So better way to say is, let's say when you open the chart, when you put like a instrument and then say load past 1 day or 2 days, it shows all the price movements historically, right? But you will not see that historical data for level 2. That's my point. It will only happen in the from the point you start the information. Okay, I think that's all I have. I'll finish with the same thing, the last screen that I have in terms of the offer that we have. Please take out your phone, take a screenshot. This is the link you can get the product with the offer. Level 2 is a discount code that you need to enter. You'll knock off the price 50% from $990 to $495 per year. And also, along with the product, we'll also give you the training video links so that you can understand everything to start trading it. Tool is not effective. You can buy any expensive tool, but if you don't know how to use it, it's not going to help you. That's why we believe in the training more than the product. Even though our product is everything phenomenal in terms of the way we perfect our algorithm. Thank you so much for taking your time joining us on a Saturday weekend. You guys hope to have a great rest of the weekend or a full Sunday. Thank you so much. Thank you, Anthony.
Hey, you're welcome. And great presentation today. Was that your second time you presented?
Yeah, second time, yes.
So I think you did like a quantum leap there. The slides were great, and you're just killing it right now. So that was a really great presentation. I appreciate it. We appreciate it here.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you for the opportunity, Anthony. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Rob Premkumar of BuySide Global. If you're interested in learning more about those powerful supply and demand trading signals, we've put Rob's special offer link in the chat box, and you can always find Rob at buysideglobal.com. Thanks again, Rob. Come back and see us on Traders Corner. Ladies and gentlemen, our staff at Traders Corner sifts through hundreds of pro trader CVs, demonstrations, and biographies to bring you only the most credible and qualified traders to participate on our shows. And our next presenter has been a trader and trading educator for over 4 decades. He has over 1 million views on YouTube for his 4-minute drills for traders videos. He is also a former commodity specialist at Payne Weber and has managed extremely large trading accounts as a commodity trading advisor. Here to present 3 phases of prop trading success profit pipeline is Mr. Norman Hallett of the Disciplined Trader. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Norman. Norman, you're on mute.
I knew that.
Okay.
Hey, listen, you just grilled the past presenter with how many times he's been presenting. How many times have you taken Rob's seat here?
Only 4, I think.
See? It's good to be a newbie. Actually, from what I heard, you're on top of it. Forget about Rob. He's gone now. Good luck to him.
No, I don't know about that. Good luck to him, of course, but yeah.
Anyway, listen, thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
I just want to thank everybody for coming in on the Saturday. I love the Saturday presentations because it kind of offsets the 45 minutes that most of us are squeezing into an hour. I love the 45-minute, but because it kind of eliminates a lot of the fluff from presentations. Now, of course, my presentations never have any fluff, but I'm talking about the other guys, and maybe a little bit about me. Fluff meaning a little color. But I'm going to get straight to the facts today because I generally I'm not a guy that shows a lot of charts. because my offers involve generally a very simple trading plan that's very, very effective that we've been using. But I am going to show you a very special chart about a little after midway about my thoughts about the silver market. I know most of us we trade the Nasdaq, we trade the S&P. Those are very highly volume contracts, but recently, actually the last year, I've been zooming in on silver and gold for a specific reason. I'm going to give you one or two of those today also, but I want to talk primarily about the three phases of prop trading. Prop trading is something that I was introduced to just a couple of years ago, and I doubted it. I didn't really believe it could really be like this, where you could you're trading somebody else's money and getting 90% of the profit. In fact, with the firm that I'll be talking mostly about, Apex, they'll give you 100% of the first 25,000 that you earn in each trading account that you have, and I'm going to explain a little bit about that, how that works. But I believe it's really the best thing that has happened to the retail day trader almost ever, because a lot because of course you're not risking your own money, which is cool, but the effect of that is that it lowers your cortisol level. And anybody that knows me, you see the disciplined trader down here below my name. Even though I was a commodity specialist for Painewebber, and I did run a very large option firm, one of the largest in the country for years, all of that is great, but it goes nowhere without the mental and emotional component. I think everybody knows that. Most people don't bother admitting it. But those that do, or at least realize it, can understand why not risking your own money can take some of that emotion away. Not that you don't want to be responsible for somebody else's money, because you do, but it does bring the cortisol level down for you. Okay, let's get going. Three phases of prop trading success. So I can change the slide. A little about me. Went to the University of Cincinnati. Never bumped into William Howard Taft, who also went there, and Carpenter, the astronaut. There are all kinds of great graduates from there. Maybe not, I don't have quite the notoriety, but I did graduate with a math degree from the University of Cincinnati. It was a work-study school where you went to school for a quarter and worked for a quarter, and this way you could pay as you went. I worked as a waiter in the latter years of being at the University of Cincinnati, and then I became within a year I was the vice president or vice manager, and then the manager. But I realized that there's no money. There's not a lot of money in the food. It's all in the drink. So I was bought out by a company called American Events Corporation. I started in the nightclub business. Ran a nightclub that was intended to be one of the chief, the chief. I don't know why the word is slipping, but it's we were going up against Studio 54, and we never quite made it, but we did charge $1,000 membership, and this was back in the 70s and 80s, dance floor, etc. But all of that behind me, you can't be in that business for very long. I started in the gold and silver business, which I guess is why I keep looking at it from time to time. And instead of taking you all the way through that, I will say that that I ran one of the largest option firms, was in charge of 60 traders in the home office. And my responsibility was making sure that they did the right thing by their clients, that they were moving in the right direction with the equity and so on. They all had their own trading plans. And this taught me a lot about trading plans, because I'd have them in my office. Let's see your trading plan. I realized that a simple trading plan is really what you want. You don't want a lot of action on your charts if you can help it. In my charts, I don't use any plugins. I use all the, I'm going to show you in a few minutes, but I just want to emphasize the importance of keeping your trading plan simple. Why? Because if it's too complicated, you're going to miss some opportunities. And sometimes you have so few opportunities, you pour too much contract size in them. So I want to talk about that just for a second, and I just did that. I was a commodity trading advisor for Painewebber, where I managed millions, and only earned 20% of the profit. That was good. It was a good living, very good living for a couple of years until I realized that half my job was trading and half the job was raising money for my trading. And I never liked to be on the phone as a salesperson. So that lasted a couple of years, did well for a while, but decided, hey, it's time to do my own thing, where I started the Disciplined Trader. In any event, as I mentioned, I've written several books on building trading plans. There have been books written about me. When I go to these expos, the trading expos, they usually put me on first because I kind of run around the stage. You can tell by the way I talk. I've got a lot of energy, but when I trade, I'm very relaxed and slowed down. It's amazing the difference that I can display. But I just want to emphasize, the importance of, again, that mental part, the mental piece, and the simplicity of a trading plan. I started the Disciplined Trader in 2000. And so it's now almost 24 years old. And it is the most important part of trading, the discipline. But about 5 years ago, when we were training traders to be disciplined, but they had lousy trading plans, I decided, hey, it's time to dig in with my knowledge about trading plans and help some of these traders out. So I developed a trading plan called the Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan, which has a very important trigger, several triggers. I believe that in trading, if your trigger is good, when you get in, if you can get an immediate move out of that, the majority of the time, and I'm talking somewhere close to 67, 70% of the time, you can do a lot of good as far as trading is concerned, especially when you're dealing with prop trading, where the risk parameters are pretty close. Their money, your profit, the latest endeavor to preview that Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan. Okay, let's go with the prop trading. I want to teach you a little bit about it. Maybe for those that are prop trading now, maybe dig in to some of the things that you may have a resistance or didn't know about. I did a study. I had a study commissioned of a prop trading. I took this, have them take the 7 most popular prop trading firms in the area of futures. The vast majority of prop traders are futures traders, as I am, and day traders in this particular case. So in that study, there were a number of parameters that I gave. The 2 basic parameters were how long have they been in business, and have they been paying out money to people in a consistent basis and in a growing basis. If this month they paid their traders more than last month, and the last month was more than the month before, then you've got a growing firm that is growing because they must have the kinds of rules and parameters that traders are benefiting from as they're getting paid more and more. So the winner of the, incidentally, if you want a copy of this study, all you got to do is write me, admin@thedisciplinedtrader.com. It won't come to me directly, but if you ask for the prop firm study, we'll get it out to you, okay? So please do write that down. All right, the winner was Apex. There's a couple, I like Apex and I like a firm called Top Step. Both are very good. There are a number of good ones out there, but I like those 2 because they're, Apex is the biggest trade. Top Step is right up there, and they're both growing in there with those measures that I talked about. I mean, look at this. Their average monthly, they're a little higher now. I took this from last month, but now they're growing, so the numbers are bigger. They average over almost 11 million a month in payouts. Total in the last 2.5 years have been almost $200 million. I think this month and next month they're going to pass 200 million. But look at this figure. This is the last 90 days. So if they're paying 73 million in the last 90 days to traders like you and I, and over 2.5 years, 178, this firm is exploding. Why? Because I think they do it right. Their parameters can be a little tough for traders, but you need to start thinking and acting like a professional trader. Okay, that's important because these parameters are no different from the parameters in most of those parameters are no different than what I was insisting on when I was running the big rooms. Okay, that yellow line is highlighting the $50,000 account. That's the parameter I want to talk about. That's the level I want to talk about right now. We can argue and talk about which is the best to test for. There are three phases, okay? And the first phase is the testing phase. So I want to just focus in on this $50,000 parameter. In this particular case, you need to make $3,000 before you lose 2,500, okay? 3,000 before you lose 2,500. Doesn't sound like a big challenge, but when you're under the gun, you can, you've got to stick to the program, okay? The trading plan. They talk about $167 a month, but it's never been that all year, not one day. They either have a 70, 80, or 90% discount on this. When it's a 90% discount, it's going to be not even $17 a month. And it really shouldn't take you more than a month to make $3,000 on a $50,000 account. So let's, there are some things that I could talk about here, but we don't have a lot of time. I just want to impress on you how much I believe I can help you through these hurdles and lower those hurdles for you and get you funded and then money in the bank, okay? This link right here, the Disciplined Trader /Apex, I've made an arrangement with Apex that if this link will always lead to their best deal, their best unadvertised or advertised. So if you want their best deal, whatever their discounts are, the strongest they have, use this link. That will direct you directly to their strongest discount. Okay, let's move on to the three phases of prop trading. The first phase is the evaluation phase. Okay, that's where you are tested. In my example, you've got to make that $3,000 before you lose 2,500. Then there's the funded phase. Once you do that, you are funded. You're asked to pay a little bit upfront, not much. And if you're smart, it's a one-time payment. And the rest of the profit that you make from that point on is yours. At least 90% of it. The first 25,000, all of it, of the profit is yours. So they really want to make those that trade happy. Why? Because only 10% of traders really spend any time in the funded phase and in the third phase. And the other 90% are just paying fees. Yes, they're small, but when you've got thousands of people paying $17, $34, or $58 a month, that's going to add up. Okay, so they want the I'm sure there'll be somebody after me like you, successful traders to brag about them so that they can bring in the next 10 people, of which 9 of them will pay fees. So I don't want you to pay fees forever. I want you to get into the funded stage where there are no fees, okay? Even though the fees are small, there's a lot of frustration if you can't get going and get that money in the bank. I'm going to show you how that's done. Funded phase, and then what I call the consistent income phase, where you've moved through the funded phase and you've built up enough profit so that you can deal with looking at it as a consistent income phase. I'm very strong on having you frame this whole adventure as a business. Okay, you've got to think of it as a business. When you're losing a trade, that's just like you put a lousy ad in a magazine and nobody came. You'll never do that again. You learn from your mistakes in business and you correct them and you go on. Okay, most traders, sadly, however, continue the same mistakes, and I can help you with that too. In any event, those are the three phases. So let's get to the highway to consistent long-term income. Again, I'm referring to the $50,000 account. All right, the first phase, the evaluation phase, I've talked a little bit about it. In that $50,000 account, you've got to get over $53,000 to be funded. Once you reach $53,001, whatever it is, when you offset that final trade, boom, you're funded. The next day, you will have the funded account. It happens overnight. Okay. Now, while you're testing in the funded phase and in the evaluation phase, you can't go below 2,500, below your open trade equity high. Now, I want to take a second and talk about this just for a second. What I mean is that if you have a $50,000 account, let's say, and you put on one contract in, let's say, the S&P, and you're watching that positive open trade equity build up, you get $1,000 profit in that, but you don't take it. You put in a break-even stop, and you let the market come all the way back down and stop you out. Well, you still have $50,000, so it's not a bad thing. And if you're a retail trader, you may lament that you didn't do something, and you really shouldn't have let that go, incidentally, and I can show you how not to do that. But the idea is that if you let it go to break even, yeah, you still have all your money at $50,000, but you did let some go. Well, they counted against you. In that example, all of a sudden it's not 2,500 as the floor, it's now 1,500 because you let go of that. Okay, so here's another example of how I would suggest that you prevent that. And one of the things that I teach is that you should always take on at least 2 contracts, 2 futures contracts when you initiate the position. So you take on 2 futures contracts. Same example, you have $1,000 open trade equity in each of those positions. It's a little bit strong from reality, but I'm just giving you an example. 2 contracts worth, now they both have an open trade equity of $1,000. You take one, okay, and you let the other one ride, but you defend that profit. If you don't defend that profit and you let that second position come all the way down to 50,000, they're going to count that $1,000 against you, but you took 1,000. So now it's even. You've taken 1,000. Now your balance is 51,000. Okay, and the line is now 2,500 below the 51,000. So what I'm saying is that I suggest that if you're struggling as a prop trader and you're not going to take advantage of the offer I give, at least consider always taking on 2 positions, treating one as a scalp, where you can pad that distance from the red line, and one as what I call lewd and lascivious. Because look, every trader, including me, except for serious scalpers who only scalp. In fact, I've never been a scalper before I started prop trading. And what I'm saying is that don't let that, think about entering some scalping into your trading plan if you already are not doing that. Okay, and so that's the 2 minutes of the 1 minute I wanted to spend on that topic. All right, so have a scalping element in your trading plan. Now, to open an account, as I mentioned, they always give a discount of either 70, 80, or 90%, 70, 80, or 90%. So it's going to be in that range. So it's not expensive. I wrote a paper last year on the death of prop trading. I mean, why prop trade? I mean, the death of prop trading, the death of simulated trading. Because why would, you know, if you get good at trading, you could do it with very low fees, and if you start to get good at it, you're rewarded with $50,000 to trade. So it's another discussion. If you bust out, if you do breach that 2,500, you can reset the account for normally $80, but it's never that. They always seem to give at least a 50% discount. So you can, you know, if you're busted out, you send them, you go to the site, you say, I want to reset the account, you do it, $40, and within 10 minutes, that account is reset at $50,000, and you go again to look to qualify, okay, and get funded. So it's very inexpensive to test. You may want to be aggressive. In fact, even though their rules talk about not ever being aggressive, if you read through some of these specials that they have, I don't think they can mind you being aggressive, and I can show you how to be aggressive in a responsible way. Because here, you know, you're only risking having to re-up again for $40. It's a very low penalty for still trading in the right way, but maybe putting on a contract more or 2. But I can explain that at a later date. Once you pass, you have 2 decisions to make, and those decisions are either you're either going to pay $80 a month, or you'll pay $140 lifetime in the funded phase. Okay, there really is no decision. If you have confidence in your trading plan, the only choice, you pay the $140, that's it, and now you're trading somebody else's $50,000, and you're going to receive 90% of the profit, 100% of the first 25,000, and there's no cost. In fact, you don't pay for the data fee. You don't even pay for the trading platform, of which they'll give you NinjaTrader if you don't have it. Okay, so let's get going with the funded phase. Once you reach 52,600, you're funded. Now you've gotten 22,600 in profit. You can start withdrawing. Okay. Again, you've got that same $2,500 red line. But right at this point, 52.6, the red line, if we do the math together, is 50,100. Okay, 50,100. Now, the great part about it is, as you build this account, 53, 55, 65, $75,000 over time, that red line does not change. It's still at 50,100. So now there is freedom to do a lot more things. You can take on bigger contracts. You don't have to fear, a big loss where you shouldn't be taking big losses, a bigger loss where you breach the red line. So again, we can get into that. I just want to let you know that as you expand and as you make more money, that red line doesn't follow you after 52.6, but you can start withdrawing. Now, if you bust out, if you do struggle in the beginning and bust out of that account and breach that $2,500 line, you've got to go back to the beginning and start the evaluation phase. Okay, so you should trade this much more conservatively, of course, and from here on in, you should be much more conservative until you get that big padding that I talked about, where you can open up a little bit. You've got to trade conservatively. That's the trick. Okay, now you can withdraw twice a month. Just give you a general rule, twice a month you can withdraw in a $50,000 account anywhere from $500 to $2,000. And the withdrawal time is twice a month. So literally you can withdraw anywhere from, you can withdraw as much as $4,000 a month from a $50,000 account, as long as you have the profit, okay, or as little as 500. That's the minimum. Okay, so be conservative with your withdrawal. And your primary goal is to build that equity. You want to get to the monthly income phase where you have no concern, and every month you know you're going to get $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 from each of the accounts you trade. Because if you're smart, once you pass one of these, you'll do 2 or 3 more, and you'll use something called trade copy. You're very easy, not complicated, but that's for another discussion. Again, you can withdraw twice a month, so 500 twice a month is better, I think, than withdrawing 1,000 a month. Why? If you don't need the money, let it build out so that that red line of 50,100 that I mentioned that never moves, you want to be $20,000, $30,000 away from that. Then it's a very relaxed way to trade. Okay, so let's get into what I call the consistent income phase. I'm sorry if I'm going a little bit fast for you, but I do want you to understand the power and the unbelievable opportunity. That's why I love coaching traders to do exactly this. Get from point A to point B to point C. This is why I like to do the one-on-one coaching as part of what I'm going to offer you, okay? So in the consistent income phase, if you withdraw 3 consecutive months, in other words, if you withdraw $500 in July, in June, 500 in July, 500 in August, from then on in, you're not limited to $2,000. You can withdraw as much as you want, okay? They just want to see, they want professional traders to, not with a tag or with a license. They want just the fact that you have demonstrated that you're a consistently profitable trader, okay? So once you, and they're about to limit this to 2 months, if my reading of what they're talking about is straight. So after 2 months, you're going to be able to withdraw as much as you want. You're not limited to $2,000, okay? Apex, as I mentioned, is adjusting to 2 months, okay? Now, the goal after no limit is achieved is to continue to build the account and keep the minimum withdrawals so that the 2,000 to 5,000 biweekly withdrawals can continue even during less successful trading. What I'm saying is that if you keep the withdrawals small in the beginning and build that $50,000 account to say $75,000 or $80,000 over a few months or 3 or 4 months, however it takes you, okay, then you've got $30,000 difference between where you are in the red line. Now you can, even if you have, you take off a month, you can go ahead and withdraw the $5,000 you always withdraw every month because you have plenty of room, okay? So this long-term income phase is dependent upon you being responsible all the way along to that $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 mark in the suggested $50,000 account that we're talking about. I hope all that is clear for you. And I really want to help you get there. Again, you want to build to 60, 70, even 80,000. The further you get away, the more room you have when opportunity knocks, okay? After your success, you can choose to build an account or two and try a trade comp. In other words, I'd like you to do this with one or two $50,000 accounts. And because the people, and there are traders who are taking out 100,000 and more a month from this and more, okay? And the way they're doing it is they're doing exactly what I'm talking about 20 times. They have as many as 20 of these $50,000 accounts, and each one of them, they're taking out big money, okay? So I'm just saying to you that don't worry about that phase right now, even though I'm gonna touch on it in a second. I just want you to worry about the first phase, getting money in the bank. That's once you get money in the bank, it all becomes real. The first time I did, I called my bank and I said, is this real? Because I still didn't believe it, that they were sending me money, 90%, 100% in the beginning of what you profit, okay? And I said, how can they be doing? And I realized, all of the strugglers, all the people that are struggling because they don't do it correctly and they don't have the right kind of trading plan. Remember those 60 people in the room that I showed you? You got to have the right trading plan, and I've got the right trading plan for this, and I've got plenty of testimonials to show that. Now, if you are looking ahead to the future, and you really want to focus on where you're going, and here's where you're going. Let's say you have 10 $50,000 accounts. Well, what they're doing, what the people who are making the big money is they make one trade, and they go and they spend the rest of the day. They're not sitting in front of the computer going nuts. They're putting the same trade in on 10 accounts, $300 on the trade. They make $3,000. They do something else with the rest of the day. And you can see how that adds up, okay? But I've been working, I'm always experimenting. I'm always testing. I'm a big tester. I'm always testing different attitudes. Right now, I'm in the phase of testing what happens in these accounts. And I won't spend any time really on this, but you can have two different positions. You can have three contracts in one and 5 contracts of the currency in another, or micro S&P or whatever you're trading. Just different power in each account, different position size, same trade, different position size, maybe you get a little different result. Or you can have 3 different trades altogether to really diversify these. But I got to tell you right now that the first example is what most are doing, because when you have a trading plan that really works, why screw around? Just make a trade, make a trade that's high probability, do it once, the rest of the day. Now I trade a few hours a day, so I'm not quite like this, because that's where you build to, and I'm building toward that myself. Again, I just really started. I do a lot of instructing, but I've got 10 of these accounts myself. I've got 7 $50,000 and 3 150s, and I can talk about the difference there at some point. But your job, your challenge, is to pass the first $50,000 account. Okay, get funded. Let the equity stretch, and have yourself know that you can take out $1,000, $2,000 a month, even if you don't trade that month. Then start to imagine what that looks like with 4, 5, 10 accounts, and even 20 accounts. Okay, so you can diversify multiple accounts. Advantage for those with limited time, as I mentioned. The big traders, a lot of them don't tend to spend much time at all trading, because they've got this set up, and prop trading allows for this. But don't worry about that. Worry about the first 50,000. Okay. So let me get to my offer. These are, for instance, all of the. They give you a certificate every time you pass. I've passed with Top Step 2. This is what it looks like when you get paid. They put it in your account. Each time they wire money into your account, you get another one of these certificates. I want this to be you, not me, okay? I'm doing it, but I want to show you the loaded gun simple trading plan, and I want to show you silver, okay? Let me give you first the loaded gun simple trading plan. It's comprised of the core loaded trading plan, the core loaded gun trading plan, okay? It's just a couple of videos. It's not even an hour and a half long. That's how simple the basic core trading plan. If you just followed this, you could really do a great job. Okay, it's got the videos and all of the rules fit on one sheet of paper. It's very, very simple trading plan, easy to learn. And I give you all what I call nuances. This is something that I've created. I've never seen it before. Again, the mental piece is an important piece. The most important part is that you fit. If you can do it two ways. You can train your mind to be more controlled and disciplined with the trading plan that you're trading, or you can develop that trading plan in a way that fits you so that you don't have to change. And that's what the nuance is about. They are tips that I've learned over my 35, 40 years of trading that I can give to you to kind of fit who you are. They're optional. You can take them or leave them, but when you read them and see them, they'll either fit. I'm going to show you one of them in a second on the silver chart. And then we have the monthly get-togethers where we all talk about the updates. I talk about any updates that I'm testing. We share our winning experiences, our struggling experiences, and we help people out right there if they need it. Some of the newbies. Doesn't happen often. Most of the time we're sharing some of the positive stuff that's going on, and of course the recording if you miss it. But here's the chart I wanted to show you. Okay, this is the silver chart. Okay, this is the daily. Now I don't trade from this daily, but I want to show you how I use the daily in my 5-minute, 2-minute, 10-minute candle charts. Briefly, what I'm looking at here is an uptrend. Okay, now of course it wasn't an uptrend, it's just an uptrend. Now this is a current chart, just picked it off yesterday, but I notice here as I'm trading here, and I'm looking at the daily chart again. I drew the tops line here. This is a top. I'm sorry, first I drew the bottoms, okay, because I want to maintain the first line. I always seem to draw as the bottom line because I want to see, because if it can maintain this line, you're maintaining the uptrend. Okay, the top line that I draw second it's a little bit sloppy here. I connected the top one here and here, but it looks like it's valuable enough to believe that that's where we're heading every time. If we're going to trade in this range, that's probably that's a reasonable place to look for the market to at least test this next high on the way up, pull back, test that high, break through it in a continued uptrend, and so on. So what's interesting about this is that our loaded gun simple trading plan is very, very good for stocks. It's very, very good for because it has triggers that are very, very valuable and tested. Here was one of our triggers right here that resulted in this movement right here. Okay, in fact, we would have been in this trade if it wasn't a daily chart. I'm looking at the daily chart here, but it could be any time chart. But what I'm saying is that here's one of our triggers that went that really led to a nice uptrend. Here's another signal to go lower. But the fact is that when you take a trigger down here, if this was a daily chart and if this was a 5-minute chart, you have a limited capability here. Won't go into that much here, except for to say, look at here's another trigger. One of our loaded gun triggers. This is the 8-bar exponential moving average, incidentally. And this right here is a moving average that we use. I can't give you everything, but it's something that we use to stay out of chop, to stay in trades when most people would get knocked out, and to not get into trades that don't have that may have a limitation. In any event, what I'm saying, the bottom line here is that, I mean, look at the signals that we're getting here on each side of this. What I've created is, it's almost looks like a megahorn. When you see a megahorn type of a drawing here, and draw it the way that I'm drawing it, what's happening is this market is expanding with power. I believe that if we turn right here, and this is why I wanted to bring this chart up now, if we turn right here, we could see a move not only to challenge this recent double top, which the first part of it reached this beautiful line here, and we could go much higher. We could go to that $35 to $40 level on the next move. So that's really why I wanted to show you this. So why do we look at this when we're prop trading? Why do we look at this when we're trading loaded gun? While we're doing it is something, it's a nuance called favor the undertow. I promote traders to look at a chart like this, Look at the underlying chart. Look at the long-term chart. The longer-term analysis supplies an undertow to the lower time. In other words, when this happens, what I do is it influences my position sizing on the 5-minute chart. When I get my trigger here, if and when I get my trigger to go long here, I'm going to be putting on a few more contracts than maybe I would normally put on. I always have a range of contracts that I'm willing to put on for the day, depending on if I think the surrounding, the trigger is happening in a surrounding that is very positive. This would be a very positive surrounding if I got a signal to go long, which means that by looking at the daily chart, I know that there is going to be a great undertow to bring the silver market higher on the smaller, on the 5-minute, the 2-minute, the 10-minute. So what it means to me, and this is the punchline, what it means to me is when I get a long signal to go long on the silver chart, on the 5-minute, the 2-minute, say the 10-minute, whatever you trade, I'm going to put on an extra contract. I'm going to let the power of this undertow on the daily chart influence my trading, my position sizing. Position sizing is probably the most underutilized risk management tool that we have. That's what I'm going to say about it. I wanted to give you, I wanted to have you, if you never see me again, keep your eye on the silver market. I really believe it has the potential to go big. Incidentally, normally with inflation, the metals don't act when inflation's happening. It reacts when it's tough to bring down, which is the situation we're in right now. I've been through a number of these. So just wanted to give you that. All right, let me give you my offer. I want to work with you on this so that it doesn't maybe sound as confusing as I made it. Hopefully I've simplified a lot of the things. Mike wrote, I passed an Apex $100,000 evaluation in 4 days, trading the loaded gun, mostly scalping, but a few runners brought it home. I still have a few trading days to finish, but I made $6,000 in 4 days this week. He's talking about finish to get to the next payday, which is twice a month. Great trading plan. Thanks so much. Mike is a part-time trader. Just thinking of Mark, who also wrote me yesterday, but I didn't post it. Hi, Norman and Tisha. I'm making some progress now. I really credit your guidance and your voices in my head. I now have 3 funded accounts with Apex, requesting my first small payout. She requested when she started $500 from these to $50,000 accounts. Now she's gone beyond that, but this was the time that it doesn't take long if you do this right. Sandra is one of my shining stars, okay, and I really want you to be that too. I'm gonna offer you also unlimited one-on-one coaching for 90 days. What I mean by that is that as soon as you invest in the Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan, you'll get an email with a calendar link where you'll be able to schedule your personalized one-on-one walkthrough with me. After you look at the videos, after you look at a couple of the get-togethers that you weren't there for because you weren't involved in, and then you think you got a pretty good, and looked at some past charts, after a week or two, some people do it within a few days. It's a simple trading plan. You'll have your one-on-one with me, and I'll proceed to learn about you and your trading background and advise you how to get a quick start with your new purchase. What I mean, some of that, those nuances I talked about, I think I'm pretty good at matching you with some of those nuances that can even make the ride even smoother for you into your getting paid. As you perfect the running of the plan, I'm going to be there if you need me for as many one-on-one coaching sessions as you need to pass your evaluation. Okay, I'll be there listen, most people have 1 or 2 sessions with me. There are others that like to meet me every week or every other week. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But I want you to be comfortable with running it. I want you to be successful like the people that you'll see on the monthly meetings. I want to be with you every step of the way. Okay. So Craig wrote, please share with your wife, since my wife helps me with the mental and emotional part of the business. She is the mental and emotional part of the business. Since funding my first 5 Apex $50,000 accounts last Thursday, 5 more 2 days later, in those 10 funded accounts, I'm profitable $21,000. I'm showing you testimonies. I've got a lot of them, but I'm showing the ones where people I want to show you ones that people put money in the bank, not, hey, this really looks good, I can't wait to get into it. No, I'm talking about completion. I'm talking about getting you where you want to go. And Ken is one of our shining examples, okay? I want to give you another bonus, and I want to set up the your screen for you. Apex and Top Step have a more advanced setup. Not really, but it seems more technical to me. It took me 10 days to get set up, and if you're technically challenged, it's going to take you a day or two. So I'll connect you with my young genius. His name is Brady, who's going to jump into your computer and set everything up for you. All you have to do is trade. Okay, we charge $150 for this, and Roger happily paid the $150, invested it, and said, all in all, it really went well. Brady is obviously skilled. His cursor darted back and forth without explanation. I ended up feeling like I had gotten a bargain. Okay, so I'm giving this to you. I don't want any resistance to getting where you want to go. I can help you to do this. Just understand that when you sign up with Apex, get an account, if you don't have NinjaTrader and you want it, I'll set it up for, I'll have Brady set it up. He'll connect the data feed with it. He does all that for you. All you got to do is start trading. He's even an expert in all of the trading platforms, which means that this is only going to take him 15, 20 minutes. I'm going to give you an hour with him. So you can say, hey, I'm new to NinjaTrader. Can you show me how to set up an account, the chart, and so on. He's going to help you. I just don't want this to be a resistance. It was a little for me, but I worked my way through it because I saw the happy ending. Okay, so here's I'm sorry, that's I'm sorry, was that? Looks like I'm going to need to go to a different. Hang on with me 1 second, and we will. Looks like I've got a crazy. Oh, it looks like I've got an old. Okay, just hang on with me and I'll get the right one here. Today is the 15th. So that looks pretty good. Is that going to help me? No. This is pretty wild. I've done so many of these that let me look at. Let's go to this one right here. This should work out. I'm going to give you a different, let's go through. Okay, please hold with me here. Okay, a lot of action. This is a good review. Okay, we saw all of this. All right, and we saw these testimonials. We saw the 90 minutes. We saw the data feed. Okay, and my personal guarantee. I want to give you my personal guarantee. I'm so confident that you're following the loaded gun simple trading plan will result in you getting funded by your prop trading firm so that you risk their money and not yours, and yet still receive 90% of the profit you generate. Just share your trading experience with me that you followed the simple rules and it didn't work for you, and I'll refund your purchase price plus $500. This is an ironclad guarantee. I do this almost every day, every other day with one-on-ones. I really want to get you to experience the value of prop trading. It's crazy good. All right, again, the first bonus, one-on-one coaching for 90 days, done for you setup. Okay, all valuable things here. Of course, the 5,200 normally. On our site, we sell it for $24.97. I want to give you $1,247. That's it. We've even reduced it further for you for this presentation. $1,247. Okay. Use their money, your profit, but don't use this discount code June 5. Use the discount code June 15th. Can you put that in the? Would you put that please in there? In fact, let me see if I can change it right here so there's no confusion. I'm sorry if I'm going a minute over here. June 15. Use that as the code, okay? Use June 15 as the code, and you're going to get the crazy 50% off discount, okay? There are only 5 spots because of the limitation, count of the limitations of the one-on-ones. So I wanted to make sure that you had a full picture of what it all looks like when you work with me to get funded. $1,247, their money, yourprofit.com. Use the coupon code June 15th. Well, that was exciting, that ending there. I hope I didn't confuse any of you, but I do want to help you as soon as I can.
That was a great review. I enjoyed that.
Don't forget about silver.
Yeah. Thanks, Norman. Congratulations on your success as a prop trader. Great information, and your presentation was very enlightening. It's always great to have you on Traders Corner. Over 1 million views on YouTube. Incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Norman Hallett, and you can find Norman at thedisciplinetrader.com. If you're interested in being mentored by a professional trader with 40+ years of experience who can pass a prop trading evaluation with ease, then look no further. You can learn more by clicking on the link in the chat box. Thanks again, Norman. If it's not there, I'll put it in there for you. Thanks again, Norman. It's always a pleasure having you on Traders Corner. Please come back soon.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome, man. And it's Their Money. What's it called? Their Money.
Their Money, yourprofit.com. Use the coupon code June 15th. There's 5 spots. I see somebody's on there already. But Their Money, yourprofit.com. I'm even on the chat if you need to any questions. We didn't get time here, so I'll be on the chat for the next half hour. Myself, that lower right hand icon. So thank you very much for spending your Saturday with me.
Thank you, Norman. We appreciate it. Okay, traders, I just wanted to pause for a second and thank everyone in attendance today. We have over 1,000 traders from all over the world who have registered to join us today. Thank you for being a part of the Traders Corner event. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is an expert at trading the news reports. He actually got started studying music at the Berklee College of Music and the Boston Conservatory. He began trading stocks in 2001 and learned the art of futures trading. He has been trading for over 20 years and is now considered an expert teacher and trader of the news. Here to introduce the all-new JOBB version 11 software suite is Mr. Leigh Goldstein of 10-Minute Trades. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Leigh.
Hey, thank you very much. Just making sure, can you hear my voice okay? I'm pretty sure you can see the charts.
You sound
okay.
Good.
All right, well, thank you very much for that nice introduction. And man, I am exhausted after listening to Norman. It got me tired out. What a great presentation.
Yeah, I think I go a little too fast, but good to hear from you, Leigh.
You too, Norm. Nice job. Really good. So, it's a funny thing, everybody. We specialize in trading the news, a little bit different than a lot of the other companies do. I do want to say that you can use prop account trading if you want to trade the news. There are a little bit different rules depending which company you choose. But, I just had an interesting thought while I was sitting here listening to the presentation. So, look, when you use prop accounts, you have to go through a whole procedure, and you got to sign up. You download NinjaTrader or whatever platform you're going to use. If you're trading a cash account, one of the beautiful things about doing things the old-fashioned way, like trading a cash account, if you have 2 fantastic trades in a row, let's say, you join our service, and the first trade, you trade the jobs report, you make $300, and the second trade, you trade the CPI report, and you make $500. So you have an $800 profit. You could take money out that day or, the next morning. Everybody forgets that when you trade cash accounts, you can still take money out, and sometimes risking your own money is okay. But there's no question that today's popular way of trading is trading other people's money. But you got to be aware the rules can sometimes be pretty strong. So you got to pay attention, because sometimes you'll ask to take money out and they could say, no, you didn't follow our rules. So just a heads up, it's very important to pay attention to each prop account company's set of rules. Make sure you follow them, so when you make the money, you can take the money out. And believe me, I'm not saying don't trade prop, because it's a phenomenal way. Not only can you learn to trade with no risk, just that small monthly fee, and we highly recommend that people do that, but you can also, what could be better, learning how to trade without losing money. I mean, when we all first started out, we lost money because, you go live, you have a bad trade. So there's something fantastic about these prop accounts, and you can trade the news. You can do what we do, trading that way as well. So I just want to make people realize that you can do that. And now I'm just curious, there's a lot of people here, quite a few of you I know, because all of our traders are always looking for extra setups to use in their trading. I'm just curious, if you've recently taken cash profits out of your trading account, type it in. Tell me, yes, I've taken cash money out of my trading account recently. I'm just curious, how many people are trading successfully? I would really be curious if you would type in whether or not you're a successful trader, whether or not you're struggling, or whether or not you're a beginner. Maybe let's use those 3 words: successful, struggling, new trader. Just type in where you are. I'm just curious how everybody is doing. And then while you're doing that, typing it in, like everybody said, my name is Leigh Goldstein. I'm the trading director at 10-Minute Trades. And before I go right into my presentation, I just want to show everybody a couple of things. So come on, let me get some more people typing in. One person typed in. I know you're out there. Type in whether you're struggling, if you're taking cash regularly or every now and then. I want to know how you're doing, because I'm just curious. You know, there's all of these prop accounts, and I don't know that many people taking money out. It's not easy to trade, and you've got to learn. You've got to be willing to put your nose to the grindstone, the old-fashioned way of doing things. You've still got to work hard if you want to get money out of the markets. Don't think that they're going to make it easy for you to take money out. If you're willing to put the time in, that's the way you can really beat these markets. You've got to be willing to put the time in. So, okay, so right now, the only people that have typed in have said they're struggling. So I guess the super successful traders, they're not here, right? They're home taking their weekend off because they're not struggling. So I just want to show you a couple of things that we did in our trade room this week. And we are very, very honest and forthcoming at 10-Minute Trades. Nobody's going to say that every trade is a winner. I'm never going to say that every setup that we had this week was fantastic. We actually had some challenging events this week. But the most important thing to realize is every single week, our members have fantastic opportunities to make money. And we had some great ones this week. Even difficult, volatile events gave us an opportunity to make money. So I just want to show you a couple of trades. It shows you how we trade, and then I'll do my presentation, because my presentation is kind of quick, pretty simple. So everybody knows the FOMC had their rate statement this week. Well, we have a setup. So we use the NinjaTrader platform and we trade futures, okay? We have software. Our software works very specifically on NinjaTrader only right now. It's proprietary to NinjaTrader. And our software helps you to trade fast-moving events in the market, news events, and also you can be a discretionary trader with our software now as well. We have made so many upgrades to our software over the years that not only can you trade news events, but you can also trade discretionary using our software. Our software supports many different setups. We support reversal trading. We support zone breakout trading. Our FOMC statement is probably our simplest trade. Our software puts brackets around the price. I was trading the NQ, and you'll notice all I did was put one order above the current NQ price. I put one order below the current NQ price, and at 2 p.m. Eastern time, I knew that the announcement, the FOMC statement was going to be made, and if my setup was going to work, it was going to pull me into the market and probably hit my 100-tick target and give me a $500 profit in about 5 seconds. That's what I was looking for. I don't know definitely that that was going to happen, but that is what happened. That was my trade, folks. What we do is we teach people to trade like this. I bracketed the market, okay? 1 second before the announcement, our software puts the brackets on the chart because you don't want to be fumbling around doing it yourself. And then when the news came out, it pulled me into the market. I was trading real cash money. That was a $525 profitable trade. That trade lasted less than 3 seconds. That's the ideal news trading event. When you get a trade that works like that, that's bracket trading, that's a breakout trade. And that's exactly what worked on the FOMC. Now, look, it's easy to sit back. It's easy for me to sit back here in hindsight and say, hey, why didn't you take the trade? There's a lot of volatility. There's a lot of fear. The brokers even raised margins before that trade. You've got to be willing to risk on the opposite side of that trade at least $500 in risk. I was risking an 80 tick stop and I had an 80 tick target. So it was a 1-to-1 risk to reward on that trade, and it happened to be a beautiful, perfect trade. That was the trade that we took in our trade room. I want to show you a couple of trades that we did this week. We also have on Tuesdays, there's a very interesting event called the API report. Now, everybody is familiar with the Wednesday oil report. People are not so familiar with the Tuesday oil report. In fact, most people don't even know about it. The first 5 minutes of the API report, it's called the American Petroleum Institute, they release their own oil data. It's very simply how much oil is in storage in the country. If there's more oil than expected, then generally the price of oil goes down. If there's less oil than expected in storage, then generally the price is going to go up. So we trade this report Tuesday afternoon. Like I said, most people don't even know about this report. And we have a very special way that we trade it in our trade room. Our software can set up a range. So what happens is we actually create a 4-second range, and when price bursts out of the range, we get pulled into the market. This trade has had 7 winning weeks in a row. It's a weekly report. That's pretty fantastic. 7 winning weeks in a row. We call it a family money trade because what that means is this is a trade that if I were trading, I would recommend to my family members that they trade their own money on this report. We have special trades that are the best of the best news events that we call family money trades. Now you can see that what happened here, the news came out, it burst out of our range, okay? Watch. It took the price up, hit my first target instantly, and it'll just take a second to get where I need to go here, I hope. Here we go. There's my range. The price bursts up, hits my first target. My first target was only 7 ticks. And now what happened in this trade for the next minute or so, I was able to trail. I was able to expand my target and trail up and up and up at a very quiet time of day to trade oil. And we were able to make almost $300 in about 2 minutes on that report. Now, I know what you're thinking, oh, $300, that's not very much money. But keep in mind, we're only trading a couple of contracts. You know, you could trade many more contracts, and one of our members regularly makes $600 to $800 a trade when the API report is profitable. Like I said, we've had 7 winning weeks in a row where the range trade has worked week after week after week. This particular trade last week was one of those great opportunities. Any one of our members who took the trade with us was able to profit on that report and make money on that report. You could see it kept going up. Eventually, what happens? It pulls back down and it hits my stop, which I've been trailing for many minutes. It's going up, 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 and up. And then now it pulls back, takes me out of the trade, like I said, almost $300 in profit. Now, I don't know about you. I don't mind making $300 on any trade. For my way of thinking, $50 and up is okay by me. If I make $50 or more on a trade, I'm happy. Obviously, if you make $1,000 on a trade, it's awesome. If you make $500 on a trade, it's fantastic. So that was the API report. We also this week had the CPI report. There were some very, very volatile reports this week. CPI was so volatile this week that some traders didn't get filled. And let me show you, because it's a unique experience. Most of the time in every trade, no matter what happens, you get filled. You know, you might have a bad trade if the market is crazy. You might get stopped. You might make a ton of money also when a trade is very volatile. The CPI report this week, what happened was the market moved so fast that some traders did not get filled. And that happens. I hope I have this video. For some reason, I'm not seeing it in my good, here we go. So here's what happened. CPI is one of those trades, you know, I don't have to tell you, the market was waiting to see what the inflation numbers were. Very important report. Everybody's watching it. There's our brackets. It explodes to the upside. It would have been a phenomenal, profitable trade, but sometimes liquidity is an issue and there are no orders for us to get filled with. I did not get filled, but members in our trade room did get filled. One of our members, he made, and let me show you his screenshot. He made quite a bit of money on this trade. And folks, it's really not about what I make on these trades. It's what you're making. That's the key. I don't care what I make. I want to know what you're making. So let me show you over $1,000 trading the YM on the CPI report. And he made that money trading it in his prop account. All right. So like I said at the beginning of this, you can trade the news in your prop account. He was trading Buellnox, B-U-L-E-N-O-X, which is one of the good companies to trade the news in the prop accounts because their rules allow you to do it. And then I'm just going to show you a couple more trades that are very interesting. We also do something else that's fascinating, in my opinion. So let me backtrack and just explain in 10 seconds or in 2 minutes what exactly we do. Every Sunday, we create a weekly schedule for our members, all right? Our weekly schedule shows our members when we're going to be in our trade room, what events we're going to trade, when we're going to stream on YouTube, and the instruments we're going to trade with these reports. So in the upcoming week, we're going to start on Monday, 8 o'clock in the morning. We'll be trading the Empire State Manufacturing Report. We have a special family money trade called the NOPA Crush Report. I'm sure none of you even know what that is. It's one of the best trades we've ever had. Tuesday, we'll get up or we'll stay up 12 midnight. We'll trade the Australia Bank Rate Statement. That's a pretty risky report. US retail sales, but making it clear. The first step is we make a schedule and we show our members what we're going to trade. Then many of our events have a daily trade report. Not every event, but many events that we trade have a setup that with our software, you can enter numbers into our software and it puts the brackets like I showed you on the chart. It puts your stop on the chart. So it's semi-automated. You don't have to fumble around setting up your trade. And our DMM, our daily trade report, has setups. So that's the second tool that we use. Weekly schedule, daily trade reports, and then the two more important things that we're using in our system is, of course, our trade room access and access to our software. We have a brand new version of our software coming out. It's called JOBB version 11. It includes something new also that we think is going to be really exciting. It's called the magnet trade. So let me explain what a magnet trade is, because it's actually not only could it be used when you're trading news, but the magnet trade is a phenomenal discretionary trader. How many times have you been in the market and you noticed that areas of support and resistance that you're looking at are pulling the price right to that area? It happens all the time. Well, all the years that I've been trading, watching the markets, trading the news in the room, I've always seen the magnets pulling the price to it. And I realized, obviously, we've got to do something to create a software add-on to our software that lets people trade these magnets. What are the big magnets? So, important areas of support and resistance, but the best part of our magnet trade is any area that you want to call a magnet on the chart can be used. So in other words, if you do your own analysis, maybe you're using fibs, maybe you're using Elliott waves, maybe you're using Ichimoku cloud, whatever you're using, you can set the level on your chart, and our magnet trade software can use that level as a magnet. One of the common magnets in the regular trading is high of day, low of day. So to give you an idea of what a magnet trade does, it can calculate proximity to a magnet, how close you are, and it can put a trade on automatically to trade the magnet. As you get closer and closer to a magnet, it becomes more and more an area of interest, more and more an area of a possible profitable trade, because what happens? Magnets get tested, they get burst through, and they become areas of great trading. Different magnets might be the high of day, low of day, might be the PP, might be a price, zero, for instance, on an oil trade. The VWAP, for instance, is a magnet. All of those magnets, and that was just a sample magnet trade. We developed this software now where you can create your own magnets, or you could use the magnets that we think are important, high a day, low a day, and use the software that way. You can have an automated magnet trade, or it can be semi-automated. And we're really excited about this new part of our software. And part of the presentation that I'm giving today, we're having a new 3-day educational challenge. So what's a challenge? A challenge is, it's a friendly competition. It's a fantastic educational experience. We have thousands of dollars in prizes. We're giving away time in our service, subscriptions. It's a fantastic, fun way to learn everything, all the ins and outs of appointment-based trading. And that's basically what my presentation is today. It's going to introduce you to our new challenge coming up 10 days from now, 10 days away. I'll show you the link. $27 to join our challenge. We're going to give you 2 free weeks of the magnet trade. Awesome, awesome fun. This is not our first challenge. I think we did 4 challenges last year, and we had a blast doing them, teaching people all about the trading that we do, appointment-based trading, teaching people how to get into the market, how to learn to look for these fast-moving events, how to trade them as safely as possible. And that's what we're introducing today, our new 3-day ultimate, we call it the Ultimate Freedom Challenge. It starts June 24th. But one more thing that I really want to brag about, something that we do that, to my way of thinking, is one of the best parts of 10-minute trades. Over the years, I knew that there was a way to trade earnings using our software, and most importantly, with futures. It's very difficult to trade earnings with the actual stocks, because you need a lot of money in your account, because there's something called a wash rule. It has to do with the amount of times you're allowed to trade a stock over and over. Futures don't have that limitation. What we noticed was that there were selected stocks, particularly it started out with the tech stocks, the FANG stocks, the old FANG stocks, Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Netflix, Google. Those stocks, they move like crazy when they introduce their earnings. And they move the NQ, they move the ES. Sometimes they even move the YM. Well, we devised a really cool way of trading earnings using futures and the NinjaTrader platform. And this week, we had two very new earnings trades for us that we have just started trading. The first one was Adobe first. You know what? Adobe is the one that I have. So let me show you Adobe. Adobe was a phenomenal setup. Again, we're bracketing the price. 5 minutes after 4, Adobe's earnings were going to get ready to come out. We use the Thinkorswim platform to watch the actual Adobe stock price. And on the left, I'm actually trading the NQ because I know, folks, I know that the NQ is going to move like a son of a gun when Adobe releases their earnings because we've tested it and we traded it once before. Look at that exploding move. It burst all the way to the top of the candle, hit my first target, and then I was able to expand my second target. And very similar to the API trade, I was able to trail and keep my profit going. And when Adobe was over, what was my profit on that trade? It was over $400. I was having a losing day before that event. I can't see what I was losing. It was a couple of $100. So Adobe was about a $500 trade. Real simple. We just put our orders on the chart. Couple of seconds before the earnings came out, and boom, we traded Adobe's earnings with futures, not with the stock, but with futures. And there was one other earning trade that was fantastic this week, and I'm just drawing a blank, so let me look it up. It wasn't Adobe. Oh, yeah. It was Broadcom. Broadcom's earnings were fabulous also. And let me get my slides back up. Their earnings were fabulous. Broadcom, one of the things that makes trading futures with earnings better is if the stock price is expensive. If the stock price is expensive, there's a possibility that it might be heavily weighted in the exchange that we're trading. So Broadcom, also, here's an interesting note about Broadcom. They released their earnings 4:15. 15 minutes after the market closes. Normally, we would expect that to be a very quiet, not volatile time to trade. This week, and frankly, over the past months and months, there's no denying these markets are volatile. That means we have to have very careful setups so that our brackets don't get violated before the news comes out. Broadcom stuck to their on-time earnings. You could see it took a few seconds. Wow, it was a phenomenal earnings trade, $510, only trading 2 contracts. I'm not trading 10 or 8 contracts, just 2 like a normal person would do. That was about 10 minutes in the market, $500 earnings trade. I just wanted to show you before I start my presentation some of the possibilities that we see every week. It's not like we don't have possibilities and probabilities for great profits coming up in the next week. The NOPA report, API, will it be 8 winners in a row? Who knows? Will the oil report on Wednesday be a winner? You don't know. But what we teach our members, trade the best of the best reports so they can learn how to do this the right way. So that's what my presentation is all about. Right? Grab this link, everyone, www.ten10daysaway.com, www.10daysaway.com. For $27, that's the cost, $27, You can take our educational challenge starting June 24th, where I'm going to teach all the ins and outs about appointment-based trading, news trading, whatever you want to call it. All right. Don't forget, all the trades we discuss are for educational purposes. It is possible to lose money trading futures, so please trade carefully, everyone. Don't forget, don't trade money you cannot afford to lose, okay? In this 3-day trading, this live challenge, we're going to trade. We're going to have some trade rooms also. We'll talk about how you can get access to those trade rooms, but we're going to teach you all of our systems, how to use those 4 elements, the weekly schedule, the DMM reports, the trade room, and our software. And we want to teach you how to do it, but we want to make it fun. The challenge is a very friendly competition. It's an educational experience. You can win the challenge, and we'll explain how to do that when you sign up for the challenge. If you win the challenge, we have fantastic prizes. We believe that trading should give you more time. And when you are a news trader, when you trade the way that we trade, you can get a lot of time back because you don't have to sit watching the charts for hours and hours. You can schedule your trades. Remember what I showed you, the weekly schedule. Schedule your trades. Monday at 8 o'clock, I'll be in the trade room, and at 11:30. Tuesday at midnight, I'm going to be in the trade room at 8 in the morning, at 12:30 p.m. and at 4 p.m. Get your time back. You'll know exactly when you're going to trade, okay? That's what we're going to teach in this challenge. The first day, Monday, is going to be a bonus orientation day. One of the owners, one of the founders of the company is going to kick off the challenge. He's going to explain mindset, how to win the challenge, the tools that you need. We have lots of free tools. You can open a prop account, download NinjaTrader, so you could trade for almost free. A prop account, your expenses could be as low as $20 a month, and you get data and you get the NinjaTrader platform. And we're also going to include 2 free weeks of our magnet trade, anybody that signs up for the challenge. We're going to go over also on day 1 the news trading overview, how to trade the news, the importance of choosing your broker, NinjaTrader essentials, simple charts, setting up your charts real quick. I can set up news trading charts with NinjaTrader. 10 minutes is how long it takes for us to set up our charts for trading the news. We go over our daily market movers, those daily trade reports. We go over the weekly trade, how to read all of our reports. And then on day 2, okay, we're going to go over our software. We call it JOBB. Why JOBB? My boss, his name is Jay Offner, J-O. When he invented this system, he used to just call it Jay Offner's Bracket Breakout. And it's just been tradition for us to keep that name, the JOBB, and we're now up to version 11. When I got here, all that our software could do was a simple breakout, and we also had our trap trade software. We had a specialized reversal strategy. Now, our JOBB software has so many features. Like I was saying before, we can do reverse breakouts. We can do time-based range trading. So in other words, if you like trading from 9:30 to 10 o'clock in the morning and you want to trade a breakout of that time period, our software can do it. You want to trade a 5-minute time period, any time of day, our software could do it. You want to trade a 30-second breakout, our software can do it. You want to create zones on the chart, our software can do it. And now you got a magnet, you got an area of support and resistance you want to trade around, our software can do it. And we show you how to do all these things in the challenge. That's what we're going to do in this challenge. How to bracket a trade, understanding news trading, overview of our software. Okay, fantastic. Not only is it fun, but it's educational and it's going to be awesome. Day 3, we're going to have our magnet trade session, and we're going to also talk about the graduation. I'm going to show you the magnet trade tool, how to use it. the benefits, why it's interesting, how to integrate it into your normal trading strategies. Then we're also going to have a graduation session where we highlight everything. We record everything. We're going to record the classes. It's going to be a fantastic experience. If you want to learn a whole new way of trading on a schedule, not sitting in front of your charts all day long. I showed you the trades that were the type of trades that we take every single week in our trade room, and we teach how to do it in our trade room. Well, that's what the challenge is going to be. It's going to be 3 fantastic educational days, and you can also win the challenge and you can get some fantastic prizes. Friday, we'll have an encore event. We'll announce the people that win the challenge, and you'll be able to rewatch videos, ask your questions. It's really, we've had so much fun doing these challenges and teaching people all about news trading. So it's 3 days. It's going to be live coaching, everything that you want to know about appointment-based trading, the educational system, the educational sessions. We say 30 to 60 minutes. Usually I go longer. That's the honest truth. I'm going to be going, like I said, going over all the events, all the elements, all the important methods that we use to trade the news. We'll have a magnet trade class. We'll have a breakout session. It's really going to be excellent. All of these sessions have significant value. You know, you can learn the magnet trade. How do you put a value on a trade setup? I don't know that you can really put a value on a trade setup when it's possible that you could continually make money using that setup for your whole trading life. You know, it's a trade setup. We're going to include a financial freedom workbook. The workbook will sort of be like a syllabus. It'll be what we're going to do for the 3 days, what we're going to cover, okay? And we're going to have a WhatsApp group so everybody could connect, communicate with each other, and get extra support if you need some extra support. For instance, if we're not in the trade room or we're not in a trading session and you have questions, we're going to set up the WhatsApp group so that you can communicate with us, not when we're in the trade sessions, So all of this, folks, $27 to learn all the ins and outs, to spend 3 full days of education. We're actually going to start Monday with the orientation session. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday are going to be the educational sessions, and then Friday is going to be the graduation. $27, put all those things together, it's worth thousands of dollars of education, trading setups. www.tendaysaway.com, okay, www.tendaysaway.com to sign up. And I want to show you also the website that you can go to so you can see what the deal is. If you want to listen to many of our other traders that have traded with us previously, what it's like to deal with us, these folks will tell you, real people telling you what they think of the way that we trade. So here, let me leave the link on the screen, www.tendaysaway.com. When you go to that link, all right, you're going to go here. Very simple, just click the page, click the button to join the challenge. Like I said, it's $27 to do all of this education. And if you win the challenge, our first prize is a year's license to the new JOBB software. It's worth $24.97 on our website. The second place prize is 1 year of the Magnet Trade software license. It's $1,497 value. And the third prize is going to be a year of our daily trade reports. So just by taking the challenge, you'll be eligible for those prizes. And like I said, Eric will explain on Monday, the first day of the challenge, the orientation, what you do to win the challenge. And look, if you don't want to win the challenge, that's perfectly fine. The 3 days of education is fantastic. Even if you decide that you don't want to be a news trader, learning the magnet trade, you get it for 2 weeks, no extra charge for 27 bucks. We're including the magnet trade for 2 weeks. It's a really great strategy that plugs into NinjaTrader. So you just go to this website. It explains the whole challenge, how to get our JOBB version 11 software. And we are actually releasing our version 11 software. We have had in the past, we've had some lifetime software members. So our lifetime software members, of course, they will be getting the new version. We don't charge our lifetime members for the upgrade. So if you go to that website, www.10daysaway.com, you can join the challenge literally for 27 bucks. The magnet trade alone, I mean, I don't know how you put a value on it. It's such a unique form of trading. It's just, when I think about it, how many times do you go on the chart and you're trading one setup and you get to another setup and you notice that the Fibonacci you're at, over and over, it's been pulling the price into that level. How many times have you said to yourself, wow, if I only had a way to trade that level, I would be able to trade it over and over and over? Well, our magnet trade does just that. How many times have you been on a chart where you noticed the price got pulled into the high of the day or the low of the day? Well, the magnet trade does that as well. And if you've ever wanted to trade the news, you know, I can show you thousands, not hundreds. I don't want to exaggerate too much. Hundreds of charts, hundreds of screenshots from our members where they have had profits trading the reports with us. Just like I showed you before, our member making over $500 trading the YM, our news setup on the CPI report. The week of the NVIDIA trade, that was about, NVIDIA was 3 weeks or so ago. Our members, some of our members made $1,000, if not more, on NVIDIA. One of our members trading in Kenya, she made over $500 trading NVIDIA, $634 trading NVIDIA. Our trade for NVIDIA was over $1,000. We traded Cisco earnings, like I showed you, the FOMC. We trade natural gas. It's absolutely a fantastic way to learn how to trade. www.10daysaway.com. 27 bucks to join our challenge. We want to teach you all the ins and outs of news trading. Is the software compatible with Mac? No, it's Windows only right now, and NinjaTrader platform, which I think actually probably most folks that are, you know, trading systems here are Windows based. There's not a ton of stuff on the Mac these days, but you know, it's worth trading. It's worth getting a Windows machine with all the great software that's out there, all the great trading systems. So everybody, I want to thank you for listening. Go to our site, join up, sign up for our challenge, just 27 bucks. I'd love to see you there. Love to teach you all about this way of trading. And I want to thank everybody at Traders Corner for inviting us. I really always thank you so much for making us a part of these Saturdays and Thursdays. So thanks. I'm Leigh Goldstein, Trading Director at Temenos Trades. Thanks everybody for listening.
Thank you, Leigh.
I lost you there for a second. I got worried. I said, "Oh my God, nobody heard me."
No, we heard you. Our next, I was on the phone. Our next guy was having a little bit of some technical issues, so
Okay.
hopefully it sounds like he's getting everything figured out. So we appreciate it, and I put 10minutetrades.com in the chat box. Is there another link or anything you want to put in there?
Yes. You want me to type? I could type it in. www.10daysaway.com.
Thank you.
I'll put it in.
I appreciate
Thank you so much. Okay.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you, Leigh. Thank you for making such a generous offer for our audience today. Your offer sounds like a great opportunity to monetize this news-driven market. It seems like every day there's another economic news report coming out that really influences the market. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Leigh Goldstein of 10-Minute Trades is a seasoned expert at trading the news. You could learn more about his special offer by clicking on the link in the chat box or going to 10minutetrades.com or the additional link that he'll be sharing very shortly there. Leigh, thanks again for joining us today, and we hope to see you back again on Traders Corner.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is going to be Joel Wyse, but he is having some technical issues right now. So if you'd like, it might be a good time to maybe take a break, get some coffee, tea, water, small snack, or something like that. And I was just on the phone with Tim, so he's having some issues, and yeah, just take some time, and we're gonna try to sort this out if we could. Thank you so much, and I'm gonna just put you on mute and just kind of catch up on everything myself as well in terms of how everything's going. All right, everyone. Looks like Joel's working through these issues that he's having right now. He's able to screen share. So we're seeing the screen share right now. It sounds like we're getting closer. That's good. But yeah, I got to be honest. Every time I watch these things, I just learn so much. And you know, looking at who we had present already, and I feel like even the presenters themselves are getting better, like individually, like not just like lineup or anything like that. We always have a good lineup, I think. But man, like Anka, last time she was on, she had problems and I think she got interrupted, and hers was cut short, and she started us today, but previous time she was on, that was Anka Metcalf from Accelerate Your Income. Adam Hartle and Tim Welbaum, interesting stuff, amazing returns. I know that I'm just so interested in all the different ways people make money, and you know, figuring that out. Rob Premkumar. Hey, Joel's here. All right. Excellent, excellent, excellent.
All right.
Good.
I think we're good to get started. Thanks, everyone. Are you guys hearing me okay?
We can hear you. We had a slight interruption there. That's all.
You guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Well, I can't.
All right. Well,
Okay.
good morning, Plain Pickle. I mean,
All right, Joel.
something's wrong with my internet.
Yeah.
So
Something. And Joel's in Atlanta, Georgia, and he said that there's no storms or anything as well. Yeah, it's a little bit in and out.
one moment. If you like this,
Yeah.
and it's going to cut in and out.
Okay.
Doing this.
All right, everyone. Apologies. I just spoke to Joel again. He's going to try a different method of getting his audio working properly. So we'll give him a few more minutes again. If you need a snack or something to drink or something like that, grab a pen and pencil or whatever. I know when I was an attendee, and even now, even as a host, I still take notes on a lot of things that are going on. So if you need to grab a pen and pencil and stuff like that, might be a good time to do that. I use pen and pencil all the time. I just like it better than looking at digital stuff all the time. Or pen and pad, not pen and pencil, but yeah, pen and piece of paper.
All right, I'm going to try this. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you really good.
Okay, cool. So I am coming in from my phone. I don't know why the internet's doing this. I apologize. I take this very seriously. And I just want to say I'm sorry to Traders Corner and you guys being here with your time this afternoon. So yeah, I was actually still good, Anthony. Cool.
Cool.
So I was actually,
yeah.
Do you want me to continue on here?
Yeah, go ahead, try. You had like a small interruption, but go ahead.
All right, cool. So I'll just get into the presentation. And again, I apologize for the issues. I was actually putting a YouTube video up last night when my internet started acting weird. And I think there's potentially an issue with my router and equipment here at the office, but I bought some of the best equipment, Ubiquity equipment here at my office condo. So I don't know if it needs reset or what, but certainly frustrating, and just want to apologize before I get started. That being said, I'm going to give it my best here today and continue, and hopefully the slides aren't too delayed. But with the internet, it's also hard for me to pull up NinjaTrader. I think I might have the replay data running now, so that's cool. But yeah, we'll give it a shot here.
Okay, sounds great. We appreciate you too as well, Joel.
Yeah, man. Well, hey, thanks everybody for being here. If we haven't met or you haven't seen a presentation here from me, my name is Joel. I've been doing this in this industry ever since college as a software developer and a day trader, 38 years old, going on 15 years plus, and love this stuff. So hopefully I can give you guys some value today. Let's go ahead and continue. If I could just confirm with Anthony that you're hearing me okay.
Yes, we are. Apologies for slight delay of not being too abrupt of getting back to you. But yeah, I put myself on mute. As long as I'm on mute, I think you're good.
Perfect. All right, man. Well, just interrupt me if something comes up or hit me in the chat if there's an issue. I'll be watching both of those places. So, all right. So again, my name is Joel, develop software on the NinjaTrader platform. We've had a lot of great presenters today on NinjaTrader. I'm also into the whole prop firm thing, have had accounts with Apex Trader Funding and a few other firms. So I want to give it my best today and show you guys some of the things that I've developed, and maybe you guys will find a couple things that will help you on your journey to success. That's my hope, is that everyone that I can interact with, hopefully even my customers, I can get to the point where they can truly be profiting in the markets. And it's hard, right? It's not easy. So, all right, I'm going to continue here. This is my office. Right here is where I'm at today with the internet issues. Really pisses me off. Sorry, I don't know if I should use that word, but I need to figure out what's going on with this. And
we're still on the first slide there.
Yeah, so I think the slides are probably going to be delayed too. That's probably a part of like some of the issues here. So
okay,
I'll jump to the Apex slide. Yeah, it's just everything's kind of slow. I mean, this is, I don't know. It'll update eventually, but this is kind of the issue with the software. So I may not be able to go through all the slides, but right now you should be seeing my Apex slide. Now, I like to be fully transparent. My presentations, that's not for everybody. But with me, I'm going to show you exactly when I've gotten payouts. My last payout was in February, so about, gosh, almost 4 months ago now. Have been focused on the company and just building software and some things. So, but just, I hope you guys can just appreciate the transparency here. And let's continue. Hopefully you're able to see that slide. Not a big deal if not. Here's my trading plan. And what I like to say is a trading plan is a general guideline for how we make trades, right? It's not a fully automated trading system. We're not saying, this is a plan that you're going to have every green light to go long, every red light to go short. But what this is going to do is keep you in parameters, keep you grounded, right? So when I trade, I'm only going to trade for a maximum of 2 hours. And I think that's even strong, right? I might reduce that to 90 minutes. With a maximum of 5 trades, what markets, how many contracts, right? These are all issues. Thank you. I like Echo. Thank you. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I think they're being funny. I don't know.
Yeah. If it's only showing the first slide, there's really nothing I can do about that. And maybe we
moved on to the other slide. Yeah, so there's some sort of delay. That's all. But yeah, we got a different slide now.
You should see the trading plan slide.
Yeah, yep, that's what we see.
Yep. So I'm going to adjust and just kind of hop into maybe the charts here but generally, while we're still on this slide, since you guys still see it, I would encourage you to have a parameter, right? Like potentially, if you guys are trading all day long, I don't know if that's realistic personally. Now, again, I would love to, I've been saying this lately with some of my friends, but I would love to be able to show you guys $40,000 in my hand, right? Before I earn the right to give you advice on building a trading plan, I ought to be able to hold in my hand the payouts and show, hey, look, guys, I've done it, and lately, right? And I have done it as recently as February. But yeah, I think it's based on all my interactions with my customers, having served 2,000 approaching 3,000 plus customers that have bought my software. And again, I'm building software products, you guys, around what they need, right? And so my software evolves, which includes my chart trader and I call it the dashboard, but the trade copier that I've built, it's evolving around the needs of my customers. And so I think, yeah, thanks, Robin. So, I mean, yeah, so for me, as a guy that, yeah, I mean, yeah, as a person of faith, whatever you want to call it, I'm working on that, right? Because I believe that mindset and what comes out of my mouth is important, right? The words that I speak have power, right? The thoughts that I think have power. And so I'm continuing to work on that. And it's like, how am I going to believe? What am I going to believe about the markets? Am I going to believe that someone's behind the markets trying to screw me over? Or am I going to believe that I'm going to have the power to break through, that God's going to give me the strength to break through, dare I say, like the challenges in day trading, right? So I believe, and I know we can't cover every side because it's going to be delayed, but I believe there's a ton of value in this right here for you guys. If you would take these 6 points, right? What time? And yeah, it is Eastern Standard Time. Some guys trade pre-market, I've heard. So it might even be a 9 to 10:30 Eastern Time, right? But I really think that if you limit your trading to 2 hours a day, everyone's going to be happier, right? Like Leigh was saying 300, 500, 1,000. I mean, man, you ought to be able to make whatever your goal is in 2 hours and then enjoy the rest of the day. I mean, think about it. Do you really want to build a career sitting at a computer for 8 hours a day? That's why we're doing this, right? We're doing this so that we can have more freedom. So just a few encouragements there. I hope you guys are still hearing me. It's extremely embarrassing for me, guys. I'm so sorry about the internet connection.
That's okay. You're doing good.
We'll move on from that slide. And again, you guys have a great presenter coming up with Rightline at 3:45. So I'll push through this and hopefully just give you guys some value with what I'm working with here, and we'll continue moving on this great Saturday. So I hope you guys took that down. I'm going to move on from this, but I think, again, I mean, maximum trades, right? I could probably spend the whole time on here. Over trading, right? If I limit the number of trades, all of a sudden, like, now I'm having to look for good trades. Now, if I'm going to take a revenge trade, it's going to cost me something, right? If I get out of a losing trade and I want to trade immediately, that's another trade. I only have 5, right? So I think there's a ton of value in that point as well. And then with the markets, it's like becoming an expert at 1 or 2 markets. Okay, number of contracts. Do I even need to like touch on that, right? I mean, break the market down, right? Let's take these 2 markets that I'm looking at here today, right? In the ES, and I don't know if you guys trade multiple targets. Let's say you're not trading multiple targets, right? So if you can get 5 points a day, that's $250 as a daily goal, right? Do you need more than 5 trades to do that? And again, it's easier said than done. I'm not saying, okay, I get 5 points every day. What I'm saying is become an expert in 1 or 2 markets, have your daily goal, and I'll talk about that too. We'll get to my dashboard, and I'll talk more about daily goals and kind of give you guys a raw idea of how I plan to trade. And again, I just hired a full-time employee, a guy that worked for me 2 years ago, came back. He's been running a little Amazon business, and he approached me and said, hey man, like I want to work for you this summer up until October, until he'll run his Amazon business this fall because he buys and sells Xboxes. So it's kind of fascinating. So I'm like, man, I got the 4 months to have this guy come work with me full time, try and build the business. So, but I hope I can get back into trading, because the reality is you guys are all here because you want to hear from somebody who can trade, who's done it, who can encourage you on the journey to do it as well. So, but in my experience, like I said, my experience in having talked to almost 3,000 customers, I think this stuff will have value in the trading plan here. Let's continue moving, and I'll just try and give you guys a few more things here. I'm going to jump to a different slide. Yeah, so this is what I want to, funny thing is it's delayed anyway, so I can put the slide up and you guys may not even be seeing it. But there's three things I generally cover in my presentations. There's no way we're going to cover all this today, but what I want to help you guys see, and if you'll look at my website, I believe you'll find a lot of videos that you can actually see a lot of what I would be talking about today if the internet connection was good. But there's three things. Chart execution features, right? So I built a chart trader that's going to help with things like, hey, I want to enter when the bar closes. I want to size my position correctly based on my stop loss. I want to trade micro contracts on a mini chart, right? So I built some tools that I think can help. If you guys have some experience with trading, you're going to know right away these tools are going to be something that you can help with. Even as Leigh, I've been wanting to talk to Leigh because I have a great bracket tool that will submit a bracket order. You can even set the number of seconds, right? So whether it's 1, 1.5, 2, 3 seconds before the bar closes, I think would be the perfect tool. And he's got a good tool as well, but I think I've got a tool with even more features that would be perfect for his news trades. So that's the kind of thing I'm doing, is just kind of building tools, collaborating with my customers. I've also got a trade copier and a risk manager, so maybe we can get participation going. How many of you have traded with a prop firm? You have a trade copier, you know kind of the challenges and the struggles and the frustrations with trade copiers, right? Needing to copy trades across accounts. So I built, thank you, Perry, I see you. I'm sure we've got lots of trade copier users in here. I built my own trade copier. I'll show you guys that. Just released an update yesterday. Okay, so that I think you guys should see. I'm actually going to pull that up real quick. And then lastly, I'm going to give you guys some support and resistance analysis. So I'll give you guys some ideas. You guys can go study and look at on your own as to kind of how I'm approaching the market as I'm making trading decisions. Again, I say this cautiously. I've told you guys how many times in this presentation today, this guy that's talking hasn't gotten a payout since February, right? So I say that with caution, but I know for a fact I can give you guys value with my chart trader and my trade copier. And Rightline coming up has some great systems as well. So let me just get out of this presentation and let's look at the charts. If, and see, I said cannot connect to the internet. So we've definitely got some issues here, but I've got us in replay from Friday. So we'll see how this goes. Last time I've tested my tools on replay, I don't even know. I was telling Anthony I have so much going on with different things and stuff. Just building the software, like, yeah. So this is what my chart typically looks like. Here I've got the basic chart trader tools. So, and again, I don't know if you guys can even see the charts. Can anyone see, can we see the charts now? Let's start there.
Yeah, we could see, which chart is this?
Yeah,
it just
so
looks like your NinjaTrader, NQ NinjaTrader 624 at the top
yeah,
there,
thank you.
chart. Yeah.
That's great. And I think Anthony is either on the phone with me, or I guess he's on the actual presentation. Yeah, that's true. Because I'm on the phone with GoToWebinar. But anyways, all right. So if I hit buy market here, okay, it's going to give me there's no engine, no market data to drive the trade. So I guess we're not going to be able to show some trades here potentially, but my chart trader, I've got some great videos on this. I don't even need to be showing you guys this, okay, because there's videos on my website. So I'll direct you to that at the end of the presentation. But literally what this is, you guys, you compare on the left side, this is what you get with NinjaTrader. And then on the right side is what I've created. So for instance, if you want to place an order, right, you're just going to click the buy click button. And I don't even think this is worth it because I think this is all kind of delayed. So you click, if you guys are seeing this, but you click the buy button and then you would click on the chart to place your trade. So a little bit, just that's one minor improvement, right? But along with the break even button, my P&L, you can switch it between commissions, without commissions. You can show instrument only P&L. Okay. So and while we're on the charts, I'll just tell you guys what all this stuff is. So you guys can write this down if you want to go look at some charts for yourself and see if this stuff has any value. Because when I talk about support and resistance, I actually start with moving averages. Because I really believe that moving averages, maybe we can scroll back. Yeah, we can scroll back to Thursday. All right. So, I mean, the market, it's always still tough for me, right? But when I think of support resistance, I think of moving averages. And again, this is, okay, the market opened at 9:30. We were long, and the VWAP provided support right away. Although on the open, it kind of tanked. And so who knows how I would have traded this. But I believe moving averages, this is a 20 EMA and a 50 EMA, okay? Super simple. Up here, you've got the 5-minute. So I've put the 5-minute on this chart. So this is the 5-minute 20 EMA, 5-minute 50 EMA. And then the VWAP, and then yesterday's high and close. So we can see right away. Now, again, if we're talking realistically on this trade, right, what if I didn't get filled here? Good possibility. I'm like pending right below this VWAP, didn't get filled. Now you're waiting around, do I get in? And then it tanks, right? But look how the 20, once it confirms a burst, this is over lunchtime. So again, my trading plan wouldn't trade over lunch, right? So do we even talk about this? But look how the 20 provided our resistance right here. So this is a 1-minute chart. So if I'm looking at charts, and I know a lot of you guys use tick charts, Renko charts. Robin says, I love trading against VWAP traders. That's hilarious. You know, sometimes I wonder, Robin, sometimes I wonder. You and me can duke it out if you reach out on my website. Or we probably won't because I'm not really trading right now, as I said. But yeah, so I think these tools have, again, kind of like the tools I gave you in the trading plan. I think if you would just look at moving averages again, you would consider the possibility of trading. Now, how do you manage trades, right? Do you guys ever think about risk reward? What I find is, I found this with my dad, right? It drives me nuts. He's taking trades and he takes these small little winners, right? But then when it goes against him, he'll scale in. He'll end up with a large loser, right? I believe my path to success, okay, is at least a 1-to-1 risk reward. And I have to live with the result, right? And I can't shorten my target, right? So a lot of times what I did back in February and January when I was trading is I would use the ATR, right? So the ATR sitting here at 14, 15, right? 15 points. If I was selling this pullback, my target and my stop would be somewhere around between 1 and 2. So anywhere between 15 and 30. All right. So this is a tough one to sell, right? If you short here, you take some heat, you get in the profit, goes against you, does hit the 50. I don't know. I mean, I'm the first one to say, right? In real time, who knows what would have happened here, right? But I believe you do have to take losses. You have to let your winners run, right? You can't take up. You're not going to be trading the NASDAQ with a 5-point target and a 20-point stop. You're not. I don't believe it. If someone can show me payouts doing that, then I would love to see it. But so I think a 1-to-1 risk reward with support and resistance, or even a larger reward than your risk, right? So if you're risking 1, for instance, you might be going for 1.5. What does that mean? If I'm risking 20 points, then I'm going for 30 points in a target on the NASDAQ. And I also don't think that multiple targets are, but I don't know what's been discussed today because I was playing pickleball this morning. But I don't think multiple targets have an advantage. But again, I think we're off on a tangent. I just want to show you what's on my chart here. And the market replay is useless because I can't place a trade anyways. Let's go back and look at one more day. We'll look at Wednesday. So yeah, this is tough. I mean, who knows? This is why I feel like I'm still learning, and there's no automated system that's going to work, right? Because here, yeah, it opens at 9:30. You could buy, it goes long. You could buy the pullback into the blue. That's a winning trade. Again, I say that cautiously, depending on how you took it, how you look at it. Market tanks. If you go short anywhere in here, you're struggling. So But I do believe, now look here though, okay, pulls back to the 20, bounce, pulls back to the 20. This is a very hard to trade. I bet a lot of you RSI and MACD guys are like, oh, this is way overbought, right? What happens? Hits the 20 and goes up another 50 points, okay? So that's why I don't use RSI or MACD. I mean, you're getting the raw presentation today, but this stuff is so fun. I love this stuff. I'm going to show you guys. Anyone have any questions? Anyone have any questions for me? Have you guys looked at my website and seen some things I have available and some stuff I've coded? Let's look at this window real quick. Colin, I saw you, man. Thanks a lot for saying that. I think so. My software is not perfect. I've actually come to believe, like yesterday when I was editing my YouTube video last night and Camtasia, like the audio would not be synced up right, and I had to like separate the video and the audio, move the audio around. I'm thinking, man, even Camtasia has bugs. This is ridiculous. Editing my video is enough of a pain as it is, let alone I have to. Thanks. Those are old accounts. So I didn't even clear this window out. These are all blown accounts. This one's actually funded, but I haven't converted it to a PA yet. And they keep billing me. I think I've gotten billed twice on this one little eval account. So let me reset this. Actually, I gotta go to here, simulate accounts. No, nothing's connected, but I'll show you guys this window real quick. Thanks for the compliment and the profits. 30 grand in payouts, spending about 22 grand. So that's kind of where I'm at with the whole Apex story. At least I'm ahead. But yeah, even Camtasia has bugs, right? So no software is perfect, but I would like to believe that you can trust my copier, and lots of people are. It's basically a full-time job, just taking care of people and resolving issues and continuing to add features. So this is the window. I published a whole video on this that I'll put in the chat if I can even get it pulled up. I was trying to pull it up and the internet's still acting weird. But that being said, we'll just get to that at the end. But I did publish a whole video on this last night, covering my trade copier. So if you need a trade copier, would love for you guys to look at that and use the discount code that I'm going to give you guys today on the webinar. So what is this, guys? These are all my sim accounts, right? So I test this in sim, but I've also tested this in live. You can go look at my old videos and see my Rhythmic accounts, see my TradeAvate accounts, testing it on both platforms. But you can set a bunch of different stuff here. How many contracts do you want to trade mini or micro on the follower accounts? You can even select, had a couple clients text me today, loving this feature. You can even select an ATM strategy. This is a brand new feature released yesterday. So let's say you want to have a different, I'm literally scrolling through all my ATM strategies here, right? So I could set a unique ATM strategy for every account. So when you get into the trade, now you have a unique strategy for each account to exit the trade. So look, I don't personally think this has value. I don't know how people are going to use it, but I've had enough customers request it that, Joel, the question I always, okay, yeah, let me know what the question is. So yeah, you can actually select a unique ATM strategy for each follower account. So that's pretty cool. I can deselect all these. Here up here, it's going to show how many accounts are selected. Right now it's 12, one master, and 11 followers. So this is my trade copier. You guys can watch a whole video on this, but I want to do some Q&A and maybe show you guys the website and make an offer, and then we can keep moving. Again, guys, like, I take this seriously, the opportunity to present, so I'm so sorry. I knew I had internet issues last night, but then this morning just kind of forgot about it. Rolled in here at 1:30, and here we are. So, M. Rose, did you have a question? Does anyone else have any questions? Am I missing? Let me scroll down here and see. I'm going to go ahead and put a link in the chat here. If you guys want to go to the website, I'm going to go through this link. It's going to take you, I need to select all audience. There we go. That link is going to take you directly to my website where you can see. Yeah, but even like, I can't even pull up my own YouTube video because it's showing that I'm offline. So this is something else. But
Rose has a question. She wanted to know, can you use the trade copier to trade 2 prop accounts simultaneously? For example, Apex and Take Profit Trader on the same dashboard.
Yes, Rose. I'm actually adding documentation to my website on this. That's what David is helping me with since he started on Wednesday. As long as they're Trade-Evade accounts, the answer is yes. The limitation is rhythmic. So you can only have one rhythmic connection at a time, while you can have unlimited Trade-Evade connections. Now, unlimited in theory, right? We all know NinjaTrader has its limitations. So I write about that too. If you're going to have 40, 50 accounts or more, there's some things you need to do to set it up, because there's going to be challenges with that. But yeah, the answer is yes, through Trade-Evade connections. And if you respond and I can't see it, it's because the internet is lag. There's lag in the internet. Thanks for the question.
Yeah, no response yet. Yeah.
So yeah, thank you for asking that. I guess if you do have NinjaTrader, it's fascinating because I reached out to them. If you have NinjaTrader, and I see more attendees rolling in. Glad you guys are in here for what's coming up. It's going to be great here with Rightline. I'm not sure who's presenting today with Rightline, but it's always good. Let's see here. Yeah, that's a great question. So yeah, looking at my charts here, what you see is my key levels confluence indicator. We talked about the VWAP. Robin is picking on me and saying she likes to trade against the VWAP, so that's fine. Robin can trade how she wants to trade. But I agree with you, Robin. Sometimes I like to trade against people's trades too. I'm like, man, so many people lose. So how can I take trades that are against what the norm, what normal traders are thinking? Although, Robin, look at the VWAP right here. I don't know, man. Caught that nasty drop. That's pretty beautiful on a 20-point NASDAQ winner in a couple minutes. Yeah, you see, she trades divergence, where I'm over here like, man, the MACD, and I don't know what oscillator you're talking about, but I'm over here like, that stuff doesn't work. But that's the thing as traders. I wish, I want to publish a YouTube video on this, but I wish we would take more personal responsibility. I can't tell you how many people reach out to me expecting me to just hand them everything, right? And it's like, we all have to take responsibility to develop our own trading plan. I love that, Robin. I love that you trade divergence. And I learned divergence in my early 20s, and maybe just because it didn't work out for me, I just don't like it. I don't know, on the ES. But I think there's so many paths to success, and I think it really does. If I can give you guys one more thing, I think it really does come down to risk reward. It comes down to how are you managing your risk on a trade-by-trade basis and then on a daily basis. And so I'll pull this window back up because I didn't discuss this, and I am landing this plane at 345 sharp, 344. So get ready for the next presenter. But this is how I'm going to do it, right? So I can set a daily goal and a daily loss, right? We talked about this. When I'm trading these $50,000 accounts, if you guys know what a $50,000 account is, someone, I'm sure Norm, somebody explained that today, right? I'm going to be using a $600 target, $400 stop. If I'm trading 5 micro contracts, that's 60 points, okay, on the NASDAQ. So my goal is to make 60 points for the day, and when I don't do well, I'm losing 40 points, and stick to the plan, right? And there's only 2 possibilities. Well, there's 3 possibilities. I could like 600, 600, 400, 400, 400, 400. Like, certainly you could just struggle to get anywhere, right? But I believe that I'll hit the $3,000 mark and get that $40,000 payout, right, in a single month or in potentially 10 days if it goes really well. You could have 3 losing days. I think with this math, let's see here, 7 days would be 4,200, okay? 3 days would be 1,200. So that would still be $3,000 to pull that money, right? And for me, it's either $40,000 or bust. I'm not going to do less because honestly, by getting experience trading 20 accounts, I'm testing my copier. That's what my customers want to see, right? Using my software products. So just some thoughts, daily goal, daily loss, trade by trade basis. All right, so as we wrap up, I'm going to show you guys my website. I've given you guys the link. I hope everyone is on the website right now taking a look at this. All right. What you can do at the very bottom is get to YouTube right here. Do you see this YouTube link at the very bottom? I'm going to open this in a new tab and see if it even works. Probably won't because my internet is horrible. But yeah, I don't even know if you guys can see what I'm showing you on the website. But if you're on the website, you can see at the very top, the coupon code is corner. That's going to give you 40% off anything on my website. So I would encourage you guys. All right. So I don't know if anyone can see my screen.
We see. Thanks for attending the webinar. Okay, yeah, and corner's all capital letters, so I'll put that in there for you.
Yeah. So Vincent, thank you, brother, for the question. I see it. The best way to do that is my latest YouTube video. So right here on my channel, you can see, if you go to videos, you'll be able to see the video I published yesterday. I think it's an awesome summary of everything and how it works. So I published this last night. But yeah, if you look at the basic chart trader tools, click more information. There's going to be a YouTube video there covering all the features that you would get. If you look at the essential chart trader tools, again, click more information. There's going to be a recent YouTube video that I published within the last month or two that's going to cover all the features in the essential chart trader tools, right? And then you've got all sorts of other options below there. The ability to enter on a bar close, very popular. The ability to do bracket entry orders, another one. Advanced exit orders management if you want to build custom trailing stops, another one that my customers love. You scroll down, duplicate account actions is my trade copier. Account risk manager is the risk management, and there's a few more things, but that's it for me today, you guys. Best way to get in touch with me is the bottom right corner of the website. Click on the chat button. You see a black button, bottom right corner of the website. Ask questions. I think I'm going to head to the lake, but I would love to connect with as many of you guys as I can. You'll hear back from me, every single one of you. So just reach out, give any questions. Thanks, Traders Corner. Thanks, everybody, for your patience with me today. So sorry about the internet issues, but I hope you guys still got some value out of this. So thanks.
Thank you, Joel. Looks like I think some people got some value out of this. We're pretty busy in the chat there. And thank you,
man.
ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, and thanks everyone else for sticking with us. We appreciate that through our technical difficulties.
Yeah, thanks for all the participants in the chat. Thank you, Traders Corner, Right Line Trading coming up. Attendees have been actually flowing in, which is pretty cool to see. And yeah, just grateful for the opportunity to be with you guys today. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Joel. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators. Thanks for making such an incredible offer for our audience today. Amazing how powerful your tools and indicators are. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to mention the online reviews that Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators has are absolutely incredible. If you want a tremendous discount on some of the most powerful NinjaTrader tools, Mr. Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators has some available. His members are absolutely loving his products. We have put his link in the chat box. Joel, it is always a pleasure to have you on Traders Corner. Thanks again.
All right. Thanks a lot, man. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you. Yeah, we appreciate it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our last presentation of the day. I hope everyone is listening closely. Our last presenter is a graduate of Syracuse University and has been trading the financial markets for the past 15 years. He wears several hats over at Right Line Trading. He is a trading coach, assists with the optimization of trading strategies and indicators, provides logistical and technical support, and is always ready and willing to assist the Right Line Trading community. Here to present how our members are getting funded automatically in just one day is Mr. Rory Powers of Right Line Trading. Welcome to Traders Corner, Rory.
Hey, thank you, Anthony. Thank you so much for having me. Wow, that's a tough act to follow. Joe Wyse is just an incredible developer.
Yes.
I highly recommend his tools, and he's got the best trade copier out there. I know firsthand. It's really an honor to be here today. Thank you, everybody, and for joining me. And I want to wish all the fathers out there a very happy Father's Day. Man, it's Father's Day weekend. And my two little girls, listen, those my pride and joy. I'm so blessed, and it kind of brings a tear to my eye just knowing how much God has blessed me and how much I love my kids. So I want to wish everybody who's a father a blessed and happy Father's Day. The kids are everything. So let's get started with the presentation. I'm going to be presenting on the AI Auto Trader, and man, we've got an exciting presentation. We're going to cover the ODP. That's our one-day pass prop trading templates and our PA account templates that we've just added. So stick around. I've got some really great information for you. I just want to get the CFTC out of the way. This presentation is for demonstration and educational purposes only. It's important to know that I am not a licensed financial advisor. If you're not familiar with the risks associated with trading, please and consult with a licensed financial advisor. Wow, there's a lot of people here today. I'm really pleased to see everybody. God bless you all. Big crowd today, and it's always great to be on Traders Corner. I happen to be part of a very experienced, educated team. It's not myself alone back here pulling the switches and flipping the levers. I'm part of a really great team. I'm going to just take a quick moment to introduce our team. First, I'll start with our traders. Mr. Craig Emery started out as one of our clients, actually. Purchased dozens of trading systems and indicators that just didn't work for him. He never did find any consistency. Came to Right Line Trading, purchased one of our trading systems, the Money Flow Tracker, and the rest is history. He's actually running his own live trading room in our futures trading room. And then we have at the top right, David Kushner. We endearingly, lovingly, we call him the Kush. The Kush successfully sustains funding with 6 funded accounts. Why 6? I don't know. But it's 6, and he keeps it at 6. He's an extremely disciplined, rules-based trader. He's one of these guys like David Wyse, who I'll introduce in a second, that trades without emotion. And he sticks to his game plan and follows his ironclad rules. He runs our prop trading program. And the Kush is a great trader. Bottom right, we have Mr. David Wyse. David Wyse, as I mentioned, is an emotion-free trader. And I say emotion-free because that's really, I think 90% or 99% of our problem is, for most of us, is, along with myself, is, we let our emotions make the decisions for us. David bases all of his trading decisions on the technicals. He looks at the technical analysis, he looks at the charts, and he makes his reactions based on that. But let me tell you something, he's extremely gifted as an options trader. He leverages the signals that our trading system provides to trade options. I like to refer to him as the Pete Rose of options traders. You remember Pete Rose, old Charlie Hustle. I mean, he was always on base and he was always hustling, single after single and a double with a triple mixed in. And before you know it, you've run up the score and your account has a huge profit in it. And that's David Wyse, extremely gifted options trader. Behind the desks here at Right Line Trading, we have Mr. Brock Miller. Brock is our college student. He's getting his degree in computer science, and he works with customer service, customer support, digital marketing. He's a really great guy, really young, up-and-coming guy. He's going to be in software development very soon. And then we have our development team. Mr. Charles Sider happens to be one of our members' favorites. Charles is one of these guys that will bend over backwards to put others before himself. He's a great, humble guy, and he's extremely educated. A lot of people don't know it, but he has his master's degree from UCLA. He's also a computer engineer. He got his degree, a master's degree as well in computer science, and he's extremely educated. Then we have Mr. Sergio Luque Rodriguez. I got my Spanish accent going. I live down in South Florida, and Luque and I have been working together probably for pretty close to 10 years now. And he also has a master's degree in computer science. And let me tell you, when I first met Sergio, he spoke very little English. He had this broken English and a heavy Spanish accent. And, you know, I underestimated him, I got to admit. It turns out the guy is just extremely talented. He's just as good, you know, as Joe Wyse. He's in that class. Sergio can bring complex algorithms that are based on mathematical modeling. And now he's taken it a step further, and he's learning how to integrate, he's learned how to integrate AI technology into our software. The team is led by Mark Miller, who firmly believes that AI technology is the future and has made a commitment with an ongoing collaboration with a world-renowned AI development lab to provide our members with the most powerful automated system available to the retail traders. Mark Miller is a U.S. Army vet. Yes, and I love veterans. Anyone out here a veteran, thank you for your service. First responders, nurses, medical field, anybody who helps others, really, God bless you. Mark Miller is a U.S. Army vet. He has his MBA from Cal State, and extremely nice guy. He's really a man of God. I've really become close personal friends with him, and he is the owner of Right Line Trading. And what he's done basically is he's distilled those core military values of honesty, hard work, transparency into every department here at Right Line Trading. And listen, it's our vision, our mandate. We're on a mission. We're on a mission to provide our members and our clients with an edge over all other retail traders. We want to be able to provide you with an indication of the future direction of price. That's the valuable information. That's the moneymaker. Which way is that market headed? Any edge that we can get over the other retail traders is worth a ton of money. Over the years, Right Line Trading has been around for close to 14 or 15 years now. And our goal is really not only to provide an edge to our members, but we also want to build a community of traders. We recognize that there's power in numbers. I see a ton of people that have been part of our trading family, and that's really what we consider you here at Right Line Trading, is part of our trading family. And listen, we get some of our best ideas from our family of traders. So by being a part of our community of traders, learning what's working for other people, sometimes more important, what's not working for other people, so we can avoid those potholes and speed bumps, is really valuable as well. And most importantly, we want to do it with transparency and integrity. In honor of Father's Day, I've changed my slides. I took off the fishing slides. I've got a stain on one of them, it looks like. But these are my two precious girls. I've been, as I mentioned earlier, blessed. My 5-year-old with unique abilities, God bless her, and my new 1-year-old, Heather. These are my 2 baby girls, and my 1-year-old, just adores my 5-year-old. She runs around the house following her and mimicking her, and it's just so beautiful to see the 2 of them playing with each other each day. I have a beautiful wife down here in South Florida, and she's a Haitian American. And listen, I'm a graduate of Syracuse University. I've been trading the financial markets for about 12 years now. And I've got to confess, a lot of the presenters that preceded me today are far better traders than I am. And I'm not saying it because I'm humble. I'm saying it because it's the truth. I'm a terrible trader. I've blown out dozens of trading accounts. And that really was the genesis of the AI auto trader. Over the years, I've spoke to hundreds, if not thousands, of traders. And God, I love traders because we're perseverers. We're fighters. We're soldiers. I've talked to so many of you that have lost money and blown out accounts, but you know what? I rarely speak to quitters, and I've spoken to the same people for going on a decade now who have hung in there and continue to persevere in this trading journey, and I respect you for that. And that's why my heart belongs to traders. But we've all experienced problems with consistency, including myself. And I think the vast majority of us experience these emotional errors. And at first we don't realize it has to do with human emotion. But if you think about it and dissect it a little bit, it really does. For myself, and I like to speak in the first person. I don't want to call anybody out. I'll call one guy out. There was one trader, his name was Marty. And he was around about 5 or 6 years ago, and Marty just could do nothing right. I used to, be the moderator in the live trading room while Mark was the trader, and people would be making money on certain days and doing extremely well. But Marty, it didn't matter if everybody else made money. He just couldn't find his way as a trader. And, it kind of reminds me of myself because, I've blown out a dozen accounts. And what it is I love to squeeze my stops. If I see a trade that's going in my direction, I keep a close eye on the P&L, which is really my biggest mistake. But I'll see those green numbers start adding up really quickly. And then I get excited. It's very exciting and exhilarating. And the first thing, it's almost instinctive, is I'll pull my stop up because God forbid I should lose some of that money. But really what I'm doing is I'm not allowing the trade to mature. And the same holds true with a trade going against me. Again, I'm looking at the P&L and I see those red numbers come in and I immediately exit the trade only to see the position reverse and go back in the direction that I would have been profitable. And, on this show on Trader's Corner, one of the presenters, his name is Christopher Mullen, he said that humans have about a dozen different personality traits. And 10 out of the 12, maybe even 11 out of the 12 just don't lend well to being a good trader. Where you don't let emotions. Let's face it, in a fast-moving, news-driven market, you kind of have to put yourself in the zone. You have to make split-second decisions based on a lot of different indicators and data. And a lot of us, including myself, just can't put those human emotions and get ourselves in that zone. Or a lot of us have bought indicators. Mark likes to say he was seduced. He was seduced into buying a trading system. It sounded great. It looked wonderful during the presentation. But when it got installed on his computer, it just didn't work. It lagged price, or the system lacked a proven trading methodology. But you know what? All of these issues leads to the same place, and I know that most of you have been there and can feel me on this. It all leads to blowing out our trading accounts. Man, I'll tell you, I've laid in bed at night talking to myself, saying, "That's it. I quit. I just can't do it." And it's so frustrating because there was moments of greatness. The light shone through on several days, and it was seemed to be right there at my fingertips. So this was the genesis of the AI Auto Trader. It has been my team's commitment. And listen, our team works 60-hour weeks, almost weekly, and it's our commitment to bring this to an end. And I've really got an exciting presentation. I'm going to show prop traders. Stick around. I'm going to show you some stuff. It's prop trading on steroids. So stick around. You're going to really like this. When it comes to the opening bell, and that 9:30 comes around, and the bell rings, listen, God only knows himself which way the market's going to go. We have the talking heads on TV. We have our opinions and our biases and which way we want the market to go, and our own personal hedges on the market. But God knows that we have no idea in reality of which way that market is going to go. So we've narrowed it down to two things that we feel will create trading success. Number one, we have to have the proper tool set. If you want to get a job done correctly, you got to come with the most up-to-date, current, most well-developed tools that you can find. If you're going to buy a trade copier, you want Joe Wyse's trade copier because it's the best one out there. Listen, if you want to buy an automated strategy, you want one leveraged by artificial intelligence. Absolutely. Our system is going to identify risk and get you into trades when risk is at its lowest. And ideally, we want software that can automatically get us in and get us out of these trades. Because listen, left to our own devices, and I don't want to say I'll say left to my own devices, man, I can mess up, a perfectly good trade in so many different ways. It's ridiculous. So if we can have a system that can do it for us, holy moly, that's what we're looking for. So the benefits from using the system, our AI Auto Trader, and I'd like to lay a foundation down at this point because I want you to know that this is a system that runs on NinjaTrader 8 only. NinjaTrader 8. You could trade a prop account, a live account, a sim account. It makes no difference as long as it's on NinjaTrader 8. Okay, NinjaTrader 8 and a live data feed, and you're in business. So with that being said, NinjaTrader now is a free platform. They have a free version of Ninja, or if you're a prop trader, once you sign up, they'll give you a license key and a data feed, and you're off to the races. So the main benefits of using our AI Auto Trader is if you just leave it alone and let it do its thing, there's no more overthinking or hesitating on a perfect trade. Listen, a lot of us, we just don't have the time to babysit our charts. Let's face it, we've got the phone ringing, we've got the kids running around, we got maybe we're driving a truck or we're seeing patients or whatever your occupation might be. There's very few of us who can give 100% of our attention to our trading charts. I can't tell you how many times I've taken a phone call and came back and saw this huge move that passed me by. And I was like, oh, if I could have just got into that one. And we miss it. Well, now there's no more missing trades. Now we have a system that with our AI technology will place your stop and your profit targets in the most ideal locations. What I mean by the most ideal locations, is we all know the elephant in the room when somebody talks about an automated strategy is that the changing market conditions were always the killer of automated systems. They may have done good for a week or a couple weeks, but once market conditions changed, they kind of went stale on us. And I want you to know with this new technology that your stop and your profit targets will dynamically change during the trading session based on the range of the market. We're even taking it a step further. They have something called AI agents, and we're also integrating what they call a smart stop. And I'm going to go into more of that in the future, but that's something that is coming in the very near future. So there's no more cutting your winners short. There's no more mismanaging your trades. And if you're a prop trader, man, we've got what we call our one-day pass templates. We've abbreviated one-day pass. We call it the ODP. ODP. And the ODP has really made these evaluation accounts great again. It's a lot of fun to watch. These are one-day pass trades. We've optimized, time optimized our templates to trade a 10 contract trade with just amount of ticks to clear the hurdle of passing an evaluation account. And we have the stop configured to where we take the full length of the stop that the prop firm allows us. And I'm going to show you some of the results of that in just a few minutes. But first I want to highlight, I always like to do kind of like Casey Kasem used to do the American Top 40 on Saturday mornings. He used to count down the top 40 hits. Don't worry, I'm not going to count down 40. I'm just going to count down the top 3. So this is a shortened version. So coming in for the month of May at number 3 was our Haymaker strategy. And our Haymaker strategy is really, I think, is our most exciting strategy. May not be the most profitable, but it is the most exciting. It runs on a 30 range on the NASDAQ, and it has about a 4-to-1 risk to reward ratio. Really, one of our big problems as futures traders, when we make these human emotional errors that I described earlier, when we squeeze our stop and we pull it up and we get out of these winning trades early, what it does is it skews our risk to reward. Where if we can get 2 or 3 winners and we haven't let them run to the full excursion, when we pull in a loser, it wipes out those previous 2 or 3 winners. And man, did we have our blood, sweat, and tears in those 3 winners, only to see them eliminated by that one losing trade. There's nothing that hurts worse. Well, the Haymaker is the polar opposite. The Haymaker is in the trade with 50 ticks of risk, and it's going for a 200 tick profit target. So one trade is $1,000, one loser is $250. And the NASDAQ 30 range last month, in the month of May, made just under $2,000, $1,842 to be exact. So the Haymaker was number 3 in our monthly top 3 countdown. Coming in at number 2 is the black gold strategy. That runs on crude oil. And man, crude has become a really great instrument to trade. There's certain hours of the day that our system will trade crude oil that there's just huge swings in price. It goes up and down and up and down. And this system just loves that volatility. And the crude oil strategy runs on a, listen to this, a 6-to-1 risk to reward ratio. We're risking 15 ticks to make 90, 16 ticks, 15 ticks to make 90. It runs on the crude oil 10 range data series. And take a look at these numbers. in the month of May, and I just want to qualify these these figures. What I'm showing you is based on trading one E-mini, okay, one E-mini. We have a really diversified portfolio of strategies. We start them all trading just one contract, and all of these performance metrics that I'm sharing with you is based on one contract, one contract. So in the month of May, crude oil was able to rack in just under $4,000 in profit. $4,000 trading just crude oil, and very small losing trades, so risking 150 bucks to make 900. And we've got some really great trailing stops. We have some trade management strategies that come with this, that come with these strategy inputs that will really lock in the gain. So even if it doesn't go the full excursion, not to worry. We have some features that will lock in a majority of those profits. And the number one most profitable strategy in the month of May was our retirement plan. And listen, the retirement plan is one of our most consistent. It's not quite as aggressive as the Haymaker. The Haymaker runs on a 30 range. It's very fast. I like to refer to it as our Maserati or our Lamborghini. The NASDAQ by nature is a fast moving market. You know, it's almost like an addiction. You know, if you've traded the NASDAQ, I must have quit trading the NASDAQ 20 times, but I always come back to it because you can always find one or two entries that, man, you score big money very quickly. So it's a lot of fun. But on the 2 minute, we've kind of slowed down the NASDAQ a little bit, and we catch these huge reversals trading this 2 minute retirement plan. Some of the metrics that this strategy looks at is we're looking at market internals, so disparity between uptick and downtick, and we're also looking at momentum, big shift in momentum. We're looking to follow along with big institutional money. We want to follow in the trend that they're creating. And the 2 minute retirement plan does just that. It catches some home run trades. And the 2 minute retirement plan just nosed out crude oil and was up over $4,000 in the month of May, trading just one contract. So if we add it all up, we're looking at just under $10,000 cumulative on our top three strategies for the month of May. And I tell you, it's just really, really game-changing numbers that we've been seeing. And a lot of people ask me, they say, you know, Rory, why do you think now you guys are having so much success? And, you know, there's really no question about it. And I alluded to it a little bit earlier. And I want to get to the prop trading category of this presentation, but I just want to let you know a little bit about what's under the hood, because what we have here is not a black box system. This is a system that's going to run on your computer. The prop firms consider this a semi-automated system because you're always in control of the trades. It's a self-driven automated strategy. There's a number of parameters that you can configure to make it more risky, where you can either reduce the risk or you can make it more aggressive. I should say either more aggressive or conservative. And once the trade is executed, your stop and profit targets are always on the chart. So you're always in control. If you want to manage the trade on yourself, you always have that ability. So the secret sauce, the reason for our success is in collaboration with this world-renowned AI lab. We've integrated this AI component into our strategies. We call it our advanced machine learning algorithm. And what it does is it continuously optimizes the placement of your stop and profit targets based on the range of the market. Well, how does that work? Not to get too technical, but I want to explain it. What we've done is we've attached with each active strategy, and there's a large number of strategies that we have. We're trading on 6 instruments. All of the index equities, the NASDAQ, Dow, the E-mini, and the Russell. And we're also trading the precious metal with gold, and energy, we have crude oil. So each one of these active strategies runs in tandem with what we call a drone, which is also a strategy that also executes trades. The drone strategy has a very big stop and a very wide profit target that does not move. It's static. And it takes a trade in tandem with the bot. And the two the two of them are sharing a database that is running on your computer. The database, what they're sharing, just so you know, is the maximum forward excursion of the move and the maximum adverse excursion of the move. In layman's terms, the average true range of the market, the range of the market. If it's a choppy, ranging market, you'd be crazy to have your profit targets a mile away. You'll never hit them. It's going to move your profit targets in much closer to where it knows it can hit the profit targets. And what it does is it goes around in a circle. Every trade that it takes, it's constantly dynamically changing the location of your stop and your profit targets. And the amount of information that it calculates is really overwhelming for you or I to be able to do it. It runs in this closed loop system in milliseconds, and will dynamically change your positioning of your stops and profit targets. So that's really the secret sauce behind our trading success. The benefits of using this self-learning AI model, well, it provides, just as I mentioned, the ability to adapt to a changing market condition. Listen, during the week, Leigh Goldstein was up earlier. He's a professional. His niche is trading the news, and he's an expert at it. He collects data over the last decade of every single news trade that comes out. Well, this is a very news-driven market, and I'm sure you hear the CPI, the PPI, this is coming out, that's coming out, and you go from a ranging market, and all of a sudden, in a split second, your chart is shooting up, to the moon, and you don't know what happened. Well, these are these economic news reports that are coming out on a daily basis. So this ability to adapt to these changing market conditions has really been a game changer. And what it does at the end of the day is it not only does it improve the accuracy, but the output that comes out is more accurate, and that leads to more profits. It leads to more profits. So before I get into the offer, I wanted to show the prop trader, the prop trading component that we've just recently added. And I'm going to go to a full screen on this. We have what are called the prop, we call them our one-day pass templates, or ODP. And the way this works, if you're a prop trader, if you have a trade copier, this will provide you with the ability, if you can leverage a trade copier, and you could take 10 prop accounts or 5 prop accounts, as many as you want to risk. And you're going to put them in our best strategy during the best window of opportunity. There's certain half hours out of the day that these work better than others. And we've got them all time optimized and everything set to go. And Mark is going to show it here in this live trade. This is a trade that he took on a trade copier. I think he had 5 different prop account evaluations on our one-day pass template. And we're going to let it run. So he's in the trade. He's using the trade copier. And basically, it's really talks for itself. You can see its P&L running on the right edge of the chart. and his goal is 3,100. He wants to cover commissions. And he's explaining how the system is semi-automated because you can move your stop. So with these trades, it's a good idea to follow these because unrealized profit can be a killer. But this is the spirit of this strategy is to get you past the evaluation. I'm kind of old school, you know. I'll take one contract and trade it for a month and put blood, sweat, and tears into it. But that's really not the best strategy, especially when a prop account now, you know, costs as little as $20. For $20, instead of taking a month of time, with this one-day pass, it's going to take all of that blood, sweat, and tears, and it's going to put it aside. So there, he knocked it out. I see him get 10 or 15 of these, you know, on the regular basis. And he rotates them in and makes some PA accounts. Let me get out of this. And he switches them over to PA accounts and keeps the ball rolling, and payouts I'm going to show you in the next few slides. But I want to show you what my offer is. If you decide to come aboard this weekend for Father's Day, if you're not very good at tech support, if you feel overwhelmed with NinjaTrader, don't worry, because we have really a great IT tech support team that will share your screen and do the full installation for you. Throughout the lifetime of your membership or ownership, we offer daily support. We're going to hold your hand, okay? We do a lot of hand-holding for our new traders. It also comes with our 2-module masterclass series, where we break down every single one of the parameters that are part of the strategy. And in module 2, we go into the optimization process. So if you want to build your own strategy, it can be built on any instrument and on any time frame. We do offer those 2-module workshops. And our AI Auto Trader is live streamed on YouTube Live every morning. Okay, our YouTube live stream, whether you come aboard or not, come join us. Listen, in full transparency, we want you to see this system in action because we're really proud of it. And day after day, it provides our traders with an edge. It runs up the score like you wouldn't imagine. So these are the prop trading one-day pass templates. It's really taken our prop trading, and I alluded to the fact earlier that it's like prop trading on steroids. And the reason being, with these prop firms, with the evaluation accounts, very recently they were as high as 90% off. I think the most you'll pay is 70% off, which I think is about $30. So for $30, if you take 5 or 10 of them and you can flip them into PA accounts, remember, you're never putting any of your own capital at risk with these prop accounts. So the only thing at risk is that $30 or $40 that you paid for each one of the evaluation accounts. That's all you could ever lose. So the risk is very small with these, but the potential that you have on the upside, I want to kind of go into that in a little more detail. So with the video I just showed you, Mark passed on the one-day pass on that trade 5 or 10 PA accounts. So once you've got the one-day pass in place and you've passed the test, statistically, it's about 1 out of every 2 or 2.5 trades. So if you have to go through 3 tries to get it, 1 out of 3, let's call it, because I like to go with the worst case scenario, and I'm really talking statistically. At 1 out of 3, you're going to get a PA account for every evaluation. So once you get the PA account, that's after you've passed the evaluation, then our strategy changes. we're not going to be, super aggressive to get the job done so quickly. We want to adhere, to they have what's called a 30% consistency rule. And they have some rules that we adhere to, and we're going to help you through that process. But once you get these PA accounts, I want you to be rest assured that we have our PA templates that are available as well for prop traders that have very little risk with trailing stops that don't allow for big unrealized gains. That's what we have to avoid as prop traders. The game has changed a little bit with the rules that they put on us. And listen, if you're not a prop trader, don't worry, okay? You could trade this system on a live account. That's fine. But the vast majority of what I'm seeing are mostly prop traders. So with the upside potential with these prop accounts, I wanted to highlight it in this presentation because Mark Miller, this is right out of Apex. What I'm showing you here is the PO account, and I really sold them short because I could only get so many in one screenshot. There was really far more of them. But the ones that I did capture, he's looking at about $25,000 in payouts running the AI auto trader, leveraging this system to get these payouts through Apex Trader funding. So our goal, and our goal as traders, is to make money using these strategies. The ultimate goal is to get you a bi-weekly payout. So included with the offer this weekend, we're going to be starting a whole new prop trading, automated system with this AI. But right now it's all built in together. And if anybody had previously ordered, don't worry, you're grandfathered in. But coming soon, we're going to be separating the two for live trading and for prop trading because they both take a lot of time. But for this weekend, for Father's Day and for the Traders Corner special, it's a $14.99 value. We're including all of our one-day pass templates, and we're including all of our prop trader templates, and we want to get you paid as prop traders. That's our number one goal. So our offer for this weekend is we're going to include both the discretionary and the automated system, both the live trading templates, the live account templates, and the prop account templates. We're including the whole ball of wax all together on either a monthly, annual, or lifetime license. The monthly subscription is normally $7.99. We have a coupon code that will give you a $200 discount, and it brings it down to $5.99 per month. We also have the annual subscription, which is normally $33.99, and we're discounting it by $1,000 to where it will be $23.99 for the year. $23.99, that's going to break down to about $200 per month. Probably the best value, and for those of you that just don't like subscriptions, and by all means, if you have the means, it probably is the best value in the long run, is the lifetime license. We're going to be offering a 50% discount on the lifetime license. So instead of $79.99, the 50% off is going to give you a $39.99 lifetime deal. And what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to put the offer in the chat box. If I can grab it, bear with me. And because it's Father's Day, what we're going to do is we're going to extend. We started this on Memorial Day, and we're going to end it at Father's Day. And for Father's Day, and that's really where my heart is, because it takes a lot to be a dad. Anybody can have kids, but it takes really a good man with a good heart to be a father to those kids. And I respect anybody who's a good dad. For Father's Day, we're going to do the 65% off. And let me put it in the chat box. The 65% off, it takes it down to $29.99 for the lifetime license. I just put it in the chat box. The coupon code is lifetime. It's $29.99. It's going to include the discretionary and automated systems. What I mean by discretionary is we have absolutely beautiful chart templates for all of these instruments. And you're going to get all of the indicators, all of the signals are displayed on your chart. You're also going to get all of the automated strategy templates. They're all pre-formatted templates. Don't worry. You're not going to have to put in the inputs, and it's not going to be complicated. In fact, we have a special tool that we use. It installs everything in 2 minutes flat. And you're going to have everything up and running before the weekend's over. So that is our one-day pass and prop trader special included in this lifetime license. So just to take a moment, I've had a lot of our traders mention to me, they say, you know, $5.99 a month, you know, for the love of God, that's a lot of money. And you know what? You're right, it is a lot of money. And I like to always show, you know, the value of what we're offering here. And when I do this, I like to go right into what our members are saying. This is a channel in our Discord chat. We have a beautiful Discord chat group, and this is where our community of traders communicates with one another. We share our daily results. We talk about what's working, what's not working, what needs to be improved. If you need tech support, you always have your finger on the pulse of the community, and you're never left behind. So you can see the type of daily results that these strategies are doing on a consistent basis. We always have strategies that are, you know, making in the thousands of dollars. We always have members that are passing their evaluations. HP Emirate on the 13th, which was Thursday, I believe, passed 2 evaluations. Locky, great, this nicest lady, her real name is Amy. God bless Amy. She you know, she's, you know, was in a struggle and couldn't pass the evaluations, and she came to us desperate. And she's a really a great person, a really sweet woman. And Locky, congratulations! I'm so happy for you. It's really, let me tell you, it's personally gratifying to talk to somebody that was in a struggle and desperate, and then seeing the, you know, the first week of running the system, to see Amy pass her evaluation. She just called me in tears and was so excited. So congratulations, Amy. And it just goes down and down the aisle of people that are passing their evaluations with these one-day passes. Simon did it recently. Myself, I passed 2 this past week. Mark must have passed 10 or 15. So the value really is absolutely there. And that's why it's priced the way it is, because that's what it's worth. Okay, I see there's a couple of questions and I want to get to them. We do post, give me just a second to take a sip of water. Could it happen that you have 2 or more trades in the same bar? Olivier, you cannot have 2 or more trades in the same bar. The reason being is when you're running an account on Apex, you only want to run one strategy for each instrument in the same account. Okay, so you wouldn't be able to take 2 positions that are conflicting in the same account. We have instructions how to prevent that. So that would not happen. M Rose, can we do the close? Yeah, M Rose, I tell you what. Listen, I'm probably not going to get to all the questions, but do me a favor. Put your name. Only I can see this, and put your name and your number in the chat box. If you have any questions, I really want to give you a call. If you're available today, I'll call you today. If not, just let me know when you are available. I'm not a telemarketer, but I'd really like to give you a call because I'm really enthusiastic about this. It's really my passion, and I'd love to answer your questions to the best of my ability. So if you have questions about the system, please put your name and your number in the chat box. What I wanted to show you, the reason I call this prop trading on steroids, take a look at Mark's R Trader Pro. Look at what this guy has accomplished. And when I show you he's getting $25,000 payouts, listen, this is from yesterday. This isn't like something off the internet that, I just found. This is the owner of Right Line Trading's Rhythmic Pro that I took off. I had to cut it short of my other slide because it would have looked awkward. But he has over a dozen funded accounts. He has 10 that are ready to be flipped over. He keeps it at 20 PA accounts, and he's getting tremendous payouts, and he's not risking any of his own capital. So this is how he's leveraging these prop accounts, and it all starts with those ODP, because in one day, boom, he's getting these PA accounts, and he's flipping them into PA accounts, and he's using the strategy that we have for PA accounts, and he's just running up the score. And he's really doing amazingly well. I wish I could say the same for myself. He's way ahead of me in the prop trading, but I'm catching up. I have a few PA accounts now, and I'm going to be adding a trade copier to my workspace, and I'm going to multiply it. So I'm excited. Right, Colin. You can use PayPal. You mentioned an interest-free payment option with PayPal. That's correct. We do accept PayPal. If you check out with PayPal, I think it's called Pay Later. You could split it up over 6 payments, completely interest-free. Completely interest-free. I see your numbers, Stapleton, Jackie, Ronald. I'm in Kuwait. Benji, God bless you, man. I mean, we have a veteran here, an Army father. It's a little lady, he's in Kuwait, and he's currently trying to pass the Apex. And I'll tell you what, Benji, I am going to give you a call. My heart is with you, not only because you're a veteran and I love veterans, but you've got those kids, and it is Father's Day. I'm going to give you a call. You're my first call, Benji. Thank you for your service, sir. You're really a better man than I ever will be. What a sacrifice that our veterans make for really, so we have the freedoms that we enjoy here in this country, and that we can enjoy time with our kids. So really, Benji, God bless you. Listen, my last message is a message of hope. Like Benji, if you have struggled in your trading journey and you've hit some potholes and you've blown out some accounts, the game is not over. There is hope for you. Just like myself, we have a tool here that has the potential to be a game changer in your trading journey. Put your name and your number in. I've put the special offer in the chat box. Come Monday morning, we're going to be trading live on YouTube. And listen, I hope that you'll be with us. Happy Father's Day, and God bless you. I hope you have a great weekend. Thank you, Rob. Thank you for having me.
Hey,
thank you, Anthony. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Your last name is the same as your first name is the same as Rob Anthony's first name, so I confused it. I'm really sorry. In fact, I think you're a much better host than Rob is.
Oh, I appreciate it. He did a really great job, by the way. Yeah, thanks, Rory. Those strategies look amazing. You got some buzz in the chat box there, looking good. Ladies and gentlemen, if you struggle with human error, failing prop firm evaluations, or inconsistent results, then Mr. Rory Powers over at Right Line Trading has a solution for you. You can learn more by clicking on the link in the chat box. Thanks again, Rory, for making such a generous offer for our audience, and we hope to have you back on Traders Corner.
Well, thank you, Anthony. Thank you.
Welcome,
really, it was an honor and a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
We appreciate it. We appreciate you being here and all of our guests today and our attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our online trading summit. The staff at Traders Corner wants to thank all of you for joining us today. It's been an information-packed event, and we hope you all enjoy the upcoming weekend. The replay will be sent out tomorrow. Have a nice evening. Happy Father's Day weekend. And thanks again for being here, and have a blessed evening, everyone. We appreciate you.